the hero broke off our engagement, but I'm forming a military organization because humanity still looks screwed after defeating the Demon King. Volume 2, by Ariyama Ryu, translated by Gadgetized Panda Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, The Army Disbanded After Defeating the Demon King's Forces. Lord Danum's territory in the Kingdom of Lionel, fortress city of Palvik. Captain Zout stood atop the massive walls that encircled the city, gazing up at the banners fluttering in the wind. One bore the lion emblem of the Kingdom of Lionel, while the other displayed the fortress's own insignia. Located in the western part of the kingdom, Palvik was strategically built on an important continental trade route, flourishing as a hub of commerce since ancient times. However, Palvik's history was also one of war. Its advantageous position meant it was frequently targeted by armies. The walls bore the scars of countless battles. Looking north, Zout surveyed the hills and surrounding forest beyond the city walls. Normally, livestock would be grazing on those hills, and wagons would be lining the roads cutting through the forest. But now, the hills were teeming with the black-armored troops of the Demon King encircling the city. Damn those demons! Zout's cursed in frustration. The soldiers clad in black armor were not human, their skin was covered in reptilian scales. They bore the banner of a black dragon, the symbol of the Demon King's army, which had crossed the sea from the Demon Continent. About 3,000 strong, the Demon King's forces had been surrounding Palvik. It had been 3 years since the Demon King was defeated, yet the Kingdom of Lionel still hadn't purged the remnants of his army from its lands. Captain Zout's. Turning, Zout saw his lieutenant, Orm, approaching. Orm had been shot in the abdomen 3 days ago, and the bandages around his belly were still stained with blood. The bird has returned. Is that so? Zout's face brightened slightly at the sight of the small, rolled-up paper Orm handed him. 20 days ago, Zout had sent a messenger bird to the Kingdom of Lionel, requesting reinforcements from the Purge army formed by King Henry to eradicate the Demon King's forces. Eagerly, Zout took the letter and read its contents. However, his expression soon twisted in disappointment. No reinforcements are coming. Seeing Zout's face, Orm understood the letter's contents and voiced the obvious. As a commander, Zout shouldn't have let his emotions show, but he couldn't help feeling disheartened. It's from the Purge army. They're engaged with the Demon King's forces in the Peschel region and can't send reinforcements. Then, what was the point of forming the Purge army in the first place? Has the kingdom abandoned Palvik? Even the hero king who defeated Demon King Zelgius has changed. Orm's words were a rare criticism of the king, which normally would have been considered treason. But Zout inwardly agreed. 6 years ago, Prince Henry of this kingdom had set out with 5 companions, including the Saintess Elizabeth of the Savior Church, the sage Ekaterina of the Forest of No Return, and the Eastern Swordmaster Princess Lu, to defeat Demon King Zelgius. 3 years ago, they had succeeded and returned in triumph. 2 years ago, Henry had ascended the throne after the previous king died of illness. His coronation was celebrated with great joy as the birth of a hero king. But now, few called Henry a hero. Upon his ascension, King Henry had declared he would eradicate the Demon King's forces still plaguing the kingdom. Yet, his promise remained unfulfilled, and the land continued to suffer under their ravages, leaving the people exhausted. Captain Zout, there is still hope. That person might come to our aid. That person, if her night order arrives, we might stand a chance against the Demon King's forces. At Orm's words, Zout recalled the name of a certain woman. This woman had raised an army from the kingdom's fringes and formed a military alliance with the goal of defeating the Demon King's forces. Initially, no one took her seriously, but as she and her knights began to defeat the Demon King's forces within the kingdom, they saved many areas, earning a reputation as a reliable force, more so than the kingdom itself. Did you send a request for aid to that person as well? I did send a request for aid, but Palvik isn't part of her alliance. She has no reason to respond to our plea. Despite Orm's words, Zout shook his head. But you sent the request, didn't you? That person might still come to our aid. Orm clung to this hope. Indeed, that person had been saving those suffering from the Demon King's forces. Even if Palvik wasn't part of her alliance, she might still come to their aid. However, Zout shook his head again. No, it's impossible. 20 days ago, when I sent the bird for help, her army was in the distant northern Owers region. It takes 30 days to get from Owers to Palvik under normal circumstances. Even with a forced march, they could only shorten that time by 5 days at best. They won't make it in time. I see. Orm's shoulders slumped at Zaltz's words. As Zaltz placed a comforting hand on his lieutenant's shoulder, a loud sound echoed from the hills. Looking down, Zaltz saw the Demon King's soldiers banging gongs, beating drums, and blowing trumpets. With these sounds, the soldiers carrying ladders, bows, and battering rams began to advance. Orm, gather the soldiers, everyone who can still move. At Zaltz's command, Orm quickly gathered everyone. About 300 men assembled, but half of them were Palvik's residents. Due to a lack of soldiers, the residents had been recruited as volunteers, including children, the elderly, and women. All the gathered soldiers had grim expressions, knowing their chances of survival were slim. "Soldiers, you have been brave." Zaltz addressed them, praising them unconditionally. "Your courage and valiant efforts, I can guarantee, have made you heroes. Each one of you is a true hero, as are those who have fallen." At Zaltz's words, tears filled the soldiers' eyes. Whether from the frustration of defeat, fear of death, or grief for their fallen comrades, Zaltz didn't know why he, too, felt tears streaming down his cheeks. "We have no chance of victory. However, we, the people of Palvik, will not easily surrender these proud walls of our city. We will fight to the very end and show our resolve. Today, we die together." The soldiers responded to Zaltz's rallying cry with a roar. Not one of them fled. Yet, their 300 voices were faint and fragile, like the flickering flames of candles. Zaltz turned to face the north, glaring at the approaching Demon King's forces. The Black Army surged towards Palvik, resembling a tsunami that threatened to engulf the walls and sweep them away. Facing imminent death, Zaltz clenched his fists. Orm gritted his teeth, trying to overcome his fear. The soldiers held hands, embracing one another as they struggled not to cry. Yet none of them looked away from the approaching black tide. At that moment, Zaltz noticed something white appear from the eastern forest's edge in the corner of his vision. At first, he thought it was a bird. But no, it was a horse. A single white horse, ridden by a human soldier in gleaming white armor, carrying a white flag, emerged from the forest. "Who is that? A messenger?" Zaltz wondered aloud. He hadn't heard of any knights arriving. Charging into a battlefield teeming with the Demon King's forces alone was sheer folly. Even for a messenger or scout, the white armor was too conspicuous. It seemed utterly out of place. The soldiers of the Demon King's army who saw the White Knight seemed to have the same impression. The Demon King's soldiers were equally baffled by the White Knight, letting him pass without attacking. As the reptilian soldiers watched the White Knight with bewildered expressions, a spear pierced through one of their heads. Following the White Knight, cavalrymen clad in fiery red armor appeared, their spears killing the Demon King's soldiers. Beside them, cavalry in brilliant blue armor also charged, cleaving through the demonic ranks. More cavalry followed, a dozen or so, slicing through the Demon King's formation from the side as they pursued the White Knight. "Are those knights our allies? But such a small number against so many is madness." Zaltz couldn't believe his eyes. Although they had caught the enemy by surprise, fewer than 20 cavalrymen seemed hopelessly outnumbered. However, their worries were unfounded. Following the White Knights, an additional 400 cavalry and 800 infantry appeared, launching a flanking attack on the Demon King's army. "What is that? Who are those knights? Which soldiers have come to our aid?" Zaltz let out a cry of joy, but he couldn't identify which knight order had come to help. The area around Palvik had been ravaged by the Demon King's army, and the nobles were too occupied defending their own territories to send reinforcements. "Captain Zaltz, that flag." Orm pointed to the flag, held by the White Knights. The pure white flag bore a lily of the valley embroidered in gold thread. There was only one knight order known to carry such a flag. "The Romelia Knights, led by Saint Romelia, have come to save us." "They've come." Tears of relief and gratitude flowed down Zaltz's cheeks. They were the ones Zaltz had sent a plea for help to, the only hope against the Demon King's army. Captain Zaltz. Could that leading White Knight be Lady Romelia, the Count's daughter? Orm asked in a voice filled with astonishment. Zaltz nodded at his vice-captain's words. The White Knight leading the charge was indeed Romelia von Graham, the only daughter of Count Graham. That's her, the fifth hero who defeated the demon king Zelgius, the forgotten saint. Orm's words brought back memories of the engagement that had been annulled 3 years ago. Just as Orm said, Romelia was one of the 5 heroes who had defeated the demon king. However, during their journey, she fell out of favor with Prince Henry, had her engagement annulled, and was removed from the list of heroes. Society sneered at the fallen count's daughter. Yet now, she was the only hope against the demon king's army. Upon returning to her hometown, she didn't waste time lamenting her broken engagement. Instead, she immediately took action, raising an army in the distant Kashu region to fight the demon king's forces. She also established a military alliance, known as the Romelia Alliance, to counter the demon king's threat, saving various parts of the kingdom. She's incredible, truly the saint of salvation. Orm, beside him, exclaimed in admiration as he watched Romelia charge across the battlefield. Seeing Romelia fight on the battlefield, defeating the demon king's army despite being a woman, the people began to call her the saint of salvation, praising her. When Zaltz first heard the stories, he thought they were a bit exaggerated. But seeing her now, clad in white armor, carrying the flag, and charging across the battlefield, she was indeed the saint who would save this ravaged country. It was a sight like turning the pages of a myth, causing his heart to tremble with both awe and concern. It was far too dangerous for the commander to be at the front lines waving a flag. She was an easy target for the enemy. "Hey, she's being targeted by archers over there," one of the guards on the castle wall shouted. In the direction he pointed, the demon king's archers were drawing their bows, aiming at the beautiful and defenseless saint. "No, run away," Zaltz shouted, knowing his voice wouldn't reach her. Other soldiers also yelled for her to escape, but 100 arrows rained down on Romelia like a dark storm. In everyone's mind, they saw Romelia meeting a cruel death. But just as everyone was about to despair, a miracle happened. The arrows suddenly changed direction, veering away from Romelia as if avoiding her. Not a single arrow hit, and Romelia remained unscathed. A miracle, she's a true saint. Zaltz was in tears, unable to see clearly. He wasn't the only one. Everyone who witnessed this sight was filled with the same sentiment. As Romelia advanced, the knights behind her finally caught up, surrounding her protectively. For now, they were safe. Or so it seemed, but the Demon King's army was composed of elite troops. Some units were already preparing to respond to the sudden assault. Ahead of Romelia, 100 heavily armored infantrymen had formed a defensive line with their shields, ready to confront her. Meanwhile, at the far end of the battlefield, the Demon King's cavalry had noticed the commotion, starting to encircle Romelia's knights from the rear. "They're going to be flanked. Change course," Zaltz shouted with all his might. If they continued like this, they would be annihilated. They needed to avoid a collision with the heavy infantry and change their course. But the dozen or so knights surrounding Romelia continued to charge straight at the heavy infantry. Can't they see what's around them? Zaltz criticized the knights protecting Romelia. The Demon King's heavy infantry were renowned for their impenetrable defense. It was said that you needed more than double the force to break through them. Charging at them with fewer than 20 knights was sheer folly. Zaltz could already see the knights being surrounded and crushed, but at the moment of impact, the Demon King's heavy infantry line shattered with a single blow. "What is this? Who are those knights?" Zaltz shouted in astonishment at the unexpected outcome. With every swing of the knights' lances, the seemingly unbreakable heavy infantry of the Demon King's army fell. These were no ordinary soldiers. Of course, those must be the famed Romelia 20 knights. Zaltz realized who they were. When the Romelia knights were still a small unit, Romelia had led 20 soldiers from the start. They swore absolute loyalty to Romelia, each one possessing the strength of 1,000 men. They were known as the strongest shield and sword, protecting Romelia and defeating any foe. Then those two must be the Red Knight Albion and the Blue Knight Raven. Orm exclaimed in excitement, watching the knights clad in red and blue armor fighting before Romelia. All 20 knights were exceptionally powerful, but Albion and Raven were particularly remarkable. These two were the strongest within the Romelia knights. Originally of low status, said to be peasants or orphans, they had risen to knightly ranks through their feats under Romelia's command. The soldiers, led by Orm, were excited to witness new heroes in action. But the danger was not over yet. Romelia and her knights were still deep in enemy territory, surrounded on all sides. Half of the Demon King's army was still unaware of the situation, but the cavalry that had noticed Romelia was already charging from the rear. Captain Zaltz, those cavalrymen are elites. Orm pointed to the approaching cavalry of the Demon King's army. Among them, several wore red armor. The Demon King's army usually wore black armor, but the elites were permitted to wear blood-red armor. This elite-led cavalry would not be easily defeated. While Zaltz expected Romelia's entire group to face them, only Albion and Raven stepped forward to confront the elite cavalry. Are they planning to take them on alone? That's too reckless. Orm shouted from beside him, but Albion and Raven advanced calmly towards the approaching enemies. From the Demon King's cavalry, a demon carrying a cross spear emerged. Seeing the demon with the cross spear, Albion swung his lance through the air, even though they were still some distance apart. Flames burst from the lance's tip, illuminating the battlefield in red. Magic! Orm exclaimed in amazement at the flames lighting up the battlefield. Zaltz was also shocked by the large flames. Albion, the Red Knight, was also known as the Flame Knight, said to wield magic despite being a knight. However, it looks impressive, but it's not hitting the enemy. Though astonished by the flames, Zaltz noticed that the fire hadn't struck the Demon King's troops. The demon with the cross spear had stopped in surprise, but wasn't injured. "Captain, look at that." Orm pointed in shock to the sky above the battlefield. There was a blue dot. The Blue Knight Raven was flying through the air with his cape billowing in the wind. "He's actually flying." Someone muttered, though Zaltz couldn't tell who it was. The Blue Knight Raven was said to fly. Zaltz had thought it was just a battlefield rumor. But there he was, truly flying, looking down on the battlefield from above. Raven flipped in midair, then aimed his lance and dived like a bird of prey. The demon carrying the cross spear was mesmerized by the flames and didn't notice Raven's attack from above. His head, helmet and all, was pierced by the spear. Surprised by Raven's sudden appearance from the sky, the soldiers of the Demon King's army aimed their spears at him. However, Raven kicked off the body of the demon he had just slain, jumped, and landed on another soldier's head. Upon landing, he killed the enemy with his spear and kicked off his chest to leap again. His movements were so light and agile, as if he were skipping across stepping stones, leaping over the heads of the Demon King's army. What's with those movements? That's not humanly possible. Just as Orm shouted, Raven's movements defied gravity, resembling the steps of a fairy. His initial flight wasn't just an ordinary leap. I see, he's using wind magic to float. Zaltz realized the secret behind Raven's jumps. The Azure Knight Raven was also known as the Wind Knight, said to control the wind. He created air currents with wind magic, allowing him to rise with each leap. The Demon King's army tried to defend against Raven's attacks from above by raising their spears, but they couldn't keep their eyes only on the sky. In front of them, the Red Knight Albion was brandishing his spear, demonstrating impressive spear techniques. The demon soldiers in red armor were evenly matched with Albion in spear skills. But as they blocked Albion's spear, flames erupted from its tip. Although the flames didn't have enough power to burn, they obscured their vision, creating an opening. Albion didn't miss this chance and pierced the demon's thigh with his spear. Though not a fatal blow, flames erupted from the pierced thigh, engulfing the demon's body and burning him to death. Albion, the Flame Knight, continued to burn the elite soldiers of the Demon King's army with his deadly spear. What incredible magic users! Zaltz was in awe. Using magic requires intense concentration. Typically, mages cast spells from the safety of the rear. Flying through the air and releasing flames with a spear is challenging even for top-tier magic users. Albion, the Flame Knight, and Raven, the Wind Knight, were the two strongest among the Romelia Knights. Even the elite of the Demon King's army couldn't match them. As the two knights carved a path through the enemy ranks, the remaining 20 knights of the Romelia Knights charged in to annihilate the enemy. The power of the Romelia Knights was fearsome, but the Demon King's army wasn't defeated yet. Despite the surprise attack and the breach of their defensive heavy infantry and cavalry, their morale didn't falter. They reorganized their units, repaired the breach, and began to encircle the Romelia Knights. "We're getting surrounded. Retreat," Retreat now. Zaltz shouted at the top of his lungs, but the Demon King's army completed the encirclement like a dragon closing its jaws. Romelia, seemingly unaware of their blocked escape route, was waving a flag in the center of the battlefield. Captain Zaltz, if this continues. One of the soldiers cried out in despair. Zaltz understood without being told. No matter how strong the Romelia knights were, they numbered only about 1,200. The Demon King's army numbered 3,000, with each soldier said to have twice the combat power of a human soldier. The strength ratio was 6-1. Even the Romelia knights couldn't overcome such odds. We must join them. We can't let them die. But Captain Zaltz, what can we do in our current state? Vice Captain Orm tried to stop him. The soldiers of Palvik might not have the power to aid the Romelia knights, but there had to be something they could do, even with just 300 men. At the very least, they had to open the castle gates and let them in. They couldn't abandon those who had come to their aid. Just as Zaltz was about to head out to help, the sound of drums and gongs echoed from the battlefield. From the 3 surrounding forests, about 4,000 infantry emerged, encircling the Demon King's army. What's that? Whose army is this? They're not the Romelia knights. Zaltz saw the new soldiers and instantly recognized that they weren't part of the Romelia knights. Each group bore flags indicating their allegiance. Zaltz recognized those flags. The hammer crest is from the mining city Zappin. That bear and moon flag is from the Northern Owers Defense Force. There's also the flags of Baron Kennet and Baron Dostora. This must be the Romelia alliance. Zaltz exclaimed in amazement. The frontier soldiers threatened by the Demon King's army had gathered and were now attacking, encircling the Demon King's army. The sudden appearance of the Romelia alliance completely flanked and overwhelmed the Demon King's forces. Zaltz was briefly captivated by the sight of the gathered frontier soldiers, but quickly realized something important. We can't stay here. We're going out too. Everyone follow me. But victory is certain. There's no need for us to go out. Zaltz raised his weapon, but Orm was puzzled as to why they needed to join the fight. Fool! These soldiers from various territories came to help us. Even if it's just a few of us, we must join the ranks and fight alongside them, or we'll disgrace the proud name of Palvik. At Zaltz's words, Orm realized and nodded. Even a small number is fine. Let's join the fight. Zaltz led his soldiers and hurriedly descended the castle walls. I rode my white horse at full speed through the forest. Wearing white armor and carrying a flag while riding through the forest was tough. But this flag, adorned with lily of the valley motifs in gold thread, symbolized the Romelia Knights, officially known as the Cashew Defense Force, so I couldn't let it fall. When I emerged from the forest holding the flag, I was on the battlefield. The Black Army of the Demon King was swarming the hilly area, launching an offensive against the fortress city Palvik. Their numbers were roughly 3,000. Even though it had been 3 years since the Demon King was defeated, such a large force still remained in the kingdom. Moreover, their formation was so perfect and even beautiful. If we faced them head-on, it would be difficult to break through. But we had managed to flank them by emerging from the forest. As I rode my horse vigorously, the Demon King's soldiers noticed me and moved aside in surprise. Captain Rome, Lady Romelia. Hearing voices from behind, I briefly glanced back. 2 cavalrymen were chasing after me, scattering the Demon King's soldiers. Al, clad in blazing red armor like a burning flame, and Ray, wearing sky-blue armor, were there. Both had grown and transformed into admirable knights over the past 3 years of battles. When I first met Al, he had a cheeky look. But after many battles, he now had the presence of a lion. As for Ray, he used to be scrawny and poorly raised. But in these 3 years, his freckles had disappeared, and his chiseled jaw made him a handsome and gallant figure. Not only had their appearances changed, but their skills had also improved, earning them numerous honors. Thus, they were knighted, with Al becoming Albion and Ray becoming Raven. It's dangerous, Captain Rome. Yes, Lady Romelia, please fall back. The 2 shouted while chasing after me. Even though they were now knights with new names to me, Al was still Al and Ray was still Ray. Behind them were a dozen or so members of the Rome Squad, also known as the Romelia 20 Knights, and over 1,000 members of the Cashew Defense Force, now known as the Romelia Knights, following me and scattering the enemy. Lady Romelia, it's truly dangerous. Fall back. Ray shouted right behind me. He was right. Even though we were exploiting a gap in the Demon King's army, it was dangerous to be at the front. Moreover, the miracle power grace that God granted me, which bestows luck on those around me, didn't work on myself, so I could die if my luck ran out. Just a little more, just a little more. I shouted to the two behind me, spurred my horse's flanks, and increased my speed. It was certainly dangerous, but there was a reason I had to be at the front. It had been 3 years since I came to Kashu and formed an army to fight the Demon King's forces. As we defeated the Demon King's forces across the land, I had become known as a saint. The Rome squad was praised as the Romelia 20 Knights, and the Kashu Defense Force was nicknamed the Romelia Knights. The military alliance I established was now called the Romelia Alliance. Honestly, I was embarrassed by the constant mention of my name and didn't want to be called a saint. But each time my name was spoken, and I was revered as a saint, young men wished to join the Kashu Defense Force, and letters arrived asking to join the alliance. Now I am the symbol of this knight order. Though I don't want to admit it, I have become an icon. Icons have their roles. Whether I like it or not, I must fulfill the role expected of me. If people revere me as a saint, then I must stand at the forefront as a saint before them. For that reason, I have adorned myself with this conspicuous white armor and a white horse. However, being noticeable also means being visible to the enemy. As expected, the Demon King's army aimed 100 arrows at me. A barrage of arrows, like a mass of deadly intent, rushed toward me. But just before they hit, they veered off, as if avoiding me, flying off in different directions. Some might think this is a miracle of God, but of course, it's not. The effect of divine grace doesn't apply to me. The arrows were deflected by Ray's magic, who is also known as the Wind Knight. He, running behind me, used wind magic to cover me and divert the arrows. However, this made me too conspicuous. Ray's magic isn't omnipotent. Captain Rome, we can't hold on any longer, Al said as he and Ray overtook me, and the members of the Rome squad surrounded us. I had done enough in my role as an icon, so I accepted being protected. But I still had work to do. While the role of an icon is what people demand, the job I desire is to lead us to victory as a commander. While riding my horse, I surveyed the surroundings, observing the enemy's movements and grasping our situation. Half of the Demon King's army hadn't noticed us yet. On the other hand, our Kashu defense squad was advancing through the breach made by the Rome squad, scattering the Demon King's army. We had the advantage due to the surprise attack from the side, but this advantage would be temporary. The Demon King's army still had superior numbers. The chaos from the surprise wouldn't last forever. Watching the battlefield, I noticed movements in the Demon King's army ahead and further to the left. In front of us, the Demon King's heavy infantry had finished turning around and were waiting for us with shields raised. To the left, their cavalry was beginning to move in response to us. Their plan was to hold us with heavy infantry and annihilate us with cavalry. Their situational awareness and quick decision-making suggested a capable commander. Al Ray. Forward. I pointed the flag forward, indicating the heavy infantry unit. Normally, we should change our course, but I wanted to crush this capable commander and unit quickly. Understood. Let's break through. Al muttered softly, and the Rome squad formed a line and charged like an arrow. Waiting for us were the shields and spears of the heavy infantry in a defensive formation. As soon as our spears clashed, the heavy infantry's line was blown away. The spears of Al and the Rome squad pierced the Demon King's shields, shattering their defensive formation. Especially noteworthy were Al and Ray at the front. Their names now resounded throughout the country as they competed to take down the enemy. When Al swung his spear, Demon King soldiers flew, and when Ray thrust his spear, he instantly skewered several demons. The performance of these two, who were the strongest in the Rome squad, was exceptional. But it wasn't just Al and Ray excelling. The giant Otto swung his massive warhammer, sending enemies flying. When a demon tried to exploit Otto's wide swings, Kyle's thrown dagger pierced its throat. Seeing that individual skills were insufficient, 6 demons moved in unison with their spears. However, the twin knights of the Rome squad, Gran and Ran, blocked them. The twins, riding so close they almost collided, wielded their long spears in perfect harmony. Ordinarily, their spears and limbs would get in each other's way, but Gran and Ran moved as if they were tied together, never touching each other despite their proximity. Their coordinated attacks, as if they were a single entity, overwhelmed the Demon King's army, which was knocked down. As the Cashew Defense Squad poured into the breach made by these 6 main members of the Rome Squad, they annihilated 100 heavy infantry. Al Ray, next, to the left. I immediately pointed to the left. Although we quickly dealt with the heavy infantry, a group of cavalry was charging at us from the left. There were only 100 of them, but the few at the front were wearing red armor, a mark of elite troops. The Rome Squad quickly formed ranks, but we didn't charge yet. First, Al and Ray moved forward. From the Demon King's cavalry, a demon wielding a large cross spear charged. Al swung his spear, and flames burst from its tip, the heat hitting my cheeks. The sudden fire startled the cavalry, causing them to halt. Though the flames seemed large, they weren't very powerful. Their purpose was to stop the enemy and obscure their vision. As the flames burst forth, Ray, beside Al, kicked his horse and leaped, gliding through the air on the wind. Of course, he couldn't fly like a bird with just a jump. It was Ray's wind magic. He created air currents around him, catching the wind with his specially designed mantle reinforced with a framework. Ray, circling in the sky, targeted the demon and dove down with his spear ready. He looked like a raptor descending on its prey. The demon with the cross spear, surprised by the flames, didn't notice the attack from above and was instantly killed as Ray's spear pierced through its helmet and head. The Demon King's cavalry, still stunned by the aerial assault, thrust their spears at Ray. 3 spears converged on Ray, but before they could impale him, he kicked off the demon he'd just slain and leaped again, soaring through the air. The Demon King's army, shocked by Ray's bird-like flight, cried out in surprise. It seemed even they had no one who could fly. Ray, dominating the sky, landed on the heads of the enemies, piercing their heads and chests as he went. Ray's aerial attacks were a rare sight on the battlefield, drawing the Demon King's army's attention upward, which Al's spear then exploited. The elite of the Demon King's army tried to block Al's attacks, but were blinded by the flames from his spear. A demon's reptilian face was briefly engulfed in flames. The fire didn't have the power to burn them to death, but it temporarily blinded them. Al took this moment to return his spear, piercing the demon's thigh. The elite demon, unfazed by such a wound, readied his spear. But the wound Al inflicted glowed red and black, burning like embers. As the demon tried to strike back, flames suddenly burst from the wound, engulfing and burning the demon to death. This was the power of Al's flaming spear fiery spear. If it pierced, it became a deadly magic spear. Al swung his flame-spewing spear, piercing the red-armored demon's shoulders and legs one after another. With fiery spear and Ray's aerial attacks, not even the elite of the Demon King's army could match them. Having defeated the red-armored elites, the Rome Squad and the Cashew Defense Squad launched an assault. I entrusted the enemy to Al and the others, raised my flag high, and waved it vigorously for visibility. Looking around, the Demon King's army was recovering from the chaos and moving to surround us. The breach made by the Cashew Defense Squad was being closed. If this continued, we'd be like rats in a trap, or rather, mice swallowed by a dragon. No matter how strong the Rome Squad was, we'd eventually be crushed from all sides. "Please come quickly," I silently prayed, raising and lowering the flag repeatedly. After several times, I looked towards the surrounding forest. Nothing happened. While maintaining a calm exterior, I was internally agitated. Captain Rome. Noticing the lack of response to my signal, Al looked at me, asking what to do with his eyes. As I was about to grit my teeth and devise a countermeasure, drums and gongs sounded from the surrounding forest, and 4,000 infantry appeared. They were the forces of the lords who supported the military alliance I had formed, known as the Romelia Alliance. The 4,000 soldiers of the Allied forces surrounded the Demon King's army and launched a simultaneous attack from behind. The Demon King's army, distracted by us, was completely caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the Allied forces. Now, let's wreak havoc. Gran and Ran, Otto and Kyle lead 300 infantry and form a formation here. Ben and Bry take the northern enemy. Glenn and Hans head east, Tars and Say move west, Ziz and Ginny southeast, and Boral and Gut southwest, Lead 100 infantry each and advance. I ordered the Rome squad members to establish positions within the enemy. We were mice trapped by the Demon King's army, but the allied forces were now encircling them. If the Demon King's army tried to attack us, the allied forces would strike. If they dealt with the allied forces, we would press from within. Though we were mice swallowed by a dragon, we would become mice that devour the dragon from within. The Romelia squad sprang into action at the command. The massive Otto and the nimble Kyle held the center of the battlefield. The spear masters and commanders, twins Gran and Lagan, took charge of the flanks. Ben and Bry, nearly as large as Otto, moved with powerful steadiness. Glenn, driven by a rivalry with Al, was a bit reckless, but with the calm and perceptive hands, they felt secure. Say was serious, but sometimes rigid, balanced perfectly by the easygoing and carefree Thars. The always cheerful Z's moved ahead energetically, followed closely by the taciturn Ginny. Gut was eager to prove himself on the battlefield, supported by Borel, his countrymen, and a caring older brother figure. With the Romelia squad, also known as the 20 Knights of Romelia, they could fight even in the heart of enemy territory. However, the name 20 Knights was misleading. Originally 20, the Romelia squad had lost 1 member in battle and 3 had been forced to withdraw. The memory of the fallen Midia still pained them, but they had to fight on for his sake. Al Ray were moving out too. "Oh dear, Captain Romelia, the battle's practically won and you still want to go." Al responded in a weary voice. "Of course, the Allied forces are fighting hard. As the ones who formed this alliance, we must fight to the end." Considering the effect of grace, the victory seemed certain, but anything could happen on the battlefield. They needed to cut through the enemy's core to secure their triumph. "Did you hear that, everyone? Captain Romelia wants more blood. Spill it all." Al shouted, raising his spear. Though I hadn't said such a thing, the soldiers rallied around Al's call with renewed fervor. Satisfied with the rise in morale, I sighed and spurred my horse onward. Even though the outcome of the battle was decided, the Demon Lord's army continued to resist to the last, and the battle was over by nightfall. The blood-soaked ground turned even redder under the setting sun, resembling a hill made of blood. Though the fight was over, my work was just beginning. "Al, select half of those with the least injuries to finish off the remaining demons. Ray, take care of the wounded. And although it might be redundant to say this now, watch out for any surviving demons, right?" Al finished my sentence. "If you understand, that's fine. Don't get killed now that we've won." "Of course, Captain Romelia." "Understood, Captain. I'll handle the wounded." Al and Ray bowed and set off to their tasks. After seeing them off, I looked around. A line of horses, burdened with supplies, had arrived at Palvik. It was the supply unit left behind with the Cashew Defense Force before the battle. They carried not only weapons and food, but also medical supplies and many healers with the power to mend wounds. Their help was crucial for post-battle efforts. As I watched the supply unit, I saw a young woman in a black nun's habit running towards me from the group unpacking the supplies. It was Mia, one of the healers. "Ah, Mia, be careful. There's a dip there." I tried to warn her, but it was too late. Mia tripped and fell headfirst into the ground. I winced and closed one eye. Mia looked pained for a moment but quickly got up and looked at me. "Lady Romelia, are you hurt?" "No, I'm less injured than you, Mia." I lightly dusted off Mia's clothes, removing dirt and leaves. She had scraped her knee. She seemed like a child. "Are you okay?" "Come on, Mia, heal yourself." "No, this isn't even an injury. I need to heal as many people as I can first." Mia prioritized the wounded soldiers over her own injury. "All right, but make sure you treat yourself later." "Now, where is Carlman?" I asked about Mia's senior, Carlman. Carlman was in charge of the healers. The efficiency of treating the wounded depended on him. Senior Carlman has already started setting up a temporary clinic for the wounded. He plans to begin treatment as soon as they are brought in. Mia informed me that Carlman was already at work. "Well then, Lady Romelia, I will also tend to the wounded." Mia bowed and left. A man with messy hair, a scruffy beard, and a dirty green robe approached me as she departed. Despite his shabby appearance, he was our army's renowned strategist and my mentor, Welly. "Thank you for your hard work, sir. Thanks to you, we arrived before Palvik fell." I expressed my gratitude to Welly. This time was tough. When I was told to cut 10 days off the schedule, I didn't know what to do. Welly patted his shoulder, looking utterly exhausted. When Palvik called for help, we were far away. To make it in time, I ordered an unprecedented forced march, which would not have been possible under normal circumstances. Supporting this grueling march was our brilliant strategist, Welly. Many envision strategists as planners who trap enemies with clever schemes, but their real strength shines before the war begins. Strategists gather weapons, secure provisions, and move armies to the right place at the right time. Their job is to bring soldiers to the battlefield. It might seem simple, but organizing weapons and food for thousands and marching them on schedule is incredibly challenging. Road width, conditions, and weather all affect marching speed. Water sources and firewood for cooking must also be considered. Usually, there's some leeway, with extra provisions and a relaxed schedule. But this time, Palvik couldn't hold out, so we had to hurry. It's all thanks to you, sir. If we had been half a day late, who knows what would have happened. I praised Welly. Palvik was on the brink of falling. Welly didn't wield a weapon or fight on the battlefield, but with maps and papers, he saved everyone in Palvik. You're exhausted. Please rest. That's not possible. My work starts now. I wanted Welly to rest, but he rubbed his eyes and answered. That's right, Lady Romelia. There's no need to pamper this man. A firm voice interrupted, and I turned to see a dignified lady standing there. Her hair was tied back, and she wore a navy blouse and a long skirt reaching her ankles. It was my other mentor, Miss Quinns. Why are you here? Welly looked uncomfortable seeing his old acquaintance, Miss Quinns. I shared Welly's surprise. Miss Quinns was supposed to be in the city of Millet in the Cashew region. I heard Welly had made some reckless plans, and there was no one to oversee the supply transport, so I came to supervise. I also accompanied the last supply shipment. Ah, that explains it. I wondered why the supplies arrived so precisely. Miss Quinns's explanation made sense to me. To make my forced march possible, Welly devised an even more daring plan. His method involved not using supply wagons. Marching speed is dictated by the speed of the supply wagons. The logistics unit pulling the wagons sets the pace for the march. But this time, we couldn't afford to match the logistics unit's speed. So, we separated the main force and the logistics unit. The main force carried a few days' worth of food and marched ahead, while supplies from the logistics unit were transported by horse to catch up with us. After detaching the wagons, the main army's marching speed improved. However, the distance between us and the supply convoy grew day by day. Of course, we calculated the distance and planned our supplies accordingly, but even a day's delay would leave us stranded. Honestly, I was anxious every day, unsure if the supplies would reach us in time. But when the time came, the supplies from the rear arrived without even a half-day delay. The accuracy of the deliveries surprised even Mr. Welly, who had planned it all, but it was all thanks to Teacher Quinns's efforts. Honestly, to resort to such measures just because we're short on time, what if it hadn't worked out? Teacher Quinns looked at Mr. Welly with exasperation. Indeed, it was a reckless method, but Teacher Quinns had rushed to the rear as soon as he saw Mr. Welly's plan might fail. He believed that while it might be impossible for others, he could support Mr. Welly's plan. This cooperation was possible because they understood each other's thoughts perfectly. The main supply convoy will arrive in a few days, but the final shipment included not only food, but also medicine and tents. Let's distribute the medicine. Welly, you handle the wounded soldiers. Yes, I got it. When Teacher Quinns gave instructions, Mr. Welly scratched his head and agreed. I'll help too. I volunteered. War is not just about soldiers. Supporting staff is essential. Since I can't fight, I should help with administrative tasks. Nonsense, Lady Romelia. You must be exhausted. Please rest for a bit. The forced march must have been hard on you. Teacher Quinns said, showing concern for me, but everyone had walked the same distance. I couldn't be the only one resting. Besides, you have your own tasks, lady. The final shipment also included your personal items brought by the maids. Please rest and prepare yourself. You might want to put on some makeup too. Makeup? Yes, your fatigue shows on your face. Do you plan to face the Palvik delegation looking so tired? Teacher Quinns pointed towards the city of Palvik, surrounded by walls. Palvik had opened its gates, and its residents were helping to accommodate and treat the wounded soldiers. From the gates, a group of soldiers in formal attire was approaching us. A little while ago, an envoy from Palvik had come to inform us that a formal delegation would come later. We needed to discuss matters with Palvik's nobility soon. Although some rudeness might be forgiven right after a battle, it's not wise to negotiate looking exhausted. We should present ourselves properly. Teacher Quinns was meticulous in his care. As I accepted Teacher Quinns's instructions, the envoy from Palvik arrived in front of me. "I am Zaltz, the commander of Palvik's garrison." He introduced himself. He was a man with a sun-tanned, rugged face. "Are you Lady Romelia, the Saint of Salvation?" "Yes, I am Romelia, but please just call me Romelia," I replied, rejecting the title of saint. While it was gratifying that our efforts were being recognized, I didn't want to be called a saint. I was not recognized as a saint by the Church of Salvation, the state religion of the Kingdom of Lionel. Being called a saint could cause friction with the church, and frankly, it was embarrassing. "Lady Romelia, thank you for coming to our aid. On behalf of Palvik, I extend my gratitude." Zaltz bowed deeply. "My lord, Lord Dunham, wishes to thank you personally. We also wish to host a modest banquet to honor you and your soldiers. Would you do us the honor of attending at my lord's residence?" "Thank you, I gratefully accept. However, could you give me a bit of time to finish accommodating the wounded soldiers first?" I responded, accepting Zaltz's invitation, but asking for some time. I knew it wasn't ideal to keep a noble waiting, but I couldn't ignore the soldiers who had risked their lives in battle. "Of course, let us assist you. We will clear the barracks for your use," Zaltz offered. "Thank you very much. We would appreciate that," I replied, accepting his offer to help with the wounded. I also instructed Teacher Quinns and Mr. Welly to prepare for our entry into Palvik. After the discussions and instructions, I found 2 women with blonde and black hair waiting by my side. They were maids Teacher Quinns had found. Layla with her curly blonde hair and freckles, and Teddy's with her long black hair and porcelain skin. "Are you done with your conversation, Lady Romelia? Let's get you changed right away. We'll brush your hair and do your makeup too," Layla and Teddy said cheerfully, with a smile, while I frowned. I was thinking of attending the banquet in my uniform. I meekly suggested, but the maids wouldn't hear of it. A young lady attending a noble's banquet in armor? Unthinkable. "Exactly, now let's get you into a dress. We have the one that Count Graham sent recently. That should do nicely." They pulled me into a tent, stripped off my armor and clothes, and dressed me in a whirlwind of activity that even I, accustomed to the battlefield, could only describe as lightning fast. In no time, I was in a dress, my hair styled, and my face made up. When I looked in the mirror, a refined lady stared back at me. My hair was neatly done, my face intricately made up, and the white dress, though simple, was elegant and of the latest fashion. There was nothing to criticize about the hairstyle, makeup, or dress. Yes, the hair, the makeup, and the dress. "It suits you, Miss Romelia." "You're stunning, Lady Romelia," Layla and Teddy's praised. But I knew it was just flattery. I knew that no matter how much effort they put in, I wasn't suited for such elegance. My hair was damaged from being outdoors every day, and my skin was tanned. The beautiful dress didn't suit my broad shoulders and small chest. If Princess Lou, my former companion, had this hairstyle, her glossy black hair would have stood out even more beautifully. If Ekaterina were to wear this dress, her voluptuous figure would have been more accentuated. If Elizabeth had done the same makeup, everyone would have turned to look at her. Compared to my acquaintances, I lacked any sort of allure. Sighing at my reflection in the mirror, I finally put on silk gloves and leave the tent. By then, the wounded soldiers had almost all been accommodated. Al and Ray, whom I had asked to help, returned. "Hey, Captain Rome, what's with the girly outfit?" Al teased. While Al's words weren't exactly kind, they were better than empty compliments. Ray, on the other hand, was frozen in place. As Ray stared at me, Al elbowed him back to reality, and he hurriedly spoke up. "You look very beautiful, Captain." Ray stammered, his voice cracking, but I wasn't about to get the wrong idea. Ray always praised me, and it was just the bias of someone close. I didn't have confidence in my appearance, so I couldn't genuinely enjoy excessive compliments. "Thank you, Ray," I said with a forced smile. "Get ready, both of you. There's a welcoming banquet in town. We'll enter with the soldiers." I instructed Al and Ray as we headed towards Palvik. Mr. Welly and the others were gathering the soldiers for entry. The Rome squad, the Cashew garrison, and the allied forces formed ranks and lined up. "Let's go," I commanded, leading the soldiers through Palvik's gate. We were greeted by thunderous applause and cheers from Palvik's residents as we entered. Confetti rained down on us from the gates and buildings, showering us with welcome. The welcoming townspeople were mostly children, the elderly, and women. The young men were all injured, wrapped in bandages. The entire town had fought and was on the brink of collapse, which made the welcome all the more enthusiastic. I, who was leading the way, turned my head to look at the soldiers behind me. All the soldiers stood tall, looking pleased. It was only natural, as this was the moment when the hardships of battle were rewarded. Behind the welcoming soldiers, there were also severely wounded individuals who couldn't stand on their own. They were being welcomed while being carried on carts and stretchers. Moving severely wounded soldiers is not ideal, but I wanted them to see this scene at all costs. I wanted them to feel proud that their actions, their fight, were worth risking their lives for, and that they had brought joy to the people. In the town square, meals were prepared, and I granted the soldiers permission to rest. The soldiers happily helped themselves to the food. It was a feast they hadn't had in a long time, and everyone enjoyed it with delight. The injured soldiers were taken to the Palvik garrison for treatment. Meanwhile, I, along with Al, Ray, and the members of the Rome squad, were guided by Captain Zaltz to the mansion where Lord Dunham awaited. Heading straight from the square towards the center of the town, we reached an area lined with noble residences. Continuing further, we arrived at the grand mansion of Lord Dunham, at the heart of Palvik. Passing through the open gates of the Dunham mansion, we walked through a magnificent garden and entered the mansion through open doors. Walking down a straight hallway, we emerged into a large hall. The hall was filled with long tables and chairs. The tables were adorned with lavish dishes and cups of wine, and the chairs were occupied by gentlemen and ladies dressed in formal attire. At the far end of the hall was a large, long table, and behind it was an intricately carved chair where a short, dark-faced middle-aged man sat. "Lady Romelia, thank you for coming. I am Dunham, the Lord of Palvik." The man who had been sitting in the intricately carved chair stood up and introduced himself. "Thank you for inviting me, Lord Dunham." "Not at all. It is I who should be grateful. Thank you for saving the town and its people. Although it is modest, we have prepared a banquet. Please enjoy yourself to your heart's content today." When Lord Dunham clapped his hands, an orchestra began to play, and the banquet started. The banquet was in full swing. In the center of the hall, tables were moved aside, and dancing had begun. I was given a seat to the right of Lord Dunham, and while sipping a citrus-flavored drink, I watched the people dance. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, perhaps from the joy of surviving the war. Among the dancers were Al and Ray. "Well, Lady Romelia, those two are quite good, aren't they?" Lord Dunham, sitting to my left, spoke up. Al's dancing was bold and flamboyant. On the other hand, Ray was more technical, with sharp footwork. People with good physical coordination excel at everything they do. However, the clothes those two are wearing are not something you see even in the royal capital. Lord Dunham didn't miss noticing the outfits Al and Ray were wearing. It wouldn't do to dance in armor stained with blood, so I had the members of the Rome squad change into the clothes we brought. Al was wearing a black outfit with red decorative cloth, while Ray's outfit had blue decorative cloth, making them both look quite gallant. "Yes, we've had more opportunities to be invited to banquets, so we had them made." "I see. That shiny fabric looks like silk from Belia, and the design seems to be from the country of Parasua, known for its art, isn't it?" "Exactly, you're right." I nodded in response. As expected of the lord of a trading town like Palvik, Lord Dunham had a discerning eye. Indeed, as one would expect from Cashew, the gateway to the kingdom. With the port of Eileen, there must be nothing you cannot obtain. Lord Dunham's words were an exaggeration. However, compared to 3 years ago, Cashew had indeed developed significantly. It was all thanks to Selor from the Yalmark Trading Company. The trading company's sharp strategist quickly built the port and arranged for ships. The port is now called Eileen Port and is filled with textiles from the east, tropical fruits, spices, and rare items from around the world. Cashew has now achieved economic prosperity comparable to the royal capital. Thanks to you, Lady Romelia, the threat of the Demon King's army has been removed from this land. Palvik, as a trading town, is also looking to establish a trade route with Cashew. Could you write a letter of introduction to the Yalmark Trading Company for us? Of course, we would also like to join the Romelia alliance. In the midst of the banquet, Lord Dunham brought up a business proposal and the possibility of joining the alliance. It's a generous offer, but I would write the letter of introduction even without joining the alliance. I understood the desire to establish a trade route with the rapidly developing Cashew, but I had no intention of making it a condition for joining the alliance. Good business partners are always welcome. No, we cannot afford to fall behind the other lords by missing out on joining the most economically thriving Romelia alliance. I couldn't help but smile wryly at Lord Dunham's words. The so-called Romelia alliance was initially a military alliance for mutual aid against the Demon King's army. However, it has now taken on an economic aspect as well. Originally, it was a desperate measure I came up with. As a basic principle of a military alliance, when faced with a threat, member territories are obliged to send soldiers and provide food, weapons, and funds in exchange for receiving assistance. However, the territories I allied with were mostly small noble lands on the frontier. They were already struggling with the threat of the Demon King's army and had no surplus to support the alliance. To strengthen the alliance, I needed to help them build their strength first. Fortunately, I had Eileen Port. The rapidly developing Cashew and Eileen Port lacked everything. Building inns for trading merchants required timber, and sturdy roads and bridges needed stone. A large number of horses were necessary for supporting trade, and those horses needed a lot of fodder. Moreover, considering the future, we needed to establish industries for exporting goods overseas through the port. I ordered the Allied territories to supply these materials and encouraged the development of export-oriented products. Several places have prospered by joining the Romelia alliance. Moreover, we would like to establish new relations with the Graham Count family through this opportunity. When Lord Dunham mentioned my family, the Graham Count family, I couldn't help but grimace. However, the so-called Romelia alliance is not unrelated to my family, the Graham Count family. In fact, it is deeply connected. To help the local lords build their strength, I sought to create industries. But starting industries required initial investment. I had Teacher Quinns and Mr. Welly persuade my father, Count Graham, to invest in the Allied territories for industrial development. My father, always quick to sense a profitable opportunity, promptly invested the funds. With the invested funds, workshops were built, and the Allied territories began to attract people, goods, and money, bringing sudden prosperity to the regions. As a result, more territories sought to join the alliance. However, it would be troublesome if they joined only seeking aid. I understand there might be some misunderstanding, but we are not joining the alliance just for the aid. Our primary concern is dealing with the Demon King's army. Lord Dunham explained his reasons for wanting to join the alliance. But, Lord Dunham, there are hardly any remnants of the Demon King's army left in the kingdom. I don't think there's a need to join the alliance anymore. I pointed out that the alliance's purpose was becoming obsolete. After 3 years of continuous battles, we had almost completely eradicated the Demon King's army. Especially in today's battle, we managed to take down 3,000 demons. The number of the Demon King's army remaining in the country is minimal. I intend to disband the Allied army soon and return to Cashew with the soldiers. When I spoke about my future plans, Lord Dunham smiled broadly. As expected of Lady Romelia, you see things clearly. You understand that maintaining the Allied army after the Demon King's army is defeated would lead to a conflict with the royal family. Lord Dunham nodded emphatically. I was a bit taken aback that he had read my intentions so accurately. By defeating the Demon King's army, we had gained the support of both the people and the nobility, amassing significant power. This was necessary to defeat the Demon King's army, but from the royal family's perspective, it made us a potential threat. If we continued to maintain unnecessary military strength after the Demon King's army was no longer a threat, the royal family might view us as dangerous, and a conflict could arise. Therefore, I planned to disband the army before it came to that. If Lady Romelia is looking that far ahead, then we must join the alliance. Lord Dunham broached the subject of joining the alliance once more, even though it's about to disband. But Lady Romelia, it's the allied army that's disbanding, not the alliance itself, correct? Once again, Lord Dunham had accurately grasped my intentions. Indeed, even if the allied army disbanded, I plan to keep the alliance itself intact. Even though its initial purpose is complete, the Romelia alliance will still be needed. True, we may have eliminated the Demon King's army within our country. However, many of his forces still remain on the Axis continent. To the north, the supposedly impregnable Gangaruga fortress has fallen into the hands of the demons, and further in lies Lobarn, which they've turned into a stronghold. No one can guarantee that the Demon King's army won't launch another attack from the north. Lord Dunham's insight was commendable. I, too, believed the Demon King's army would not remain idle. Is there a chance the Demon King's army might invade again? However, I spoke against my true thoughts. I didn't want to be accused of stirring up public fear to justify the alliance. I've heard the northern borders are well defended. I emphasized the kingdom's solid defenses. Indeed, the kingdom's defenses were robust. Currently, along the border facing the Demon King's territory stood the fortress known as the Gates of Gazar, guarded by General Zarya's Black Hawk Knights. The border defenses are certainly strong, but nothing is absolute. If the Demon King's army invades again, it won't be the kingdom we'll rely on, but you. Lord Dunham seemed to trust us more than the kingdom that hadn't come to our aid. Besides, I don't believe Lady Romelia's goal is merely to defeat the Demon King's army within our borders, correct? Lord Dunham, that's... No need to spell it out. This isn't something to be discussed openly. Lord Dunham interrupted me. Indeed, I aimed not only to eliminate the Demon King's forces within our borders, but also to eradicate those that had infiltrated the Axis continent. Ideally, I wanted to cross the sea, invade the Demon continent, and rescue the captives. But this involved national politics, and it wasn't something a mere count's daughter should speak of. In any case, I intend to repay the debt I owe to Lady Romelia in another form. Lord Dunham gave a meaningful smile. That's a very generous offer. I replied cautiously. Lord Dunham's words were indeed appreciated. To influence national policy, many supporters are needed. Even one backer is invaluable. Understood. I will agree to join the alliance and write a letter of introduction to Sir Yor. I verbally agreed to the alliance and promised to write the letter of introduction. As I conversed with Lord Dunham, the music in the hall ended, and Al and Ray returned with their dance partners. That was a splendid dance, Lord Albion. I'm not done dancing yet. Indeed, Lord Raven, could we have another dance? The two ladies, their voices passionate, were gently declined by Al and Ray, who claimed to be thirsty. The two accepted wine goblets and sat beside me. You've become quite the dancers, Lord Albion, Lord Raven. Please stop it, Captain Rome. Al made a displeased face when I teased him. In the 3-year war against the Demon King's army, Al and Ray were knighted. They changed their names accordingly, but they disliked the formal titles, so I used them for teasing. We are quite exhausted, though. Al murmured and Ray sighed. They both seemed exhausted. Are the heroes of the battlefield having trouble with the ladies? I laughed and both Al and Ray frowned. It can't be helped, Lady Romelia. We've already danced with 10 pairs. Yes, while we can punch enemies, we can't do the same with ladies. Ray drooped and Al said something rather alarming, but it was understandable. Everyone knew their names now, and many women admired them. Additionally, in Palvik, many men were drafted into war, and many lost their lives. Thus, young men were scarce, and the soldiers were in high demand as dance partners. And how did it go? How did what go? Al responded to my question with confusion. He was as dense as ever. Your dance partners, they were quite charming, weren't they? They were noble ladies. We're not suitable matches. Al responded sensibly. Even though they were now knights, Al and Ray had been commoners until a few years ago. Marrying a noble was usually out of the question. No, that's not necessarily true. Lord Dunham, who had been listening, countered. Indeed, those two are barons' daughters, but both come from military families. With your battlefield reputation, you'd be welcomed, not made to feel out of place. I nodded at Lord Dunham's words. How about it? Those two would be a good match. If you'd like, I can arrange it. Lord Dunham was quite assertive. He likely aimed to win Al and Ray over. As long as the threat of the Demon King's army remains, I have no intention of settling down. I'm with Al. I will always stay by Lady Romelia's side. Al and Ray firmly declined Lord Dunham's offer. They were always like this. Despite many women approaching them, they never considered relationships. Even potential good matches were turned down. While it was reassuring they weren't swayed by seduction, I wanted to attend their weddings and hold their children, but it seemed that opportunity was far off. Captain Rome, what about you? Isn't it time you settled down? Al retaliated, likely as payback for my teasing. Me? I'm past the suitable age, and no man would want a woman with such a bad reputation. I shook my head. I was already over 20. Being in the military was also problematic. A young woman in a male-dominated environment was seen poorly. In the capital's social circles, I was rumored to be a scandalous woman chasing men. Marrying someone like me would bring them trouble. Honestly, I thought I'd never marry. That's not true. Many families would be happy to have you as a wife, Lady Romelia. Lord Dunham denied my resignation. For instance, how about my family? I have 3 sons, though none are here. You can take your pick. Lord Dunham introduced his sons as if they were goods. I could only laugh. You'd make enemies of the royal family. I gently admonished him. Since the broken engagement, the royal family had tried to erase my existence. My leading soldiers and being celebrated as a saint by the people must have displeased them. But doesn't the Romelia Knights bear your name, yet officially has no connection? That is true. I nodded at Lord Dunham's words. Though called the Romelia Knights, I had no authority or command. In the records of the Cashew Defense Force, my name wasn't listed. The commander was Albion and the vice commander was Raven. Officially, I was nobody. If anything, I was just a count's daughter visiting the soldiers. So, it doesn't matter who you marry, right? It's not that simple, though unofficially I lead the soldiers. I shook my head at Lord Dunham's words. To punish the Cashew Defense Force, they decided to hold me accountable for my crimes. They aimed to take down the Cashew Defense Force by accusing me. Despite dividing our roles to prevent such political and legal interference, the soldiers still follow my orders. If I strengthen my ties with the nobility, the royal family won't be pleased. We can't afford to make enemies. Besides, the church sees me as a target as well. I pointed out the poor relationship with the Holy Church of Salvation, the national religion of this country. The root cause of my broken engagement with Prince Henry was the discord between me and Elizabeth, the church's sanctioned saint. After defeating the demon king Zelgius, Saint Elizabeth announced her engagement to Prince Henry and held a grand wedding that same year. Now, as the queen, she has 2 princes and a strong connection with the church, making her position unshakable. She's a presence fittingly called the mother of the nation. Elizabeth despises me, and the church does not recognize the people's calling me a saint. They'd probably label me a witch if they could. Moreover, my training of healers without permission at the Khersa monastery became an issue, leading to Priest Note being excommunicated and the monastery being destroyed by Cardinal Firmin, the church's de facto leader. The students of Priest Note and healers from all over who joined me were ready to face excommunication to follow me. I've heard of the friction with the church. I was outraged by the excommunication of Priest Note, who saved many lives. Even in this city, many people oppose the current state of the church. Lord Dunham criticized the church, but this was a dangerous topic. Lord, that's enough. Oops, I misspoke. At my warning, Lord Dunham hurriedly shut his mouth. Indeed, the current church is soaked in greed. They demand high donations for healing and turn away the poor, even if they're injured. Many people criticize this approach, and voices against Cardinal Firmin, seen as the embodiment of greed, are growing. However, this concerns the national religion, and we shouldn't speak carelessly. Returning to our topic, Lady Romelia, you are the daughter of the Graham family, correct? Surely many families wish to be connected with the Graham family. That's the biggest problem. I'm just a wayward daughter who left home and does as she pleases. Lord Dunham brought up my family name, but I told him the relationship with my family was the worst. Breaking off my engagement with Prince Henry greatly tarnished the family name, making me a pariah in the Graham household. Leading an army only worsened things, with relatives calling me disgraceful and demanding my disownment. Father never said anything directly, but I doubt he thinks well of me. However, isn't Lord Graham funding the Romelia alliance? True, he supports us financially, but only because it's profitable. I shook my head at Lord Dunham's words. Father is tight with money, supporting only because there's profit. Though he acts as a patron in the borderlands, he doesn't openly acknowledge my activities, fearing the royal family's reaction. He pretends to be troubled by his wayward daughter. It's quite two-faced, but perhaps it's his unique political sense. I don't have a good relationship with my family or my father. Marrying me won't bring any benefits from the Graham family. Not wanting any misunderstandings, I made my strained relationship with my family clear. I've heard various rumors about the Graham family's parent-child relationship in the social circles. Lord Dunham nodded solemnly, pondering what he'd heard. I don't mean to meddle in others' family affairs, but as a parent myself, parental love often doesn't reach the child. Is that so? I'm good at reading others, but I can't figure out what my father is thinking. Love is something that often doesn't get communicated well. I contemplated Lord Dunham's words. Honestly, I don't know if my father loves me or if I love him. I understand resentment, jealousy, calculation, and lust easily, but love eludes me. Having a daughter who rescues and helps others, Lord Graham must be proud. The statues, books, and plays he sponsors show that. I frowned at the mention of the statues, books, and plays my father created. Those are just for fame and income. I denied it firmly. I don't mind him acting as a patron, but using statues, books, and plays for popularity bothers me. Those statues aren't even accurate. I didn't hide my disgust. The statues he built resemble me in the face but have an exaggerated body. I'm taller, my chest is 30% larger, my waist is enviably slim, and my legs are long. It's an idealized version of myself, but I don't want it immortalized in a statue. Seeing those, people wouldn't recognize me in person. Really, I thought they were quite similar. In what way? And writing romance novels about me is troublesome. I recalled the recent romance novels. They feature a lady called the Lily of the Valley, admired by 20 knights in a beautiful but fleeting love story. The lily is my favorite flower and is on the Cashew Defense Force's banner. The 20 knights are obviously based on my squad. Oh, that book is popular in Palvik too. Today, some ladies wanted your autograph, Lady Romelia. Please stop. Meeting readers, they ask who my favorite is, but I have none. I shook my head in distress. Indeed, the romance seems highly fictional, but what about the plays? Aren't they closer to reality? Lord Dunham brought up the plays currently showing. What are you talking about? They're complete lies. I firmly denied it. The statues and novels are bad, but the plays are worse. I went to see one, and it was public humiliation. It was so embellished and fabricated that I couldn't recognize myself. They depicted me nursing wounded soldiers and single-handedly facing armies to save people. It was too embarrassing to watch until the end. Statues, novels, and plays, all full of lies and fabrications. Yet, to my horror, they are hugely popular. The plays are sold out, the books keep selling, and the statues are romantic meeting spots. It's said that confessing love in front of my statue ensures eternal love. However, I, who had my engagement with Prince Henry broken and no romantic prospects, find it absurd. Though I'm almost disowned, I wish he'd stop profiting off his daughter. As I showed my resentment towards my father, Lord Dunham laughed. But because of Lord Graham's efforts, you're welcomed wherever you go. I had to agree with Lord Dunham's words. Many lords dislike foreign troops entering their lands. Some don't want a woman helping them either. Initially, there was much resistance to my military alliance because I'm a woman. But as our activities became known through books and plays, the resistance turned to welcome. There's no better way to spread our activities. Perhaps my father cares for me in his own way. For a brief moment, I felt a surge of affection for my father. However, memories of his glorified statue, the fabricated love stories, and the falsified plays quickly washed it away. No, definitely not. I thought it's absolutely not. It's all for money. The more popular he became, the more books sold, and the more people attended the plays. That's all there is to it. I quickly resolved my family issues and stopped thinking about it. The banquet hosted by Viscount Dunham continued, but I decided to leave. Excuse me, Viscount Dunham, I'll be retiring for the night. Oh, already? I was hoping to hear more from you. I apologize. I'd love to stay, but I've been pushing through nights without sleep, and I might fall asleep here. I didn't realize. A room has been prepared for you, please let me guide you. Thank you, but before I rest, I would like to visit the injured soldiers. I declined his offer with a bow. On the nights after a battle, I always visit the wounded. That's commendable. Just as described in the books and plays, you are a true saint. No, I'm just checking on them. The healing is left to the healers. I laughed off Viscount Dunham's words. When the Cashew Defense Force was smaller, there were few with medical knowledge, so I had no choice but to treat the injured myself. The dramatized scenes in the plays likely stem from those days. However, as the Cashew Defense Force grew, the battles became fiercer and the number of injured soldiers increased. It's no longer possible for me to treat everyone alone. My job is not to personally treat the injured, but to gather many skilled healers and save the soldiers without staining my own hands with blood. Then, Viscount Dunham, I'll excuse myself. As I bowed, Alan Ray also stood up. Whenever I go out, someone from the Rome squad always accompanies me as a guard. We have many enemies, so this is a precaution against assassination attempts. Accompanied by the two, I visited the barracks of the Palvik Defense Force, where the injured were gathered. The barracks had been turned into a makeshift clinic, with wounded soldiers lying on beds, groaning in pain. Seeing the suffering soldiers made my heart ache. Lady Romelia. One of the soldiers noticed me and struggled to sit up. Following him, the other soldiers also noticed and began to rise one by one. Please, don't strain yourselves. Are you all okay? When I asked, the soldiers who had been in pain moments before smiled, as if they had forgotten their suffering. A man with a blood-stained bandage around his abdomen raised his arms to show he was okay, and another with a bandage around his head smiled and answered. Everyone, you fought well today. I will never forget your bravery. It was truly a valiant fight. When I praised the soldiers, they were overjoyed and cried tears of happiness. I spoke to each one, comforting their injuries and praising their bravery. As I held their hands and spoke to them, the soldiers wept with joy. However, seeing their smiles made me feel like my heart was cracking. Despite denying being called a saint, I act like one in front of the soldiers. By behaving in a way that makes them see me as a saint, I can inspire them and boost their morale. I am using their admiration and trust. I felt sick of myself for using their hearts so conveniently, but this was still the easier part. More difficult trials awaited me. As I spoke to the wounded soldiers, I made my way to the back of the barracks. The further I went, the less lively the soldiers became. Instead, low moans of pain filled the air. The severely injured were in the back. As I spoke to the severely injured, I found a soldier lying down, accompanied by a friend. I went over to him and looked at his face. The soldier was pale from blood loss and breathing shallowly. It was clear he wouldn't survive. Despite the healer's efforts, some lives couldn't be saved. This soldier was in a miraculous state, barely alive. Hey, Countess, wake up, Lady Romelia is here, open your eyes. His friend called out, but Countess no longer had the strength to respond. Countess, can you hear me? I knelt beside Countess and called out. It was doubtful if he could hear anything. But when I spoke, his eyelids fluttered slightly and he opened his eyes faintly. Lady Romelia. Countess weakly called my name. I had seen this scene many times before. When I speak, many soldiers on the brink of death open their eyes. It's a miraculous scene that the playwrights love to depict. But this isn't because I have miraculous powers. They were just waiting for me, clinging to life on the brink of death. You fought well, Countess. I saw your efforts. I praised Countess. Of course it was a lie. There's no way I could watch each soldier's actions on a vast battlefield. It was just to give some comfort to a dying soldier. Countess moved his right hand. I removed my glove and took his hand. His hand was shockingly cold and weak. As a single tear ran down Countess' face, his hand suddenly grew heavy and lifeless. Countess had just died. It felt as though my hand had drained the life out of him. Rest in peace, Countess. Take your time and rest. I spoke to the deceased Countess, placed my hand over his face, and closed his eyelids. I witnessed the deaths of 53 soldiers and finished visiting the wounded before returning to Viscount Dunham's mansion. Accompanied by Al and Ray, I walked down the deserted corridors towards the room prepared for me. The banquet was still ongoing in the hall, and I could hear lively music and laughter. Outside, bonfires were lit, and soldiers were celebrating their victory. Victory is a strange thing. On the one hand, there is the feast of victory, and on the other, there are those who are wounded, who cry out in pain, and who die. Of course, it's natural to celebrate survival and victory. Those who survived have the right to rejoice. They drink and sing, remembering their fallen comrades. As I listened to the victory songs, I thought about arranging a mass funeral for those who died in battle. At that moment, I realized I didn't know the exact number of war casualties. By the way, Ray, you received a report while we were visiting the wounded, didn't you? I remembered the report. Ray had received it because my hands were full at the time. It was probably from Teacher Quinn's and Teacher Welly. Yes, that's correct. It's a report from Teacher Quinn's. Show it to me. There's something I need to take care of. I reached out my gloved hand to Ray. But Ray didn't hand over the report. Ray, give it to me. No, you must be exhausted. You haven't been sleeping well recently. Even though I ordered him, Ray pointed out my fatigue instead of giving me the report. That's the same for you too, isn't it? We are trained for this. Besides, visiting the wounded has taken a toll on your mind, hasn't it? Ray correctly identified my mental exhaustion. Indeed, witnessing deaths is tough. But I didn't want my weakness pointed out by a soldier. Be quiet, just give it to me. There are things I need to do today. I asserted my right as commander, but my loyal knight didn't comply. In books and plays, my orders are absolute, with loyalty so deep they'd kiss my feet. But in reality, there's this disobedience. Books and plays are full of lies. Don't you understand that Teacher Quinn's and Teacher Welly's reports are urgent? I mentioned my mentors. Their reports are always accurate and should be reviewed immediately. These are the words of the teachers. Lady Romelia, since you must be tired, it's fine to look at this report tomorrow. They also said there are no problems, so please rest easy. I frowned at the words I heard from Ray. Even so, there are tasks only I can handle. Hand it over quickly. I tried to take the report from Ray, but he held it above his head, out of my reach. With his tall stature, there was no way I could reach it. Hey, Ray, give it to me. Sit down. I commanded him to kneel, but Ray didn't comply. Al, say something to him. I turned to Al, who was watching. Only Al could stand up to Ray. However, the man who led the cashew guard scratched his chin and looked away from me. Well, isn't Ray right? I think you should rest. Even Al betrayed me. I had no allies. Also, Captain Rome, I hate to say it, but you look pale. If that's how you look with makeup, it's pretty bad. Can you make the right decisions with such a tired body? With Al saying this, I couldn't argue anymore. Understood, but please, at least show me the casualty report. I can't sleep without knowing that. I asked about the casualties from the recent battle, which were likely listed in the report. I needed to know how many died under my command. Honestly, I think it's better not to know before you sleep. Al muttered, but he looked at Ray with a resigned expression. Ray reluctantly opened the report. 729. Ray answered briefly, with the number of casualties. But I didn't just want to hear the numbers. I reached out, indicating with my eyes for him to give me the report listing the fallen soldiers. Just this. Ray reluctantly handed me a single sheet from the stack of reports. It listed about 100 casualties from the cashew guard. Most of the fallen were allied soldiers who had come from the provinces. Including those who died from their injuries, nearly 800 soldiers were lost. Considering we faced a superior enemy, keeping the losses under 1,000 could be seen as a great victory. But human lives aren't just numbers. Each of them had a life of their own, yet they gathered in response to my call and fought bravely. I bowed my head in silence, mourning the soldiers' deaths, but I couldn't stay sad forever. There were things I had to do. For now, I should rest as they suggested. To work again tomorrow, I needed to rest today. Let's go. I arrived in front of the prepared room. Inside, my maids Layla and Teddy's should be waiting. Once inside, I just needed to remove my makeup, change out of my dress, and lie down on the soft bed. It had been a long time since I slept in a bed. During the relentless marches, we couldn't even carry tents. Just sleeping on a soft bed felt like heaven. Al and Ray, who accompanied me to the room, didn't leave immediately but stood in front of the door. Are you two on duty tonight? Yes, we'll switch with others later. Ray answered when I asked. Whenever I slept, someone from the Rome squad always stood guard in my bedroom. In the romantic novels about me, there are always stories of affairs with the knights on guard. But in reality, that never happened, and no man ever entered my bedroom. Even though I've been in a male-dominated environment since forming the Knights, I've never felt endangered as a woman. I always kept a dagger under my pillow, ready to kill any miscreant, but I've never had to use it. By the way, Captain Rome, about what we talked about earlier. Just as I was about to say goodnight and enter my room, Al spoke up. Earlier. The marriage talk. No matter who you marry, I'll make sure you're happy. I reflected on Al's words and thought them over. Al, don't you think that's a strange way to propose? I tilted my head. If he said, marry me and I'll make you happy, it would be quite passionate. But saying he'll ensure my happiness no matter who I marry, what does that mean? I don't intend to get involved with you romantically, but I'll ensure you're happy, no matter who you marry. Al answered confidently, specifically how? I'll kill anyone who threatens your happiness and remove all obstacles. Al declared, clenching his fist. That's heavy love. Ray, say something. Indeed, Al, you're wrong. Cool-headed Ray pointed out Al's mistake. No matter who Romelia marries, Ray here will make her happy, is a mistake. Al glared back at Ray with clenched fists. Well, I didn't know you could talk so big. You're the only one who doesn't know. Everyone else knows. Ray countered Al's provocation. These two, really? Stop it. I intervened before they started fighting. They straightened up immediately. Yes, we'll stop. They answered in unison and ceased their quarrel. Really, are these two friends or foes? But continuing the marriage talk seemed pointless. More importantly, in today's battle, we managed to defeat most of the Demon King's army left in this country. I changed the subject, talking about today's achievements. It was a fierce battle, but this victory was significant. With this battle, most of the Demon King's army remaining in Lionel Kingdom were defeated. Exterminating the Demon King's army has been our long-cherished goal, but achieving it might make the royal family see us as a problem. I'm considering disbanding the allied forces soon. Be prepared for that. When I mentioned disbanding, Al and Ray exchanged looks. Lady Romelia, you've been talking about disbanding for a while. Are you really going to do it? Ray asked anxiously. Yes, I am. With the Demon King's army gone, there's no reason to maintain the allied forces. However, the alliance itself will remain. In these troubled times, the nobles need to stay united. The alliance will serve as a good reason for that. I briefly explained to the two. The so-called Romelia alliance would complete its initial purpose and transform into something new. For me, I wanted to use this alliance as my base. But I couldn't afford to be seen as a threat by the royal family. Temporarily disbanding the allied forces was necessary. What will happen to us? Al looked worried, his usual bravado gone. Don't worry about the future. Our relationship won't change much. We'll return to Cashew for training until we're needed again. Training? Captain Rome's training is tough. Al grimaced while laughing. Don't be so soft, but don't worry, we'll need our strength again soon. I made a little prediction, looking at the northern night sky. Far beyond this sky to the north was the stronghold of the demons, Raven. I didn't think the Demon King's army would stay quiet. No, maybe they were already preparing their counterattack. Chapter 2. Defeating the Demon King's army, only to face a new challenge. In the office of King Henry of the Lionel Kingdom, about 10 retainers were gathered around the Hero King, carrying out official duties. The room was filled with tension, like a tightly strung wire. The civil and military officials were sweating profusely, while all eyes were fixed on Henry, who was trembling with anger as he read the report handed to him by a subordinate. What is this report? Henry hurled the report at the officials with a furious shout. Every report he received was filled with bad news. I ordered financial reconstruction, yet there hasn't been any improvement. Henry glared at the civil officials. The kingdom's finances were in dire straits. Tax revenue was decreasing, and the treasury was nearly empty. However, part of the blame lay with Henry himself. When he first ascended to the throne, he indulged in numerous garden parties and banquets, wasting money. After realizing the financial crisis, he cut back on these expenditures and initiated fiscal reforms, but they hadn't succeeded. The newly developed gold mine isn't producing as much gold as expected. We'll have to raise taxes if we want to make any improvements. 2 civil officials explained the reasons for the failure and proposed solutions. I've told you before, we can't do that. Raising taxes might be the quickest way to fix our finances, but we need to address the root cause of our problems first. The Church of Salvation is taking too much in donations. Henry rejected the tax increase and pointed out the national church's issue. The church had been constantly renovating and expanding the cathedral, costing enormous amounts of money. These costs were covered by donations, and the kingdom made substantial contributions. Renovating the cathedral is fine, but every year, and the use of donation funds is opaque. Has the church agreed to add auditors sent by the kingdom to their accounts? Henry questioned the official responsible for negotiating with the church. The church's use of donation funds was not disclosed, and rumors of embezzlement by clergy were widespread. Some believed that certain church members were enriching themselves through the annual renovations and expansions, and the kingdom needed to address this to rebuild its finances. However, the retainer in charge of negotiations with the church averted his eyes and broke into a cold sweat. They said that the house of God is sacred and inviolable. They're using the royal family's money. How dare they say such a thing? Henry pounded his desk in fury. This is why they're being criticized for being money grubbers. Henry shouted, recounting the criticism from the people. Since the defeat of the Demon King, the Church of Salvation had grown more powerful than ever. Saint Elizabeth, a member of the church, had defeated the Demon King alongside Henry and then married him to become the queen, enhancing the church's authority. As a result, the church had gained many new followers, but some of them had started to criticize the church's corruption. The royal family did not want to antagonize the powerful church. However, to rebuild the finances and quell the public's criticism, they wanted to reform the church, but the church had no intention of cooperating. Cardinal Firmin. Henry thought of Cardinal Firmin, the de facto leader of the church and known as the epitome of greed, but there was nothing he could do about him at the moment. Enough of this, what about the demon army cleanup? Henry asked the military officer in charge of the demon army cleanup. 3 years ago, Henry had defeated General Gale, who had invaded the kingdom, and routed the demon army at the Dacan Plain. However, the losses were significant, and many demons escaped as they couldn't be pursued. When Henry ascended the throne, he promised the people he would immediately eradicate the remaining demon army. However, this promise had yet to be fulfilled. Where is the cleanup army now? How many demon army remnants have they defeated? Henry asked about the status of the cleanup army. The cleanup army was a unit formed by gathering knights from various knight orders to eradicate the demon army remnants. Currently, the cleanup army is stationed in the north, in Peshar. Wait, Peshar, they were there 30 days ago. The cleanup of Peshar should be finished by now. Henry stopped the officer. The officer looked nervous. The knight orders are not following their commander's orders and are rebelling. What? How can knights sworn to the kingdom not follow the king's orders? Henry raised his voice in anger. The cleanup army was not functioning properly because the knights were not obeying the orders of the commander appointed by Henry, causing delays. It's General Zarya's doing again. Henry cursed angrily. During the battle at the Dacan Plain, Henry had clashed with General Zarya, and their conflict continued. Zarya, a long-serving general, had strong influence over the knight orders. The dysfunction of the cleanup army was due to Zarya's interference. Damn that old man. Even after banishing him to the gate of Guzzle, he's still causing trouble. Henry pounded his desk again. To weaken Zarya's influence, Henry had banished him and his Black Hawk Knight Order to the gate of Guzzle, the northern border facing the demon-controlled territory. But from afar, Zarya was still obstructing the cleanup army's actions. Wait, wasn't Palvik asking for aid? I ordered reinforcements to be sent 30 days ago. Surely, they haven't failed to respond. Henry realized something alarming. It took 10 days to travel from Peshar to Palvik. If they had left when ordered, they would have arrived in time, but the cleanup army was still in Peshar. This meant, no, they haven't gone to aid them. What, does that mean Palvik has fallen? Henry was stunned. Palvik had strong walls but couldn't hold out alone. Despite Zarya's interference, the failure to act was ultimately Henry's responsibility as king. Your Majesty, Palvik is safe. Reinforcements arrived in time, and it did not fall. One of the civil officials stepped forward to report the city's safety. Really? That's good news. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Which knight order saved them? Or was it the nearby garrison? Henry asked, and the official averted his gaze. Was it that person? Was it that person again? Henry deduced the answer from the official's behavior, but he didn't want to say the name. With the kingdom under threat from the demon army, there were few resources available to send reinforcements. Only one exception existed. Yes, the Romelia Knight Order, led by Lady Romelia, saved Palvik. At the mention of the name, Henry's anger reached its peak. Curse her, Romelia, Romelia, Romelia again. Henry was furious. With the church demanding donations and the Knight Orders disobeying commands, everything was infuriating, but Romelia's existence was the most aggravating of all. After Henry's hard-fought victory against the demon army, Romelia had suddenly appeared and started hunting down the demon army remnants. Now, she was being called a saint. Damn her. Once again, she's stolen the glory of victory from me. Henry raged, pounding the desk a third time. But your majesty, Palvik has been saved. We should be pleased with this result. Fool. It should be the kingdom saving the people, not that woman, to let her take all the credit. And the people, why do they worship her as a saint? Henry couldn't understand the people's minds. He had defeated Demon King Zelgius, killed General Gale, and routed the demon army. Yet, the people only praised Romelia and complained about high taxes. Damn it, can't any of you solve a single problem? This is why Romelia keeps stealing our glory. Henry looked at the assembled civil and military officials, but the kingdom's top retainers only looked down and sweated in silence. Henry was about to speak again to his silent subordinate when the office door opened, and a woman entered. The woman, dressed in a white gown with a silver tiara on her head, was his wife and queen, Elizabeth. What is this commotion? I could hear the noise from outside. What are you doing here, Elizabeth? I am in the middle of my duties. Henry's words became even sharper as Elizabeth sighed upon entering. Seeing his beloved wife did not bring peace to Henry's heart. Since their marriage, his relationship with Elizabeth had only worsened. They had started clashing frequently, and their conversations had dwindled. Have you forgotten? You have a meeting with the ambassador from the kingdom of Hurrian today. Henry recalled her reminder. It wasn't good to keep the ambassador from the powerful kingdom of Hurrian waiting, but there was still time before the meeting. Isn't it early for you to be here? Indeed, there is still time. How about some tea in the meantime? I don't want any tea. No, you need to take a break. Do you intend to enter negotiations in such a frazzled state? Henry scowled at his wife's pointed remark. As frustrating as it was, she was right. Frowning would not lead to successful negotiations. Everyone, leave us. Elizabeth dismissed the retainers, who sighed in relief and exited the room. Their retreating figures annoyed Henry, but he watched them leave without a word. In their place, Elizabeth's maid entered with a tea cart. As the maid prepared to pour tea, Elizabeth stopped her with a gesture and dismissed her. She took the teapot herself, mixing several kinds of tea leaves before pouring hot water. Here you go, Your Majesty. The Queen offered the tea she had prepared herself. Henry accepted it grudgingly. He didn't want to drink it, but the fragrant aroma tickled his nostrils. Before he knew it, he had taken a sip. The floral, fresh scent filled his mouth, the liquid slightly sweet with a refreshing aftertaste like a meadow. After one sip, he exhaled and groaned. Delicious. Henry suppressed the words that almost escaped his lips and looked at Elizabeth. Recently, Elizabeth had become skilled at making tea. During their journey to defeat the Demon King, she couldn't even cook properly, and her tea was either too weak or too strong. But about 2 years ago, she had taken an interest in tea, and now her skills were so renowned that her tea parties were popular among the nobility. Looking at the tea cart, he saw dozens of small bottles filled with dried herbs and medicinal plants. It was not only delicious, but also tailored to soothe Henry's irritable state. As Elizabeth had intended, Henry felt completely calm and his anger dissipated. How are Alan and Ariel? Henry asked about their 2 sons. Though his relationship with Elizabeth had cooled, he still loved his children. He wanted to divorce his wife, but for the sake of the royal family's reputation, the church, and especially the children, they had to stay together. They are napping. They are sleeping well. Talking about the children brought a smile to Elizabeth's face. Thinking of the children made Henry smile too. Your Majesty, please don't be too harsh on the retainers. Elizabeth gently admonished him about the earlier confrontation. Henry could only grimace at being told this when he was feeling a bit better. But they are useless. They can't accomplish anything I command. The financial crisis isn't resolved, and the suppression army is still dysfunctional. But they aren't lying. They don't report failures because they want to. Henry scowled even more at Elizabeth's words. As a ruler, those who tell the truth are invaluable. If you rejoice in false reports, people will only tell lies. When surrounded by lies, you can no longer discern the truth. Yes, I understand that. Henry grudgingly acknowledged Elizabeth's words. Now that he had calmed down, he reflected that he might have been too harsh. The financial troubles and the knight's insubordination weren't new issues. The roots of the problems were deep, and they couldn't be resolved quickly. But Romelia's case is your fault. I said we should punish her for treason early on, but you advised against it. Now she's acting like a saint of the realm. People have forgotten who the real saint is. That is troubling indeed. Elizabeth remarked, without looking particularly troubled. Doesn't that bother you? You are the saint. Don't you resent Romelia? Henry was annoyed by Elizabeth's calm demeanor. Romelia? He didn't expect to hear her name again. Initially, he followed Elizabeth's advice not to deal with her, but now Romelia was being praised almost as much as Henry, who had defeated the Demon King. It was intolerable. But thanks to her, the Demon King's army has been nearly wiped out. The country is now stable, and we can start rebuilding our finances. We can also reduce General Zarya's faction's influence. But in exchange, Romelia has become prominent. As Elizabeth said, some issues were improving. But a new problem named Romelia had emerged. We can deal with her separately. The Demon King's army has been defeated, so she's no longer needed. Are you going to dispose of her? Henry's voice sharpened at his wife's words. We won't kill her. We'll prepare the situation to punish her legally. Romelia's knights are her private army. They're crossing borders at will. Can't we charge her with treason? That would be difficult. Officially, Romelia is not part of the military. Elizabeth shook her head. But she calls her soldiers the Romelia Knights. They're clearly her private army. That's just what people call them. Officially, they are part of the Cashew garrison. Their commander is Albion the Flame Knight. If we charge them with treason, we would have to punish them too. You like those knights, don't you? Henry was at a loss for words at Elizabeth's point. The soldiers of Romelia's knights were all fine knights. They faced the Demon King's army without fear and grew stronger. Some criticized their low birth, but Henry didn't mind. They had overcome their low status through effort and skill. Indeed, they are excellent knights. I'd like to keep them by my side. In that case, you can't charge them with a crime. But because I value them, I want to save them from Romelia. That's what Henry couldn't forgive. Romelia was a coward who took credit for others' achievements. The knights were the ones actually fighting the Demon King's army. Yet, she stole their achievements and was praised as a saint. What about charging Count Graham? He's responsible for the Cashew garrison. We could hold him accountable and implicate Romelia as well. Henry thought of a brilliant plan. If Romelia's knights were part of the Cashew garrison, Count Graham, who governed the region, was responsible. They could charge the father and implicate Romelia by association. That would be difficult too. Count Graham is a smooth talker. He'd find a way to escape. Then what should we do? Frustrated by Elizabeth's refusal, Henry raised his voice. Thanks to Romelia, the Demon King's army is nearly gone. Her role is finished. We can request the disbandment of her knights and, if she doesn't comply, accuse her of treason against the royal family. I see. That would justify it. Henry nodded deeply at Elizabeth's suggestion. The more he listened, the better it sounded. Henry looked at Elizabeth. Recently, things hadn't been going well, but his wife was as beautiful as ever. Elizabeth, I am fortunate to have a wife like you. Henry reached out and touched his wife's cheek. It had been a long time since he had caressed her. As he touched her cheek, her ice-gold expression suddenly softened, and her cheeks flushed. I just wanted to be of help to your majesty. Elizabeth looked down, clasped her hands, and swayed shyly like a little girl. Excuse me. Still averting her face, Elizabeth left the room, seemingly embarrassed. Watching her retreating figure, Henry thought about inviting her to sleep together tonight for the first time in a while. After leaving Henry's study, Elizabeth headed to her room in the castle with her maid Marie, who had been waiting outside. They walked through the castle, crossing the courtyard where beautiful flowers were in full bloom and tables and chairs for tea parties were arranged. Elizabeth inhaled the fragrance of the flowers as she entered her room, which was adjacent to the garden. Inside, shelves lined the walls, greeting Elizabeth upon her return. The shelves held numerous tea sets and glass jars filled with over 100 types of dried tea leaves, herbs, and spices. Entering the room filled with the scent of plants, Elizabeth lightly sat down on the sofa. A smile bloomed on her face, looking as if she might start singing at any moment. "You seem to be in a very good mood." Marie, the maid who had followed Elizabeth into the room, commented with a smile. "Do I? I thought I was the same as usual." Elizabeth lied. As Marie had pointed out, Elizabeth was elated. However, she couldn't admit that the reason was having a conversation with her husband, King Henry, after such a long time. "It's fine to be excited, but we still haven't finished the preparations for tomorrow's tea party." Reminded by Marie, Elizabeth frowned. "Don't remind me of unpleasant things." "In that case, shall I brew some tea to lift your spirits?" "No, thank you. I prepare tea for people every day. I don't even want to look at tea anymore." Elizabeth confessed her true feelings to Marie. Elizabeth's tea parties were renowned in high society. Not only were the tea sets and tea leaves top-notch, but her ability to choose the perfect tea and set for each guest and her exceptional hospitality skills were highly regarded. However, Elizabeth herself did not like tea. Still, there was a reason she held tea parties. Who is coming to tomorrow's tea party? Countess Yor, Viscount Luff, and Bishop Cator are scheduled to attend the garden tea party. Marie informed Elizabeth of the guests for the following day. "Ah, they're fine. They won't notice the taste of the tea anyway. But who is coming to the tea party in the separate room?" Elizabeth asked about the other guests. Tea parties hosted by the Queen were mainly known to be held in the garden. However, it was not well known that special guests were sometimes taken to a separate room. Scheduled to attend the separate room tea party are Duke Shrike, Count Calorin, and Cardinal Watkins. The three names mentioned by Marie were influential figures in the kingdom. Duke Shrike was known as a wealthy man with strong ties to the financial world. Count Calorin, a former general, was a hero who had led several knight orders in wars. Cardinal Watkins was the senior disciple of the excommunicated priest note and had solidified his position within the church. Each of them wielded significant influence in the financial world, the knight orders, and the church. "That's right, we absolutely must get those three on the side of the royal family." Elizabeth frowned at the troublesome issue. "If Duke Shrike supports us financially, we can rebuild the economy. If Count Calorin aligns with the royal family, several knight orders will follow. Cardinal Watkins needs to work on lifting the excommunication of the former priest note to quell the public's discontent with the church." Sighing, Elizabeth spoke about the matters to be discussed at the tea party. The reason Elizabeth hosted tea parties, despite her dislike, was to gather the kingdom's influential people for discussions and behind-the-scenes negotiations. Even though King Henry's policies were struggling, the kingdom managed to operate thanks to Elizabeth's efforts behind the scenes. She had become the key player, orchestrating the kingdom's affairs through her tea parties. It must be tough, having to engage in discussions every day. Marie sympathized. "It can't be helped. It's for the sake of those children." Elizabeth exhaled deeply. 2 years ago, when Henry ascended the throne, the royal palace was in a dire situation. The prolonged war with the Demon King's army had bankrupted the kingdom, and the clash between King Henry and General Zarya on the Dacan Plain had left the knight orders dysfunctional. Although the church had gained power when St. Elizabeth married King Henry, it had come into conflict with the royal family due to its newfound strength. King Henry's regime was in a precarious situation, and for the sake of their unborn child, Elizabeth had to take action. However, many men disliked women meddling in military matters. If she tried to involve herself in politics and internal affairs, King Henry would not be pleased. Thus, Elizabeth came up with the idea of negotiating with the kingdom's influential figures under the guise of tea parties. Tea parties provided a perfect pretext. It wasn't unusual to invite anyone, regardless of status. Moreover, tea had a relaxing effect, making delicate discussions easier to conduct after loosening up. For the tea party, serve Duke Shrike with cut tea sets from door. For the tea blend, use camel tea leaves with a strong bitterness as the base. Count Calorin, who has led military campaigns to the southern continent, will appreciate a blend scented with southern fruits. Prepare several types of fruits for him. Cardinal Watkins, suffering from a bad back, should be served a blend that warms the body. Recalling the past and present information about her guests, Elizabeth instructed on the best ways to treat them. "How's that? What score would you give me?" Elizabeth asked Marie. 90 points, I'd say. Using southern fruits for the scent is an excellent idea. If my master says so, it should be a success. Elizabeth felt satisfied hearing Marie's response. Although Marie was Elizabeth's maid, she wasn't just any maid. She had taught Elizabeth the basics of tea and continued to support her as an advisor. "If we secure funding, I think we can rebuild the economy. We can also deal with General Zarya by breaking down his power bit by bit. The problem is my father, no, Cardinal Firmin." Elizabeth thought of her foster father. Rebuilding the economy was a challenging but solvable issue. The conflict with General Zarya needed careful attention, but could be managed with decisive measures. The real headache was dealing with Cardinal Firmin. Cardinal Firmin was Elizabeth's foster father, the one who had discovered and raised her as a saint. From the perspective of Elizabeth and the royal family, he was undoubtedly an ally. However, this made handling him all the more delicate. While enemies could be defeated, troublesome allies could not be dealt with in the same way. It was necessary to resolve issues while keeping them as allies. As King Henry said, the church was indeed taking too many donations. However, clashing with Cardinal Firmin over this matter was a mistake. Knowing her foster father's greed well, Elizabeth knew that he would not tolerate anyone encroaching on his interests and had ruthlessly eliminated his competitors. If provoked, there was no telling what nefarious methods he might resort to. Furthermore, it was rumored that the church had a secret assassination squad, unknown even to Elizabeth. There was a possibility that Cardinal Firmin might attempt to assassinate King Henry. If King Henry were to die, either Alan or Aller would succeed to the throne, with Elizabeth as the regent. Although this might seem beneficial at first glance, Elizabeth wanted to avoid this situation at all costs. An administration established through assassination would inevitably be overthrown by the same means. Elizabeth could tolerate her own assassination if it came to that, but she could not accept any risk that her children might be caught up in political strife. If Cardinal Firmin intends to harm King Henry, I cannot allow it, even if he raised me. In that case, I must eliminate him with all my power. Your Majesty, what will you do about Countess Romelia? Marie brought up the issue Elizabeth had been deliberately avoiding. Elizabeth only frowned and didn't answer. Romelia's situation was indeed a problem. Elizabeth had advised King Henry to dissolve their alliance, but Romelia had seen through this plan. Reports from Elizabeth's spies indicated that Romelia was already discussing the dissolution of the alliance. It was even possible that it had already been dissolved. If that were the case, there would be no way to punish Romelia, and nothing could be done. Romelia was surrounded by knights so skilled that even King Henry acknowledged their prowess. Assassination was impossible. Politically cornering her was also out of the question, as Count Graham was protecting his daughter. It was a frustrating situation for anyone, not just King Henry. Elizabeth suppressed her irritation and exhaled. No action could be taken, but perhaps that was for the best. Despite her personal dislike for Romelia, Elizabeth didn't believe she was a threat to the kingdom. Others might try to elevate Romelia, but she wasn't the type to be easily manipulated. Still, thinking about Romelia made her uneasy. King Henry turned his feelings towards Romelia into anger, but Elizabeth couldn't do the same. If she could meet Romelia again, maybe she would understand these feelings. No, she thought. Elizabeth stopped her thoughts there. Thinking about Romelia was pointless. The immediate problems were General Zarya and Cardinal Firmin. With the threat of the Demon King's army now eliminated, they needed to focus on dealing with these two and solidifying their position. Once they were secure, they could deal with Romelia. Elizabeth concluded this and was about to shift her thoughts to preparing for tomorrow's tea party when a hurried knock came at her door, which then opened abruptly. A spy, whom Elizabeth used for gathering information, entered the room. Why the commotion? What's the matter? Elizabeth rebuked the spy, but she guessed what he was going to report. From her panicked appearance, she knew that she had brought bad news from his frantic demeanor. A mutiny by General Zarya, Cardinal Firmin's rampage, an uprising by the anti-church faction. She prepared for the worst. Your Majesty, there's a new Demon King's army inside the kingdom's territory. What? This was beyond Elizabeth's worst expectations. Section: The Kingdom of Roand was once a great nation in the north of the Axis continent. This kingdom, which controlled a vast northern peninsula, was protected by towering reefs. The deep mountains provided mineral resources, and the seas on three sides were rich fishing grounds, sustaining the kingdom. The harsh northern lands forged a strong military, and Roand's heavy cavalry trampled nations across the continent. Its navy, tested by northern storms, was considered invincible. The kingdom thrived and flourished until 13 years ago, when the Demon King's army appeared. Initially, Roand didn't take the Demon King's army seriously. It was because they thought that the demon lords, whom they had never seen before, were as primitive barbarians or mere monsters. But these barbarians were armed with powerful swords and armor and employed advanced tactics, defeating Roand's heavy cavalry. The ships built by these monsters moved against the wind, sinking Roand's invincible fleet. The once prosperous Roand was crushed under the demon's feet, engulfed in flames, and reduced to ashes. Now known as Lourn, it flies the banner of the Demon King's army. Lourn, the Demon King's army's largest stronghold on the continent. It was governed by the demon Gaios, who held an unparalleled position. Lourn, the first land conquered and transformed into a fortress by the Demon King's army, had evolved into a major base supporting their continental invasion. In the 13 years since, its high walls became a great fortress. Warehouses were stocked with provisions, and weapons were continuously produced in workshops. By enslaving a large number of human beings, the workforce is also sufficient, and the production capacity is improving day by day. Furthermore, by training the immigrants of the demon tribe as soldiers, they have the ability to recover their soldiers. Even though the Demon King had been defeated 3 years ago, and there was no contact from the demon continent, Gaios' superiors had all died in battles against humans, leaving Gaios as the highest-ranking demon remaining. Yet, despite his near-peak status, Gaios felt a deep sense of pity for himself. Is everyone here? In Lourn's meeting room, a small demon in white robes spoke in a raspy, bird-like voice. This tiny demon was the reason for Gaios' self-pity. Present at this meeting, attended by the heads of various departments, were generals and bureaucrats of high rank. Normally, Gaios would lead such a gathering. However, this meeting had been called not by him, but by the small demon who had just spoken, drawing everyone's attention. "What's the meaning of this, Special Advisor Jayami?" Gaios asked, scowling at the small demon. Despite his childlike, too small to be a demon, held a staff and had wrinkle-free face and small stature, Jayami exuded an overwhelming presence. Of course, this meeting is to discuss our strategy against humanity. One of our members is absent, but let's proceed. Jayami began the meeting, glancing at the large, empty chair. Currently, 6 of our armies that invaded the human kingdoms have been annihilated. The humans are gathering strength. It's only a matter of time before their forces march on Lourn. Jayami reviewed the current situation of the Demon King's army, speaking as though he were narrating Lourn's or even the Demon King's army's fate. Although Jayami held the rank of 1,000 Dragon General, commanding 1,000 demons, making him technically a subordinate of Gaios, he had summoned the key figures of Lourn, an authority far beyond his official rank. Despite this, none dared to oppose Jayami. All present knew that Lourn, and indeed the entire Demon King's army on the continent, was in grave danger. Since the Demon King Zelgius was slain and the supply lines from their homeland were cut, they had to defend Lourn with the forces they had. However, in this crisis, Lourn had few dependable leaders left. The Continental Invasion Army had gathered the strongest forces and best generals for its campaign. But in their pursuit of glory, these experienced generals and elite troops had left, taking their forces with them. Lourn, supported by skilled administrators like Gaios, lacked generals capable of organizing and resisting human armies. I understand that. We've been fortifying the walls and training soldiers to prepare for the human retaliation. Gaios glared at Jayami, who responded with a fawning smile. Of course, I'm aware of your efforts, Gaios, but our defenses are still insufficient. To counter the human armies, we need to mobilize all of Lourn's resources. Every demon here must be trained and armed. The walls under construction must be made higher. We need more training, weapons, armor, provisions, and war horses. All of these are lacking. I know that, but no matter how much we hurry, it's impossible to accomplish everything. Gaios slammed his fist on the table in response to Jayami's demands. Despite the daily efforts of Gaios and the other leaders to strengthen Lourn's defenses, there simply wasn't enough time to meet all of Jayami's demands. Understood. I mean, we need to buy time to prepare our forces. Then how do you propose we buy this time? Gaios asked cautiously. This man, Jayami, could not be underestimated. Despite his small stature, which indicated he was the weakest among the demons, his intellect was feared even by demon King Zelgius. Gaios would have preferred to banish or even kill him, but in this critical situation, he had no choice but to rely on Jayami's brain. Regarding that, I have devised a plan. If we leave things as they are, the humans will only grow stronger. We cannot lead a large army to invade again. Therefore, I propose we use a small force to strike at the enemy's rear, food supply lines and production facilities, to weaken them. Sounds reasonable, but how do you plan to do that? A small force can't even cross the border. Gaios questioned. The humans had already fortified the border. While a few scouts might sneak through, it would be impossible for a unit to do the same. You need not worry about crossing the border. Preparations are already in place. Ah, I see, that plan, but can it really work? Gaios recalled something upon hearing Jayami's confident words. Jayami had been working on creating a special unit, requiring an enormous amount of resources and time. It seemed impractical for actual deployment. However, it was a plan endorsed by Demon King Zelgius himself. Jayami had wielded the king's orders to seize funds, materials, and soldiers. Rest assured, with the unit I've created, we can send about 1,000 troops across the border. 1,000? What can such a small force accomplish? Gaios could only laugh at Jayami's confident reply. Humans were not fools. Naturally, the rear areas with food supplies and production facilities would be guarded. A force of 1,000 couldn't even take a single fort. Indeed, 1,000 troops cannot capture a fort. Therefore, we shall not attempt to capture one. Jayami solved the problem of insufficient troops succinctly. The unit attacking the rear will avoid engaging the enemy. They will not assault forts or strongholds. If pursued by a punitive force, they will disperse and flee before being caught. They will keep moving to avoid detection, continually raiding, looting, and sabotaging roads and bridges. Wait, I've never heard of such a strategy. Gaios raised his voice in protest at Jayami's proposed plan. Until now, Gaios had thought of war like a game of Sugoroku, advancing towards the enemy's main base and capturing each stronghold along the way. This had always been the approach, but Jayami's tactics turned that concept on its head. This attack unit will flow like water, avoiding the enemy's strength and targeting only the weak points. Let's call it infiltration tactics. Jayami answered with a smile. Infiltration tactics. Everyone in the conference room was unsettled by this novel strategy, but Gaios understood how effective it could be. For Gaios, the commander of the Lourn defense forces, war was about production and transport. He believed victory depended on how efficiently resources could be produced in the rear and delivered to the front lines. And efficiency was born from security. Only when free from the threat of attacks could production flourish. Roads and bridges had to remain intact, and transport units had to be safe from ambushes for swift delivery of supplies. If fields were burned and workshops destroyed, they would need to be rebuilt from scratch, requiring vast resources and effort, halting production in the meantime. If roads and bridges were destroyed, transport would be delayed by days. If transport units were attacked, escort units would need to be assembled, causing additional expenses. For those managing military administration in the rear, this was a nightmare tactic. The primary objective is to avoid combat. If a punitive force appears, the unit will split into smaller groups and escape. They will regroup at predetermined locations and continue to destroy trade routes and attack settlements. This will be executed against the 6 nations the army has invaded. It will deplete the humans' resources. Jayami outlined his plan. Certainly, it seemed like a good harassment tactic. It wouldn't be a decisive blow, but it could delay the humans' counteroffensive. But even if we infiltrate, which unit do you propose to send? Gaios pointed out that they had no suitable unit for such a mission. Infiltrating enemy territory came with no guarantee of survival. If Gaios's tactics were followed, the unit would split into small groups and regroup at designated locations. The commanders leading these units needed high independence and advanced tactical execution abilities. Only a seasoned elite unit could carry out such a mission. We need to buy time, but using our elite forces for that would be counterproductive. Gaios shook his head. Using elite troops to buy time would defeat the purpose of strengthening their forces. I understand. That is why I've called this meeting. I seek permission to open the prison of Dalian for this mission. Gaios's words caused an uproar in the conference room. The gathered leaders were buzzing, and some even gasped in fear. Open the Dalian prison? Do you mean to release General Geldova? Do you understand how dangerous that is? Gaios stood up, unable to tolerate the idea out of sheer shock and anger. The Demon King's continental invasion army was meant to expand the demon realm, but also to distance potential rebels from the homeland. Especially Geldova, imprisoned in Dalian, was a man even the Demon King struggled with. Releasing him could bring the flames of war to Lourn. Of course, I understand the danger. I was the one who captured General Geldova. Gaios's words left Gaios speechless. 3 years ago, when rumors of the Demon King's death spread, Gaios was the first to act, arresting troublemakers. Gaios moved swiftly, capturing Geldova and his associates before they could plan a rebellion, incarcerating most of them. Had Gaios been slower, Lourn might have fallen to Geldova. Gaios understood Geldova's threat better than anyone. Yes, they are dangerous, but they are also capable of executing infiltration tactics. Gaios valued the skill of those he had captured, despite their danger. Indeed, they are elite, but isn't this too risky? It is dangerous, but we cannot afford internal strife among demons now, and we cannot keep them locked up forever. If humans attack and they escape, it will be a disaster. Better to use them and drive them out of Lourn. They were exiled from the homeland, let's put them to use. Gaios demonstrated cold efficiency. Gaios couldn't understand why Gaios was so confident. It was said that Gaios himself was the most feared and exiled troublemaker by the Demon King. Gaios glared at Gaios, using fellow exiles as pawns. This man was indeed dangerous. To him, there was no distinction between enemy and ally, all were mere components to create situations. Gaios wanted to kill this man, the greatest threat, immediately. But to navigate this crisis, he had to rely on him. Fine. We'll open the Dalian prison, as you suggest. Haha, I am deeply grateful for your wise decision. Gaios bowed theatrically. The gesture was both respectful and insincere. Gaios felt a pang of self-pity. Despite ruling Lourn and being near the top of the Demon King's army, he was following the advice of a much lower-ranking individual. Hating and fearing Gaios, yet relying on him, unable to kill him. How pathetic. But Gaios, will they listen to you? General Geldova hates you. Gaios remembered the face of the demon imprisoned in the Dalian prison. Geldova was the only one capable of carrying out infiltration tactics. However, it was Gaios who had thrown Geldova into prison. Gaios doubted that Geldova would obediently follow the orders of the man who had captured him. Don't worry. I've asked someone else to handle the negotiations. Gaios had a suspicion about the man Gaios was hinting at. Currently, there were almost no powerful generals left in Lourn, but that didn't mean there were none at all. One extraordinary warrior remained, a man who could even be called a demon king. So, where is he? Well, who knows? I did ask him to attend this meeting, though. As Gaios questioned him, Gaios glanced at the oversized chair in the conference room. The man who should have been sitting there was nowhere to be seen. Just then, the conference room door suddenly burst open, and a soldier, out of breath, rushed in. Emergency! Lord Gaios has opened the Dalian prison. Even Gaios was shocked by this dreadful news. Hearing the soldier's report, Gaios immediately led a force of 5,000 troops to the Dalian prison. The Dalian prison held about 2,000 prisoners. Although Gaios' forces outnumbered them, they couldn't afford to be careless. The prisoners, including Geldova and his subordinates, were all elites. The hastily assembled 5,000 troops were hardly reassuring. Gaios rode his horse to the massive cylindrical prison built on the outskirts of Lourn and led his soldiers in. He expected to find the guards slaughtered and the area drenched in blood. However, an astonishing scene awaited him in the square in front of the prison. What is this? Gaios could only gasp in shock. In the prison square, a feast was underway. The freed prisoners were drinking and laughing, sharing barrels of alcohol. Even the guards, who should have been protecting the prison, were part of the revelry. Laughter echoed from all around, and arm wrestling and other contests of strength were taking place. As Gaios and his fully armed troops stood dumbfounded, a particularly loud voice rang out amid the chaos. Looking in the direction of the thunderous laughter, Gaios saw a colossal figure. Sitting there, still enormous despite being seated, was Gaios, the one who had opened the Dalian prison. Lord Gaios. What is the meaning of this? Oh, Gaios. As Gaios approached Gaios, who was drinking from a barrel, the perpetrator greeted him cheerfully. What's the matter? Care for a drink? Join us. Despite seeing Gaios and his troops fully armed, Gaios nonchalantly offered them alcohol. No, thank you. Gaios stammered, unable to refuse the offered drink and accepting the cup. Gaios was the younger brother of the late Demon King, and his status was higher than that of Gaios and even the Demon King's army. Yet, despite his noble birth, he was known for his ability to get along with everyone, which, combined with his immense size, gave him a unique charm. Hey, Geldova, it's okay if they join us, right? Gaios looked ahead and saw a giant demon tribe holding up a sake cup, where a large demon with a reddish-bronze complexion, scars covering his body, and a battle-worn appearance raised his cup. This demon was Geldova, the strongest prisoner in Dalian prison. Seeing Geldova, Gaios gripped his spear tightly. Geldova also shifted, ready to rise, holding his cup. There was a moment of tension. But to Gaios' surprise, it was Geldova who first relaxed. HMPH, I won't fight. After all, it's Lord Gaios who freed us. Geldova sat back down and drank from his cup. Though a rogue, he showed respect for Gaios. What? No fight? If you were going to fight, I would have taken you both on. Gaios' candid words addressed the two who had stopped fighting. Despite leading 5,000 soldiers and facing Geldova, who had once rebelled against the Demon King, Gaios not only didn't back down but laughed. But this wasn't mere bravado. If Gaios was serious, he might defeat everyone present. His power was acknowledged by the Demon King, making him the strongest man in the Demon King's army. With the Demon King gone, Gaios, by blood and ability, was the most suitable successor. As expected of Lord Gaios, we can't win against you. If you become king, I'll join your ranks. Geldova showed respect towards Gaios. Gaios also looked at Gaios. Even the ambitious Geldova recognized Gaios' strength. This man was undoubtedly the only one who could unite the Demon King's army. However, that would be unwise. A raspy laugh echoed, and a short figure appeared, leaning on a cane. It was Jayami. You, Jayami, you disgrace to the demons, you parasite of the Demon King's army. At the sight of Jayami, Geldova spat out his words in disgust. Well, if it isn't Lord Geldova, long time no see. You haven't changed, or have you put on a little weight? Jayami nonchalantly insulted the man he had thrown into prison. I haven't forgotten how you trapped me. The brave and mighty Geldova despised those without real power. He detested Jayami, who relied on cunning schemes. He was on the verge of attacking. Although Gaios was duty-bound to protect Jayami, he inwardly agreed with Geldova. Lord Gaios, why do you keep someone like Jayami by your side? Geldova shook his head, baffled. It was a major mystery within the Demon King's army. Jayami, with his frail appearance, would lose to a common soldier or even a child in pure strength. He relied solely on his intellect. To pair someone like Jayami with Gaios, who was revered for his unmatched strength and bravery, seemed utterly mismatched. Yet, the two were often seen together. Lord Gaios is being used by this man, Geldova said, pointing at Jayami. Jayami laughed. Insightful, very insightful. Indeed, I am always using Lord Gaios. Jayami openly admitted to using Gaios right in front of him. Lord Gaios, thank you for always letting me use you. Jayami shamelessly spoke, bowing to Gaios, who was several times his size. Oh, it's fine, I'm using you too. Gaios didn't get angry and forgave Jayami. As expected of Lord Gaios, your magnanimity is so vast that even someone like me is enveloped by it. Jayami laughed and looked at Geldova. Regarding your earlier suggestion to make Lord Gaios king, I must advise against it. This man is a reincarnated dragon. No one can hope to elevate a dragon. At most, someone like me can use him. Lord Gaios, if you could control all the forces of Loban, what would you do? That's obvious. I'd lead the army to conquer the strongest nations, one after another. I'd keep going until there were no more human countries left. Gaios's declaration, devoid of any strategic planning, made Jayami laugh and Ganis groan. Even Geldova, who had suggested making Gaios king, was at a loss for words. No problem. If I lead, conquering a country or two is easy. Yes, I'm sure it is, though everyone else would die. Jayami replied with a laugh. Fearing death doesn't make one a warrior. Let me fight more. I'll let you use me, so bring me strong enemies. Sure, if this plan works out, you'll get to fight strong foes. Jayami treated Gaios like a child, while likening him to a dragon. Well then, Lord Geldova. As Lord Gaios has said, I'd like you to assist in the plan I've devised. What do you want me to do? Geldova, despite his dislike for Jayami, had no choice but to ask in frustration. Jayami infiltrated enemy territory, showcasing an infiltration tactic where he attacked the enemy's food supply and production facilities without engaging in direct combat. What an interesting strategy. It might indeed be possible for us, but how can we be sure you won't abandon us? What guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in enemy territory after the mission? Geldova, who was imprisoned, understood that he was perceived as a dangerous element. Naturally, he was wary of being discarded once he was no longer useful. As for the guarantee, could you trust me? Of course not. Even if I trusted the whole world, you are the one person I would never trust. Geldova replied, bored, to Jayami's words. Ganis couldn't help but laugh at this. Even angels couldn't trust someone with a devil's tongue like Jayami. Well, it seems I lack credibility. Then let's rely on Lord Gaios for trust. Jayami looked at the giant beside him. Gaios, the Special Operations Staff Officer, drew the attention of both Geldova and Ganis as he sipped his drink, indifferent to the complex discussion. As long as the mission is completed, we won't abandon Lord Geldova. I swear this under Lord Gaios' name. If I fail to keep my promise, you can bring it up with Lord Gaios. My lord, what would you do if I broke my promise? Well, I'd give you a good whack. That's the best solution for liars. Gaios clenched his fist. His massive fist was larger than Jayami's head. If the small Jayami were to take a punch from him, he'd be crushed like an egg. I see. While I can't trust your words, if Lord Gaios guarantees it, that's different. Geldova nodded. Gaios never lied. As someone with the strongest power who could enforce his will anytime, Gaios had no need to lie. Under Lord Gaios' name, I'll trust your promise. So, what's the reward? If we follow your plan, what will you give us afterward? A castle, perhaps. Geldova moved on to discuss the reward. Demanding a castle was quite audacious, but the mission was equally dangerous. I'm not talking about something as petty as a castle. I'll give you an entire country. Not only Geldova, but also Ganis, who was listening, were stunned by these words. The only one not surprised was Gaios, who was bored of the conversation and continued drinking. A country. A whole country. Yes, if you ravage the human nations, we will grant you and your army territories as a reward and give you complete control over them. How about that? Jayami gave his word to the astonished Geldova. Wait a minute, I haven't heard anything about this. This was news to Ganis, who oversaw Lourn. Of course not. Lord Lourn wouldn't have the authority to grant a country, would he? Jayami explained that this was beyond Ganis' jurisdiction. That's true, but you don't have that authority either. Only the Demon King can do that. Ganis challenged Jayami's overreach. Saving Lourn was important, but this was unacceptable. No, I do have the authority. Look at this. Jayami casually handed over a document. Ganis was shocked as he read it. A full authority delegation letter. It was a genuine document, handwritten by the Demon King, complete with the royal seal. Impossible. Why do you have such a thing? Did the Demon King really give you this? Yes, it was given to me by the Demon King himself, on the eve of an expedition over a decade ago. Impossible. Why would the Demon King do that? Ganis couldn't believe it. Such a document in a place beyond the main country's reach would create chaos in the chain of command. The Demon King trusted me and gave it to me, but who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if there were 6 more of these out there. Gaios felt as if he'd been struck by lightning at Jayami's words. If the Demon King had given the same document to the other 6 generals, they would have fought, each believing they were the Demon King's chosen one. The Demon King had planned to pit the generals against each other. Well, regardless of the Demon King's intentions, I have the authority as long as this is here. I have no intention of disregarding Chief Gaios or the other generals, but I would like your permission for the mission. Is that acceptable? Gaios reluctantly nodded at Jayami's words. So, Lord Geldova, what do you think? I don't care about your internal matters, but a whole country as a reward is not bad. Geldova was satisfied with the proposed reward. So, we just need to disrupt and sabotage the rear lines, correct? Geldova confirmed the mission's objective. Yes, but while you're at it, we'd like you to reduce the human forces. Especially taking down notable generals would be ideal. Jayami's words made Gaios nod. A general's head was worth 1,000 soldiers. Particularly those commanders who quickly sensed danger and acted should be dealt with early. Please take this map I made along with these sketches. These are the humans we want eliminated. Jayami handed over a bundle of papers. I understand you want to reduce human forces, but you're asking us, who are few in number, to do that. Geldova squinted. Though brave, Geldova wasn't foolish. He didn't give a hasty reply to Jayami's additional request. Of course, I have another plan to reduce human forces. However, if you encounter someone from these sketches, please let us know. I don't ask you to kill them, but if you can lure them, there will be a bounty. If you take their heads, the reward will be doubled. How about that? Fine. Hearing about the bounty, Geldova nodded and looked at the sketches. There's a woman included. Geldova stopped and showed one of the sketches. Indeed, it depicted a human woman's face. Yes, that woman is especially dangerous. If you see her, I want you to disregard any prior plans and focus on taking her head. Is she that dangerous? Geldova frowned. Gaios also raised an eyebrow at the sketch. The woman didn't look particularly strong. Romelia von Graham, her name was written at the bottom of the sketch. Chapter 3. The saint meets another saint while fighting the Demon King's army. In the royal office of the Lionel Kingdoms, Castle, Lights, Elizabeth and King Henry were attending an emergency meeting. The agenda was, of course, the sudden appearance of the Demon King's army. Before we begin the meeting, let's confirm the facts. Did the Demon King's army really appear? King Henry first sought to confirm that the report of the Demon King's army was not a false alarm. Yes, King Henry, the information is accurate. A village in the Flam region in the south was attacked. 500 soldiers of the Flam region's garrison witnessed the Demon King's army. One of the military officers spread a map on the table and placed a black stone, indicating the Demon King's army south of the capital. Wait, did you say the south, not the north? King Henry questioned the report. This surprised Elizabeth as well. The stronghold of the Demon King's army, Lourn, was in the northern peninsula, where the former kingdom of Round once stood. It made sense if the Demon King's army came from the north, but appearing south of the capital was strange. What's going on? What about the northern border at the gates of Guzzle? King Henry inquired about the situation at the border. The northern border, facing the Demon King's territory, was fortified with the gates of Guzzle, defended by the Black Hawk Knights led by General Zarya. If a new Demon King's army appeared, it meant the Black Hawk Knights were defeated, and the gates of Guzzle were breached. This was why King Henry called for an emergency meeting, with Elizabeth in attendance, but something seemed off. However, there's no disturbance at the northern border. We have dispatched a fast messenger to confirm, but no signal fires, bells, or messenger birds from the gates of Guzzle have indicated any attack. Another military officer reported the absence of any anomalies at the border. Then where did they come from? No one could answer King Henry's question. Your Majesty, rather than debating where they came from, we should prioritize our response. Elizabeth offered a solution to the troubled ministers. Yes, indeed. The south is vital. We must prepare to repel them immediately. King Henry agreed with Elizabeth's suggestion. The south of the kingdom was fertile land, a major producer of crops. Despite the Demon King's remnants causing trouble in the kingdom, the southern region remained untouched, ensuring food security. You mentioned the Flam garrison witnessed the Demon King's army. What happened afterward? King Henry asked, and a military officer responded. Yes, Your Majesty. The garrison saw between 500 to 1,000 soldiers of the Demon King's army. However, the Demon King's army retreated immediately upon seeing the garrison. That's not many. King Henry's voice showed relief. And the ministers also sighed in relief at the small number of enemy troops. If there are so few, 3,000 soldiers should be sufficient. We'll gather the garrison around the capital and form a subjugation unit. Wait, according to the report, the Demon King's army retreated without engaging the garrison, right? Elizabeth stopped the military officer from organizing the subjugation unit. Yes, Your Majesty. The garrison attempted to pursue, but the Demon King's army escaped. So the Demon King's army is cowardly. King Henry laughed, but Elizabeth thought differently. Elizabeth was not well versed in military affairs, but her experience in negotiations and meetings had honed her ability to read intentions. She sensed something sinister in the Demon King's army's movements. Your Majesty, we should deploy our full strength for the subjugation. We need at least 5,000 soldiers. Is that necessary for only about 1,000 of the Demon King's soldiers? King Henry questioned Elizabeth's estimate. If the enemy fights directly, 3,000 soldiers would suffice. But if they retreat upon seeing our forces, they might disperse and escape. Elizabeth pointed to the map on the table, where the black stone indicated the Demon King's army's location. The Demon King's army appeared in a place usually undefended. If they avoid direct confrontation and scatter, we must surround them to annihilate them. However, if we spread our net, they might regroup and attack a weak point. Elizabeth's explanation left King Henry and the ministers speechless. Indeed, if that happens, subjugating them will be challenging. King Henry nodded in agreement. But if that's true, a mere general cannot lead the subjugation force. King Henry frowned. The Demon King's army seemed to allow its commanders significant freedom. To counter this, they needed an excellent general with broad authority. However, most experienced and capable generals were under General Zaria's faction. Granting them significant authority risked rebellion, more dangerous than the Demon King's army. We don't have a general fit for the subjugation. King Henry frowned and groaned, but Elizabeth smiled. No, we do have someone who can lead the unit. Someone here right now. Elizabeth's words made the ministers glance around, wondering who she meant. Ah, I see. You mean I should go. Understanding her meaning, King Henry smiled. Your Majesty, that's too dangerous. One of the military officers tried to stop King Henry, but there's no other choice, unless you have another suitable general. The officer fell silent at King Henry's words. The southern region is too vital to ignore. I will lead the army and punish the enemy. This will remind the people who their hero is. Right, Elizabeth. Yes, many will bow to Your Majesty's might. Elizabeth agreed with the pleased King Henry. Very well, start assembling the army immediately. Mobilize the royal guard. This is a decree. King Henry issued his decree. The ministers had no choice but to obey. Messenger. As King Henry prepared to organize the unit, a messenger soldier rushed into the office. The Demon King's army has appeared in the east as well. The calm office became chaotic again with the messenger's report. What? Where? King Henry asked. In the Graham territory. The messenger hesitated. At the mention of Graham territory, King Henry's eyes narrowed and the ministers averted their eyes. We don't have to respond to that. Indeed, the Graham territory has an excellent night order. The ministers, considering the relationship between the royal family and Romelia, tried to avoid sending troops east. No, we must send soldiers to the Graham territory, as well if we send them to the Flam region. Contrary to the ministers, Elizabeth insisted on dispatching a subjugation force. Elizabeth, are you serious? I don't want to save Romelia, but if we don't send troops, people will say the Queen is jealous of Romelia. Elizabeth sighed in response to King Henry's question. The rift between the royal family and Romelia was well known, but it was still just rumors. Since the broken engagement incident, there had been no conflicts or issues. However, if they didn't send soldiers now, the rivalry would become clear. They had to act publicly, regardless of their personal feelings. Indeed, the Graham family are our vassals. We can't ignore them. King Henry frowned. But we don't have a general to lead. The same problem resurfaced, troubling King Henry. Understood, I will go east. Elizabeth's words surprised King Henry and the ministers. Wait, that won't do. I can't allow you to go to the battlefield. What about the children? King Henry protested, but Elizabeth shook her head. But this is necessary. Since His Majesty is leading the campaign in the south, we need to send someone significant to the east. My presence will maintain our reputation, Elizabeth replied. King Henry frowned. Having already issued the decree, he couldn't cancel his own campaign. Besides, the people need to be reminded who the true saint is, Elizabeth added. With this statement, it was decided that both the king and queen would lead their respective armies. 2 days after the appearance of the Demon King's army, Elizabeth led a force of 1,000 cavalry and 4,000 infantry, composed of the royal guard, towards the east. After 5 days of marching, they reached the lands of Count Graham and set up camp as night fell. In the unfamiliar environment, Elizabeth sighed inside her carriage. She wished she could see the faces of her beloved children, Alan and Errol, which would lift her spirits. However, she couldn't bring them to the dangerous battlefield. As she sighed again, there was a light knock on the carriage door. Your Majesty, General Goons requests your presence at the War Council. Will you attend? A soldier of the Royal Guard informed her. Elizabeth stepped out of the carriage and entered the recently erected tent. Inside the tent, a table was surrounded by knights in splendid armor. Standing to the right of the head of the table was General Goons, the effective captain of the unit. Next to him were Captain Letter of the Heavy Infantry, Vice Captain Burns, Captain Coster, and Vice Captain Sergei of the Heavy Cavalry, Captain Sloan, who led the mages, Captain Ruivo, who led the archers, and Captain Friedo of the Light Infantry. Seeing Elizabeth, the general and captains bowed in unison. They were loyal to the royal family, but their loyalty to Elizabeth was even greater, as many of them owed their positions to her. Initially, the appointments were made to eliminate General Zaria's influence from the royal guard, but it had unexpectedly proven beneficial in this way. Everyone, at ease. General Goons, let's begin the council, Elizabeth said, taking her seat. General Goons nodded. First, an update on our current situation, Captain Letter. General Goons asks Letter, the captain of the 1,000, to give his report. Yes, we have reports of about 500 demons in Count Graham's territory. Similarly, in the southern region of Flam, there are also around 500 demons. It is estimated that there are a total of 1,000 demons within our borders. Captain Letter reported, placing markers representing the demon army on the map spread across the table. Nodding at Letter's report, Elizabeth asked, "What is Count Graham's response?" Initially, he sent a subjugation force, but as you predicted, the demons scattered and evaded capture. When attempting to encircle them, the demons regrouped and broke through the weaker points, causing increased damage, Letter explained. Elizabeth frowned when she heard the report. The demon army had chosen the most troublesome tactics, operating like well-coordinated bandits. And what did Count Graham do next? Elizabeth inquired. Count Graham has abandoned the idea of direct subjugation and is dispersing his troops to minimize damage. A prudent move. What about Romelia? Elizabeth asked the crucial question. According to the latest information, when the demons appeared, Romelia had already disbanded her allied forces and was returning to Cashew with her knights. Learning of the demons in Count Graham's territory, she diverted her 1,000 knights to engage them. Romelia's knights attempted to engage the demons but failed to capture them. However, go on, Elizabeth urged. After failing to capture the demons, Romelia split her forces, using most of them to defend surrounding villages and towns. She is now leading a force of about 300 to pursue the demons. Both Elizabeth and General Goons were taken aback by Romelia's bold move. Is that true? Impossible. The demon army numbers 500. They'll be annihilated. General Goons doubted and shook his head at Geldova's outrageous action. Yes, indeed. After the initial pursuit, Romelia's forces were attacked and are now being pursued into the Forest of Balad, south of Graham's territory. Letter continued, placing a white marker for Romelia's knights and a black marker for the demon army on the map. Romelia doesn't understand tactics. General Goons scoffed. Your Majesty, should we hasten our march? General Goons looked to Elizabeth, as did the other captains. Rushing might allow them to rescue Romelia in time, but delaying could result in her defeat by the demons. Elizabeth knew they underestimated Romelia. No, we should hurry. We must arrive before Romelia defeats the demons, or our campaign will be in vain. Romelia's knights will defeat the demons. General Goons was puzzled and tilted his head at Elizabeth's words. Romelia is deliberately leading the demons. Normally, they scatter when pursued, but now they are gathered and chasing her. Elizabeth explained, and realization dawned on the officers. Romelia's dispersed forces are likely regrouping and will attack the demons from behind. Count Graham's troops are probably setting up an ambush as well. The demons are being lured into a trap, Elizabeth concluded. Hearing Elizabeth's explanation, the captains roar. Does Romelia have such strategic insight? General Goons was surprised. That's how she thinks. Elizabeth reminisced about Romelia's past during their journey to subdue the Demon King. Romelia always sought the most efficient and feasible methods, acting boldly and rationally, especially in dire situations. Her actions are bold and rational. The more dire the situation becomes, the more boldly she acts. That is Romelia. She will probably wait for the Demon Lord's army in the Samido wilderness, and then she will flank it. We must catch up before Romelia defeats the demons. I will ride as well, Elizabeth declared. Though her officers protested, Elizabeth insisted, and a forced march was decided. In the forest of Baled, south of Count Graham's territory, a column of cavalry bearing the lily emblem advanced. As I rode my horse, I sighed softly. Are you tired, Lady Romelia? Ray, clad in sky-blue armor, asked from my right. With constant attacks, we haven't had much rest, Captain Romelia. Al, in his fiery red armor, spoke from my left. I was indeed weary. After successfully eliminating the demon threat in our lands, we were returning to Cashew. Just when we thought we could finally rest, the demons appeared in Count Graham's territory, and we had to divert to subdue them. I, together with the members of the Cashew garrison who had returned with me, set out to defeat the Demon Lord's army. However, now they were under enemy counterattack, fleeing with 300 cavalrymen. It had been 2 days since the Demon King's army began their pursuit. They were running low on food and had little opportunity to rest. But my fatigue wasn't just from the pressure of the pursuing Demon King's army. Al, Ray. Isn't that a bit too close? Give me some space. I looked at Al and Ray, who were running alongside me. They were so close I could hear their breathing, and the closeness felt suffocating. I'm sorry, but we can't follow that order, Captain Rome. Even if it's an order from Lady Romelia, we won't move further away. Al and Ray were resolute in ignoring my command. If only you'd left more troops with us, we wouldn't have to be so cautious. Exactly, if only you'd positioned the Rome squad closer. Al and Ray criticized my decisions. Indeed, the number of troops at my disposal was small, with only Al and Ray from the Rome squad left by my side. We were more vulnerable than ever, but this was the right call. We had no choice. If we appeared as a large force, the enemy would flee. Prolonging the chase would only increase our losses. We have to draw them out with a small group and ambush the pursuing Demon King's army. For that, we need to bolster Gran and his team, who are leading the separate unit. I explained the strategy against the Demon King's army. We'd engage the enemy, pretend to lose, and retreat, drawing the Demon King's army out. Then, we'd ambush them with Gran's unit from behind. This was my plan. To ensure a complete annihilation, it was essential to concentrate our forces in the separate unit behind the enemy. You've sent a letter to Count Graham, asking him to mobilize troops from various cities to set up a siege, right? We don't need to push ourselves too hard. Yes, I sent Teacher Veli and Teacher Quinns to my father, requesting they establish a siege. But the Demon King's army that appeared this time is an elite unit that infiltrated with a small number of troops. It's not going to be easy. Ray said we didn't need to push ourselves, but this enemy was our responsibility to handle. A brilliant tactical mind, but you'd be an idiot if you died with it. Al made a sarcastic remark. Indeed, if we pretended to flee and actually lost, we'd be nothing but fools. I'm not planning to die, I started to say, but then I noticed movement in the treetops ahead. A soldier from the Demon King's army appeared, drawing a bow and releasing an arrow. The arrow flew straight at me, so close I could see the shape of the arrowhead. But before it could hit, a flash of silver light sliced through the air. I glanced to my right and saw Ray, who had drawn his sword at some point. His blade moved too quickly to follow, and the wind pressure that followed ruffled my bangs. Enemy attack. Al on my left warned while throwing a spear. The spear struck the demon in the tree, piercing its abdomen. At Al's warning, the soldiers readied themselves for combat. Almost simultaneously, more soldiers from the Demon King's army emerged from the forest. There were 4 of them, all aiming their blades at me. Not so fast. Al swung his sword, cutting down a soldier, while Ray defended me, keeping the enemies at bay. The small number of enemies were swiftly defeated, with no casualties on our side. They're definitely targeting Captain Rome, Al said, wiping blood off his sword and looking down at the fallen demon. And this is the 3rd time today. Isn't this too many for mere harassment? Ray also noted the frequent attacks. Indeed, we had been engaged several times in the past 2 days since the pursuit began. While we had anticipated some attacks to delay our movement, the frequency was excessive. It seemed less like harassment and more like assassins sent specifically for me. Apparently, I was quite the target in the Demon King's army. They've given us more reasons to pursue them. Let's consider it an advantage. My words made Al and Ray frown. Lady Romelia. I turned to see 3 soldiers approaching from behind. It was Schlo, Rhett, and Muriel. Schlo, how's the rear? I asked Schlo, who had been scouting the rear. Yes, the Demon King's army is closing in. At this rate, they'll catch up by noon today. Schlo's report confirmed my suspicions. The Demon King's army was determined to kill me. This posed a slight problem. According to the plan, we were supposed to draw them in for 1 more day. Grand's unit needed more time to catch up, and the siege my father was setting up wasn't ready yet. I heard we were attacked again. Perhaps we should also focus on the front. Muriel suggested shifting the focus to the front instead of the rear. No, I need you to stay at the rear. Whether the enemy catches up or not is crucial. I shook my head and decided not to send Muriel's group to the front. Al and Ray, who prioritized my safety, didn't argue with this decision. Muriel frowned and gripped her left arm with her right hand. Her left arm was missing, the sleeve swaying empty. It was a wound from these 3 years of battle. Muriel had lost her left arm. Schlo next to her had a prosthetic leg, and Rhett had lost both wrists, now equipped with prosthetic hands. Ideally, they would receive pensions and train soldiers in the rear, but Schlo and the others refused to leave the battlefield, following me with their prosthetics. Lady Romelia, we can still fight. Please give us a soldier's duty. Rhett, with his prosthetic hands, knelt and pleaded. I knew his prosthetics were always ready for battle. No, it's not possible. I shook my head at Rhett's plea. But we. Schlo tried to argue, but I silenced him with a cold look. My gaze made them back down. Captain Rome. Al, who had watched the entire exchange, spoke to me, but I silenced him with a glare. I understood what Schlo and Al wanted to say. They wanted to die as soldiers. As a captain, I might have to give them a place to die. But that was a soldier's way of thinking, a man's way of thinking. No matter how much they wished for it, I wouldn't grant them an easy death. Let's move. There's a small stream up ahead. We'll take a short break there. Make sure the horses drink plenty and refill the canteens. After that, we'll leave Ballad Forest. What will we do after leaving the forest? We still need to buy another day, right? Al asked about our next move. Originally, we planned to wait for the Demon King's army in the Samido Desert Wilderness, just beyond Ballad Forest, and ambush them. But now we were about to be caught. We needed to find a way to buy another day, but a direct confrontation would lead to defeat. Then, let's go on a little tour of the ruins. My words made Al and Ray exchange glances. Leading the Demon King's Special Reconnaissance Unit, named after him, Geldova advanced through the forest with 500 infantry in bronze armor, pursuing a woman named Romelia. There were no cavalry due to tactical reasons, and Geldova himself walked with his troops. It wasn't a dignified sight, but he was used to it. Since being freed from Dalian prison, Geldova had wreaked havoc on 5 countries using Jayami's infiltration tactics. Lionel Kingdom was their 6th target. Geldova moved lightly. Truthfully, he liked the infiltration tactics Jayami devised. It was infuriating to admit, but Geldova had burned nearly 100 villages and killed over 10,000 humans in previous battles. Despite the significant damage inflicted on human countries, Geldova's troops had suffered minimal losses. It was a major achievement. Relentlessly avoiding direct combat with enemy forces and attacking defenseless rear areas. It was akin to banditry, but it was an efficient strategy. Moreover, toying with large armies with a small force suited Geldova's preferences and felt satisfying. And fortunately, they had found the woman with a bounty on her head, Romelia. According to the initial plan, they were not supposed to fight the bounty target directly if found. Instead, Jayami would devise an alternate strategy. However, the opponent was a woman. There was no need to wait for reinforcements. Besides, if Geldova took her head, the reward would double. He wanted to use the bounty to reward his soldiers. General Geldova. A scout hurried over to the advancing Geldova. "Well, were they here as expected?" Geldova asked. "Yes, just as you predicted, the humans have set up an encirclement against us. However, it's not yet complete. We have one more day." The scout replied as anticipated. The unit commanded by the woman, which had attacked with 300 cavalry, was now in retreat. At first glance, her actions seemed tactless, but Geldova knew they were trying to lure him. If they continued like this, they would be trapped between enemy forces and annihilated if they scattered to escape. Therefore, Geldova quickened the march, sending raiding parties repeatedly to slow down the enemy, buying a day's time. Geldova took out the map Jayami had provided and reviewed the surrounding terrain again. According to the map, they would soon leave the forest and enter a rocky wilderness. The humans likely planned to complete their encirclement in this wilderness and launch a pincer attack, but they caught up before the encirclement was complete. With the initial plan in shambles, the humans would probably try to gain distance by riding through the wilderness. But the narrow paths through the rugged terrain were unsuitable for cavalry. Catching up with cavalry on foot was challenging, but if they drove them into the narrow paths, they could catch up. Confident in his victory, Geldova and his soldiers emerged from the forest. But what Geldova saw wasn't the backs of fleeing enemies on horseback, but humans climbing the rocky mountain. "Huh, what is that?" Geldova looked at the peak, where the humans were climbing. At the top of the rocky mountain, stones were piled up, forming what seemed to be a fort, but Jayami's map didn't indicate any fort there. General Geldova. A scout who had been tracking the enemy ran up to Geldova. "What is that fort?" Geldova asked. "It appears to be an old ruin." The scout, who had been scouting the surroundings, quickly answered. "A ruin, huh? So there are no station troops." "Yes, there's no sign of people. It seems to be very old." "I see, they intend to buy time here." Geldova nodded, listening to the scout's report. They probably wanted to avoid the disadvantage of fighting in narrow paths, which worked out well for Geldova too. Geldova's unit had spearmen and archers but no cavalry. Chasing fleeing enemies was risky in terms of mobility. However, if they were holed up in a fort, that disadvantage disappeared. Geldova's unit didn't have siege weapons, but for a ruin, they weren't necessary. Geldova gazed at the rocky mountain and the fort. The fort seemed quite sturdy. A large tower stood in the center, overseeing the entire wilderness. The rear north side was a steep cliff, making it difficult to approach. The west side was steep and hard to climb. The front south and the east slopes seemed gentle and easy to climb, which was a trap. The defenders could concentrate their forces on the south and east. Attacking the fort without a plan would lead to unnecessary casualties. The fort was designed to whittle down attacking forces while defending. But that was only if the fort was in perfect condition. Being abandoned for who knows how long, the gate's doors were rotted away, the west wall was crumbling, and the east wall was full of holes. They could attack from any side. The enemy was trying to block the doorless gate and the holes in the walls with fallen stones and pillars, but it was a futile effort. There was no reason to wait for them to finish. "All right, you lot, we're attacking the fort. Whoever takes the woman's head will be rewarded. Work hard." Geldova motivated his troops. Hearing about the reward, the soldiers laughed, baring their fangs. The formation for the siege was quickly set, soldiers lined up with shields, and archers aimed at the fort. Geldova himself moved with a small group to a position with a good view of the front and east side. As Geldova's troops prepared, the fort also started to move. Soldiers in blue armor led archers on the walls. In the open gate, soldiers in red armor held spears. On the central tower of the fort, a woman in white armor, guarded by 3 soldiers, was visible. She must be the bounty target. Geldova looked at the woman standing on the tower. She looked back at him. It seemed she would command from the tower, giving her a good view of all three sides. Interesting, she plans to challenge me with her command skills. Geldova grinned, baring his fangs. Fine, show them the power of our legion. Forward, 100 to the front. At Geldova's command, 100 soldiers in the front line advanced with their shields. As they moved forward, the archers on the wall fired arrows. Many arrows rained down. Some soldiers were pierced and fell, but most were blocked by shields, keeping losses minimal. Archers, 3 volleys, fire, Geldova ordered. The archers in the rear fired at the fort. But as the blue-armored knight on the wall swung his spear, a sudden gust of wind diverted nearly all the arrows. The soldiers advancing towards the gate braved the arrows and wind, reaching the gate. But as they tried to enter, flames erupted from the open gate, burning the soldiers. Curse it, magic! Geldova growled at the sudden wind and flames from the gate. He knew there were magic soldiers among the enemy, though there were only 2. But they were powerful. Geldova's unit had no magic soldiers. Jayami had taken them. If they had magic soldiers, they could use different tactics, but there was no point in lamenting what they lacked. Don't falter. Magic can't be used repeatedly. Overwhelm them with numbers. Geldba cries out to his men. 100 to the west. Climb the crumbled wall. 30 to the east. Attack the hole on the southern side. 20 more to the east. Attack the northern hole. Another 10 to the east. Pretend to attack the northern hole, then move along the wall and climb the northern side. Geldova planned to make a broad attack from the west as a diversion, while focusing on the east and sending soldiers around to the north. The woman on the tower could see their movements, but once they reached the walls, she couldn't see the soldiers' actions. They wouldn't expect an attack from the north, thinking it was safe. Following Geldova's orders, attacks began from the west, followed shortly by the east. The humans had spread their forces to the south and west, with fewer soldiers on the east. However, they had enough to guard the holes. Geldova's soldiers near the eastern wall moved along the wall as directed, heading north. All right, 50 more to the front. Fire arrows. Draw their attention, Geldova ordered. Another 50 soldiers were sent forward, and arrows were fired in unison. This time, the arrows hit their mark, forcing the enemy archers on the wall to take cover. With the upper attack stopped, the soldiers behind the shields surged forward, aiming to breach the gate. Too easy. It looks like it's about to fall. Geldova smiled, watching his soldiers at the gate. The soldiers around him nodded in agreement. Although we focused on the north, it looks like we can take it from the front as well. I thought the woman Jayami mentioned would be a bigger threat, but she's nothing special. Geldova spoke to the soldier beside him. Jayami had insisted they report immediately if they found this woman. He must have had some plan. They had sent a letter reporting the discovery, but there was no need to fuss. General Geldova, it's about to fall, one of the soldiers said, watching the soldiers near the gate. The gate was crowded with soldiers, making it hard to see. But just as they held their breath, anticipating the fall, an explosion occurred at the gate, sending Geldova's soldiers flying. Magic stones. Geldova shouted in anger at the sudden explosion. He knew humans used explosive magic devices, and the Demon King's army had similar weapons, so it wasn't surprising. However, he never thought someone would blow up the gate they were protecting. Don't falter, push forward. The front is wide open now. Geldova urged his soldiers, who had been shaken by the explosion. The soldiers near the gate had been blown away, but the explosion also cleared the debris of pillars and stones in front of the gate, making it easier to attack. With the obstacles gone, Geldova's subordinates boldly advanced, but a knight in fiery red armor emerged from the now open entrance. Despite being under siege, the Red Knight willingly came forward. Geldova's soldiers rushed at him all at once, but the Red Knight swung his spear left and right, cutting them down like paper. Impressive! Archers, shoot him down. Geldova shouted, and the archers behind him released a dozen arrows. However, the Red Knight remained unfazed, dodging the high arrows, jumping over the low ones, and striking down the ones coming at him with his spear. Even with many arrows shot at him, the Red Knight didn't receive a single scratch, and broken arrows littered the ground around him. In awe of his skill, the soldiers involuntarily stepped back. Hey, what are you doing? Are you really soldiers of Geldova? Geldova scolded his subordinates for their cowardice. They had almost pushed back, but the enemy's attention was now focused on the front, which was good support for the main attack from the north. Geldova was confident in the success of his plan, but suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. Feeling a gaze, Geldova looked up and met the eyes of a woman standing in the tower. Did she smile? To Geldova's eyes, it seemed the woman in the tower had smiled. The distance was too far to see her expression clearly, but Geldova was sure she had smiled. Damn, we don't have enough archers. Geldova immediately realized his mistake. Their arrows had been reaching the enemy and keeping their archers at bay, but on closer inspection, there were clearly fewer enemy archers on the wall. Soon, there was movement on the wall as the reduced number of enemy archers started running back. Meanwhile, there was no sign of his subordinates who had been ordered to attack the northern wall. They should have already climbed the wall and infiltrated inside, but there was no change in the enemy. They were probably shot from above while climbing the wall. No way did this Geldova lose a battle of wits to that little girl. While it was understandable if the soldiers were inferior, Geldova couldn't believe he was outsmarted in tactics. Damn it, don't stop shooting at the front, keep that red knight pinned down. Send 50 more soldiers to the east. What's going on in the west? Geldova shouted. From his position, he could only see the front and the east, not the movements in the west. But he couldn't believe that with 100 soldiers sent out, they still hadn't breached the fort. Sir, the Blue Knight is attacking from the sky. A soldier who came to report the situation in the west said, trembling. Attacking from the sky? What nonsense. Send another 50 to the west. How long do you plan to take to break through such a hole-ridden fort? Hurry up and crush them. Geldova yelled, urging his soldiers. But as the sun set and evening came, they still couldn't capture the fort. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Demon King's soldiers attacking the fort began to retreat. I sighed deeply under the flag of the Lily of the Valley. In the end, we managed to defend the fort, but the enemy captain's tactics were exceptional, and it was a hard-fought victory. Are you all right, Lady Romelia? Meryl, with her single arm, showed concern for me. Though I was exhausted and wanted to sit down, I couldn't show weakness in front of the soldiers. Yes, I'm fine. You all did well too. I looked at Meryl, Schlo, and Rhett, who had protected me. The three of them had run around on the tower during the battle, relaying my orders to the soldiers. No, we couldn't defeat the enemies like Al or Ray did. We did nothing. Schlo, that's not true. You're mistaken. I denied Schlo's misunderstanding. I trust you all. I can rely on you. That's why I want you by my side. All three of you, please continue to support me. Lady Romelia. At my words, Rhett and the others bowed their heads and shed tears. The three of them were looking for a place to die, but to me, they were irreplaceable assets. I had no intention of using them up for their satisfaction. As they wiped their tears, a cheerful voice called out, Captain Rome. Good job today. Despite fighting all day, Al came running up the tower. Whoa, did I get here first? I beat Ray. Al boasted about some nonsensical competition. Already here, second place. A voice came from above, and looking up, Ray was sitting on the roof of the tower. It seemed he had flown here. Flying is cheating. Climb the stairs properly and I would have won. Al pouted, arguing about who knows what. Stop fighting. More importantly, you two did well. I didn't forget to commend Al and Ray. Al had held back the enemies from the front, and Ray had hindered the western enemies with his aerial attacks, making things much easier. It's not much. But this fort is easy to defend. If we hold out here, we could wipe out the enemy, couldn't we? Al said something foolish. No, we can't. Just surviving today was a challenge. Why not? At this rate, we can hold out tomorrow too, right? Al tilted his head at my words. Because there's no well, this fort has no drinking water. What? There's a well right there. Al looked down from the tower, and indeed, there was a well inside the fort. That well is dry, there's not a drop of water. I told him the well was unusable. I had confirmed it as soon as we arrived. Al, don't you know the tragedy of Semd Fort? When I asked, Al tilted his head. It was a famous story that gave this place its name, but Al didn't seem to know it. Listen, 500 years ago, 1,000 followers of the Holy Church took refuge in this Semd Fort from a barbarian attack. Protected by the sturdy fort, they repelled the barbarian attacks, but then an earthquake suddenly struck. The fort withstood the quake, but the well dried up afterward. I recited the story I had heard as a child. Without water, they couldn't fight. The Holy Church followers who had taken refuge were tragically slaughtered by the barbarians. I closed my eyes and offered a silent prayer to the followers killed here. So we can't hold out in this fort. At most, we can defend it for a day. For us, that's enough. Oh, that's why we stocked up on water before coming here. Al finally understood. Before leaving the forest, we filled our canteens at a stream and let the horses drink their fill. We could manage with the water in our canteens for a day or two. There might be a night raid, so rest in shifts. By dawn, the encirclement my father arranged should be complete, and Gran and the others should arrive. We'll go on the offensive then. Everyone, make sure to rest well. I gave my orders, and Al and Ray nodded. But the expected reinforcements didn't arrive even after 1 day, 2 days. Section. On the second morning of our siege in the ruins of Semd Fort, I looked at Ballad Forest, where our allies should be. Smoke and flames rose from the forest, a massive wildfire. The wildfire, burning since yesterday, showed no signs of abating. On the opposite side, 3 signal fires were rising, indicating that Gran and the others were trying to communicate with us. The signals read enemy attack and number 500. The wildfire wasn't accidental. It was part of the Demon King's army's delaying tactics. It seemed that 500 new Demon King's soldiers had appeared, hindering our reinforcements. Gran and the others were advancing around the wildfire, but as the signals indicated, they were being attacked by the Demon King's army and couldn't proceed. I held back a sigh. As a captain, I couldn't let my spirits falter, for it would affect the morale of my troops. Even if it was a lie, I had to show composure. Are reinforcements coming? Al, who had climbed up to the tower, asked as he gazed at the forest engulfed in wildfire. Beside him were Ray, Schlo, Muriel, and Let. No, it seems the Demon King's army had some hidden troops. I realized my planning was naive. I had assumed there were only the 500 enemy soldiers in front of us. However, it appeared that additional Demon King's troops were blocking our allies in the Ballad Forest. Our prior intelligence indicated about 500 of the Demon King's soldiers appeared in the southern Flam region. It would take days to ride from Flam to Ballad Forest, but somehow, the Demon King's army had transported their 500 soldiers faster than horses. With no reinforcements coming, our fort, which we only needed to hold for 1 day, had become a coffin. Our soldiers were thirsty without drinking water, unable to fight effectively. Looking down the mountain, I saw the Demon King's army encircling us. They were wounded too, but still outnumbered us, with ample water and food supplies. If we continued to hold out, we wouldn't last through the day. The enemy's formation, prepared for a siege, could easily surround us if we charged out. They had a U-shaped formation, waiting for us to make a move. Whether we stayed put or charged out, it was a lose-lose situation. What would give us the best chance of survival? As I considered the enemy's formation, a sudden north wind blew through my hair. The wind had been gentle until now, but today it was strong from the north. All right, this wind is our ally. Prepare the horses. We're charging out. With the wind at our backs, I decided to launch an attack. Eat all the food you can. But save the water for the horses. All right, time to make a grand mess. Al said, hitting his left hand with his right fist at the news of the attack. It's fine to make a mess, but don't think about going out in a blaze of glory. We fight to win. I reminded Al to ensure the soldiers understood our goal was survival, not a heroic death. For me, victory is survival and death is defeat. We will find a way to survive. I understand. I will not die to protect you, Romelia. Ray said, placing his hand on his chest. I wasn't sure what he meant, but I appreciated the sentiment. An hour later, 247 surviving soldiers were ready. Listen up, everyone. Standing before the Lily of the Valley banner, I addressed the 247 soldiers. We're about to break through the enemy lines. Expect fierce resistance, but I have no intention of dying. I'll lead the charge. Follow me and don't stop. If you stick with me, we'll survive. I plan to launch a mobile assault. The enemy's defense had no gaps, but if we could use our mobility to cause chaos within their formation, cracks would appear. As long as we kept moving without stopping, we could win. If we were halted, we'd lose. It's going to be tough, but... As I spoke, the soldiers laughed. What's so funny? I asked, looking at Al, who was also laughing. Captain Rome, it's always like this. You charge ahead and we follow. Al's remark made me realize he was right. I always led from the front with everyone following. True, it's just like always, so let's do it as usual. Follow this banner. I raised the Lily of the Valley banner. Seeing the banner, the soldiers laughed again. As long as they could laugh, we'd be okay. All right, let's move out. I mounted my horse and gave the order. At the foot of the rocky mountain where the fort stood, Geldova looked up at the still-standing fort after 2 days. The fort, abandoned for over 100 years, should have fallen in a day. The enemy was closing in behind Geldova's forces, risking encirclement. But Jayami had moved 500 of Geldova's soldiers, who had been attacking the south, to the forest, where they were now holding off the enemy. Geldova's soldiers had set the forest on fire to create a barrier against the humans, fighting with their backs to the flames. They could hold out until evening, but no longer. The soldiers fighting in the forest would be annihilated without the chance to escape. Geldova was angry at Jayami for moving the soldiers without permission, but he also blamed himself for not capturing the fort in a day. He had to take Romelia's head for the sake of the sacrificed soldiers. Geldova had only 1 day left, but today he was confident the fort would fall. The abandoned fort likely had no water. The enemy's lackluster movements indicated as much. The fort wouldn't have been built without a well, so it must have dried up long ago. The enemy had no drinking water. Victory was almost assured. Without water, soldiers couldn't fight effectively. Geldova knew the enemy had drawn water from a stream before entering the fort, but they could only carry enough for 2 days. Considering the horses, they must be out by now. They might drink horse blood, but... As Geldova watched the fort, he saw the enemy moving. They mounted horses and charged out of the main gate in 2 columns. Leading the charge was a woman with flaxen hair, carrying a flower crest banner. Romelia, Romelia. Geldova found himself shouting the woman's name. He couldn't believe he remembered the name of a human woman, but no one had ever given him this much trouble. He had to kill her himself and take her head. Heavy infantry, forward, don't let them break through. Stop them with your bodies. Archers, draw your bows and hold. Elite squad, target the red and blue knights. They are the pillars of their force. If you can neutralize them, we win. Geldova gave orders while watching 20 heavily armored soldiers with large spears. These elite soldiers were the best under Geldova's command, capable of matching the 2 knights. They're coming, get ready. As the cavalry charged down the mountain like an avalanche, Geldova's eyes were fixed on the flaxen-haired woman leading the charge. Archers, ready, aim. Geldova raised his right hand. The archers drew their bows. He waited to give the order to shoot. Hold now, fire. Just as Geldova was about to give the order, Romelia abruptly changed direction, turning left. Wait! Geldova couldn't stop his hand, and the archers released their arrows. The arrows arched through the sky towards the cavalry, but it was too late. The enemy had already changed course. The arrows hit only a few of the rearguard, who clung to their horses, enduring the pain. The enemy cavalry, having turned left, now clashed with the left flank. Left flank, hold your ground. Elite squad, advance. Geldova ordered the selected units to move forward. As the elite squad moved, the cavalry shifted again. The red knight broke through, creating a path, while the blue knight covered the rear. Before the elite squad could reach them, the cavalry disengaged from the left flank. Archers ready. Geldova ordered the archers to draw again, but couldn't decide where to aim. The enemy, having broken from the left, now headed towards the right, but they could change course to the center. Front, no, right flank, aim, fire. Geldova guessed the enemy would hit the right flank and ordered arrows there. Immediately after that, but the enemy changed course again, charging the center. Arrows that miss their mark only end up stuck in the ground. Geldova waved the flag at the head of the cavalry, observing Romelia as she issued commands. The woman with flaxen hair was also watching Geldova. Damn, that woman. Does she think she can see everything on the battlefield? Geldova growled. There is always a delay in the commands given by a commander. The orders are heard by the captain, who then instructs the soldiers, who follow and act. The effect of the order comes a bit later, after the command is issued. With highly trained soldiers, this delay can be somewhat reduced, but it can never be entirely eliminated. A commander must take this delay into account to a certain extent, anticipate the enemy's movements, and give orders ahead of time. Romelia, that woman, excelled at this ability to predict the future. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the entire battlefield. The enemy cavalry unit, having avoided the arrows, attacked the front line and then turned back to the left flank. Damn it, advance the left and right wings 10 steps. Squeeze the battlefield, block the route to the fortress with the reserves. Crush them with our formation. Geldova advanced both wings, narrowing the battlefield. In the gradually shrinking battlefield, Romelia led her cavalry, rampaging like a serpent. She attacked the left, the right, and then the left again, but no matter what she did, she was like a rat in a trap. Elite unit, prepare. When the enemy stops, charge. Geldova ordered his prized elite unit to charge. Advance the whole army, crush them. Geldova advanced his army all at once, trying to crush Romelia's forces from all sides. However, at this moment, the left wing lagged slightly behind the others. This slight delay created a gap, a narrow strip of unoccupied land. This is bad. It happened in an instant. The gap appeared for just a brief moment. Geldova noticed the delay in the left wing and was about to issue an order to close the gap, but before he could, Romelia slid her horse into the opening. The gap existed for only an instant, and it was breached in that same instant. Following Romelia, who had slipped through the gap, the cavalry unit broke through the encirclement set by Geldova. I've been outsmarted. Seeing Romelia's forces escaping the encirclement, Geldova realized his mistake. Romelia's seemingly random attacks had targeted the left wing heavily. The left wing was more exhausted than the others, and thus slower to advance. Romelia had aimed for this very moment to create this gap. Damn you, Romelia! Geldova, even as a commander, ran, chasing after Romelia. But on foot, he couldn't catch up with a horse, and he could only watch her grow smaller in the distance. So close, I was so close. Geldova shouted. Just a bit more and Geldova would have caught Romelia. But her flaxen hair slipped through his fingers, running off to a place he could never reach. Geldova reached out in despair. But at that moment, as if catching a single strand of hair, Romelia's horse suddenly stumbled and fell. Thrown to the ground, Romelia slammed into the earth. Seeing this sudden stroke of luck, Geldova rejoiced. No, this isn't luck, it's fate. There was no well in the fortress, and the horses had barely had any water. Yet, they had been running at full speed and changing direction multiple times. It wasn't surprising the horse couldn't endure it. Geldova drew his sword and ran towards Romelia. Romelia, having fallen, looked around as she tried to stand up. She noticed Geldova running towards her and looked back at her soldiers who had run ahead. The cavalry unit, realizing their leader had fallen, turned back, but Geldova was closer. Despite the difference in mobility, Geldova would reach Romelia first. Geldova raised his sword, closing in on Romelia. She simply stretched out her right hand. Got her, Geldova swung his sword down at the woman. Blood sprayed into the air. Section, this is absurd, I thought as I looked up at the sky. Even though we had managed to shake the enemy's encirclement and escape, my horse suddenly stumbled and threw me to the ground. I was hit all over my body, unable to breathe, just staring at the sky. Next to me, my horse was gasping, frothing at the mouth. I felt genuinely sorry for my horse. Despite barely drinking any water, it had run so hard. I could only hope its legs weren't broken. I moved my eyes to check my surroundings. From what I could see, I was the only one who had fallen. The other horses, though at their limits, were still holding up. That was good, but it made me a bit resentful. The grace itself was unfair. While it bestowed luck and success on those around me, it gave me nothing. I was just averagely lucky and normally unlucky, but because those around me were fortunate, I looked like I was always messing up. As the pain of the fall gradually subsided, I managed to move a bit. I struggled to sit up and looked around again. I saw a demon with a copper-colored body running towards me, shouting my name. He was likely the enemy commander, but it felt strange to hear my name called by a demon. Looking the other way, I saw Al, Ray, and the soldiers coming back, having noticed I had fallen. Fools don't come back. I reached out and shouted. The enemy was faster. They wouldn't make it in time. If they returned, Al and Ray would also be caught. Like my horse, their horses were at their limits. The right move was to leave this place before their horses gave out. Captain Rome, we're coming. Lady Romelia, Lady Romelia. But Al, Ray, and the soldiers returned with faces, as if they had dropped a treasure. The demon approaching me raised his sword. He was faster. This was my death. Seeing the unavoidable situation, something caught my eye at the edge of my vision. From the left rear of the demon, raising his sword, a horse came galloping. A woman was riding it. With her hair tied back, dressed in white, and wearing a crown signifying a queen, she looked like my former comrade, Saint Elizabeth. Of course, it must be a hallucination. I must have hit my head when I fell. There was no way Elizabeth, now a queen, would come to save me. But the hallucination, Elizabeth stared straight at me, leaned out from the horse, and reached out her right hand. I started to extend my right hand but quickly pulled back. There was no point in reaching out to a hallucination. "Romelia, come." But the hallucination shouted, and reflexively I extended my hand. With the demon's sword closing in, the hallucination Elizabeth grabbed my extended right hand. The hallucination pulled me strongly, saving me from the fatal strike. Elizabeth. Clinging to the horse, I looked at Elizabeth. It didn't seem like a hallucination anymore. It was real, but I still couldn't believe it. "Romelia, are you okay?" Elizabeth turned back and looked at me, surprised. Come to think of it, my left cheek had felt hot since a while ago. It seemed the demon's sword had grazed it, but I could talk and my eyes were fine. It wasn't a serious wound. I climbed onto the horse's back, sitting behind Elizabeth. "Elizabeth, why are you here?" When I asked again, Elizabeth made a complicated expression. "Well, to see you cry, I guess." I thought it was a strange answer, but there was no time for a debate. After all, the demon army was still around us. "Elizabeth, I'm glad you came, but we need to escape quickly." Thanks to Elizabeth's arrival, I had been saved, but Al, Ray, and the soldiers had returned to help me. If we stayed, we'd be back in battle. Without command or formation, it would be a bloody brawl, with victory or death left to pure chance. "What are you talking about?" Elizabeth looked back at me, exasperated. "Do you think I came alone?" Elizabeth's gaze was fixed on something behind me. When I turned around, I saw a group of cavalry charging towards us. But these weren't just any cavalry. They were all clad in ornate armor, riding massive horses. The banner they carried depicted a lion on a crimson background. It was the Royal Guard. A 1,000-strong cavalry unit of the Royal Guard attacked the Demon King's army that had been pursuing us. Even the elite of the Demon King's army couldn't withstand the overwhelming cavalry charge in their disorganized state. The Demon King's army, which had been causing us so much trouble, was swiftly defeated and annihilated. We initially had 5,000 troops, but we were held up at the forest of Balad, so the cavalry took a detour and came through the narrow pass. The remaining 4,000 are making their way through the forest and will join us soon. Though, it seems we don't need to rush the reunion. Elizabeth explained from ahead. I had anticipated the kingdom's forces might come, but I never expected Elizabeth herself would lead the Royal Guard to our aid. "Captain Rome, are you all right? Lady Romelia, are you hurt?" Al and Ray ran up to me, and the Cashew garrison gathered around. Even the generals and captains of the Royal Guard surrounded Elizabeth. "Romelia," a voice pierced through the battlefield as I breathed a sigh of relief. The demon who had slashed my cheek was glaring at me with hatred, sword in hand. Immediately, Al, Ray, and the Royal Guard encircled the demon. Despite being surrounded, the demon sneered defiantly. "Inadue Adama hekatata, lurikedu kitakanashatawa, gamasasuorga, luit maunalukugimo, dekasano kugoji." The demon commander spoke in their language, Enork, pointing his sword at me. Before the Royal Guard soldiers could strike, the bronze-skinned demon pressed his sword to his own neck. "Yamido kyudo, wamazanashino kuzamerwa." Laughing, the demon drew his sword across his neck, severing his own head. The head, still grinning, flew through the air and landed at Elizabeth's and my feet. Blood spurted from the body like a fountain, raining down around us. "What did he say?" Elizabeth asked, looking at me. Few knew I could speak the demon language, Enork, but Elizabeth, with her typical knowing look, assumed I understood. "He said the battle isn't over yet." I told her only a part of what the enemy had said. "Not over yet, indeed," Elizabeth said, gazing at the battlefield. The Royal Guard was annihilating the Demon King's army. The commander had committed suicide, and the battle seemed settled. If the battle was decided, it was time to settle our own matters. I dismounted my horse and faced Elizabeth directly. My feelings were mixed. Breaking off my engagement with Prince Henry was just one issue. Elizabeth and I had clashed many times during our journey. There were good memories, but there were also many bad ones. I had feelings for her that were difficult to put into words. She likely felt the same. As we stared at each other, the royal guard tensed. Al and Ray, sensing the tension, crouched low. Everyone here knew of our strained relationship. "It's been a while, Queen Elizabeth," I said with a light smile, kneeling to show my respect. Sure, we had issues, but I was still a noble loyal to the kingdom, and Elizabeth was undeniably the queen. I had no intention of clinging to the past and stirring conflict. As I knelt, the royal guard's tension eased. "This is a battlefield, Lady Romelia. Raise your head," Elizabeth said, dismounting gracefully. Whatever she felt internally, our positions were clear now. "It really has been a long time, Romelia," Elizabeth said, extending her hand. "Yes. And thank you, I owe my life to you, Your Majesty," I replied, taking her hand and standing up. "It's only natural for the royal family to help its people. But, Your Majesty, this place is dangerous. The battle isn't over yet. Please evacuate to a safer location immediately." I spoke of the danger of this place. As that demon said, the battle was not over yet. This time, the Demon King's army moved like water, threatening the weakly defended rear. As a result, the southern granary region suffered damage. However, the enemy's aim was not just destruction. As evident from their targeting me, one of their objectives was to reduce the kingdom's fighting strength by defeating the soldiers and generals who were dispatched to subjugate them. However, the purpose of the Demon King's army here was destruction and interference, with enemy annihilation being secondary. There should have been a separate unit specializing in reducing our forces. Surely, the enemy still has forces remaining. They will come soon. Are you serious about that? The knight standing right next to Elizabeth laughed at my prediction. Judging from his magnificent armor, he must be the general leading this unit. "The Demon King's army's forces. Where are they? Perhaps you mean the small group holding back your knights in the forest." "General Goons." Elizabeth raised her voice to stop him. General Goons seemed unable to accept a woman like me speaking about military strategy. "No, it's not the enemy in the forest. More enemies are heading this way. I anticipated more enemies coming. Yesterday, the Demon King's army moved their units attacking the south in a very short time. That gave me an idea of how they move. If my prediction was correct, new enemies were already close. How, then? The Gate of Guzzle, which is the northern border, is sealed. How could they invade, and where could they be?" General Goons tilted his head as if to say, "What are you talking about?" "That's..." As I was about to speak, one of the soldiers next to Elizabeth squinted his eyes while looking into the distance. A moment later, his eyes widened in surprise. The soldier next to him also noticed something unusual and opened his mouth wide. The surrounding soldiers also began to notice something, pointing at the northern sky behind me. North, that was the direction of Lourn, where the Demon King's army had its base. I exhaled, thinking we might be too late. Even without turning around, I could guess what they were seeing. The Gate of Guzzle, facing the border with the Demon King's army, was tightly sealed and impossible to breach unless one could fly. So there was only one answer. The enemy came flying through the sky. Behind me, dragons with enormous wings were covering the sky. Chapter 4. The Demon King's army arrives from the sky. Elizabeth sighed as she looked at the dragons covering the sky. I see, so this was their trick. Instead of breaking through the sealed border, how did they infiltrate the country? Elizabeth knew they had to deal with it before pondering the reason. But she didn't expect such a method. Dragons with wings flying through the sky. Should they be called wyverns? There were about 1,000, no, around 1,300 of them. Saddles, like those on horses, were attached to the backs of the wyverns, and 2 demons rode on each, one in front and one in the back. The demon in front held the reins and wore light armor, while the one in the back was heavily armed. One wyvern landed in the wilderness, and the armed demon jumped off. The demon holding the reins, seemingly a rider, stayed on the wyvern. Excluding the riders, the Demon King's army consisted of about 1,300 soldiers. Lady Elizabeth, please withdraw. It's dangerous here. General Goons, can't we win? Elizabeth questioned General Goons, who suggested retreat. The enemy's forces are superior. We cannot guarantee victory under these conditions. General Goons admitted frankly. As Countess Romelia said, this is a baiting tactic. The enemy's real aim is to lure us out and weaken our forces. Thus, they have a plan and ample strength. Fighting here would not be wise. Romelia, what do you think? Nodding at General Goon's words, Elizabeth asked Romelia, who was nearby. She knew that without Romelia's help, they wouldn't be able to escape this predicament. We have already been spotted by the enemy. Retreating now would be difficult. We should move to the edge of the Ballad Forest and set up camp there. Romelia pointed to the forest, still burning with wildfires. Set up camp in a place like that, we'll be trapped with the fire at our backs. True, there's no escape route, but that's where our reinforcements will arrive first. Look. Romelia pointed to the forest at General Goon's words. Armed soldiers emerged from the forest's edge. Is that our allies, the Romelia Knights, and our Imperial Guards too? General Goons saw the flags carried by the soldiers. Indeed, the Romelia Knights, with the Lily of the Valley flag, numbered 800, and 1,000 heavily armed Imperial Guard soldiers led by Commander Letter, carrying the Crimson Lion flag, were emerging. They made it through the wildfire to get here. Elizabeth was impressed by the soot-covered Romelia Knights and the Imperial Guards. Only 1,000 made it through. The remaining 3,000 are still in the forest. General Goons groaned, but risking the wildfire might not have been the best choice. It was better to be glad about the 1,000 reinforcements they had. With the Imperial Guards and the Cashew Defense Force combined, we have 3,000 soldiers. We're evenly matched. Moreover, if we position ourselves with the wildfire at our backs, we can quickly join up with the guards coming through the wildfire. If we can hold out until then, we will win. Romelia explained the advantages of fighting with the wildfire at their backs. But we can't expose the Queen to danger. General Goons, there's no need to worry. I don't plan on running away. Elizabeth declared her intent not to flee to the hesitant General Goons. But, Your Majesty, running away here is also dangerous. If the enemy lured us out, they must have a plan to prevent our escape. Elizabeth predicted the actions of the Demon King's army, and General Goons couldn't deny it. Understood, but if it comes to it, you must walk through the wildfire. Leaving those words, General Goons began organizing the Imperial Guards and preparing to move. Let's move. Al Ray, prepare. At Romelia's command, soldiers in red and blue armor nodded. They were likely Albion the Flame Knight and Raven the Wind Knight. Schlo, Merrill, and Rhett gather the wounded. Romelia instructed the soldiers with prosthetic limbs, an arm, and a hand. Romelia, wait. Elizabeth stopped Romelia, who was preparing to move. What is it, Your Majesty? Romelia turned back to ask. There was a cut on her cheek made by a demon. Though the bleeding had stopped, indicating it was a minor injury, it was still a wound on a girl's face. Elizabeth thought Romelia was too unconcerned. The scar would likely remain. Elizabeth looked at Romelia again. There was no sign of concern about her cheek wound or about Elizabeth standing before her. Yes, Romelia bore no grudge for what happened 3 years ago. Despite her dignity as a woman being so deeply hurt, she cared as little for the scar as for her past. That made Elizabeth somewhat angry, and she felt irritated. But thinking that she was the one bothered by what the other wasn't, she felt foolish. Elizabeth sighed, raised her right hand, and placed it on Romelia's left cheek. White light emanated from her hand, illuminating the wound. When the light subsided, the scar on her left cheek was gone. Tha, enke you. Romelia thanked her hesitantly. Elizabeth frowned, thinking she could have expressed her gratitude better. But then, the soldiers behind Romelia knelt and bowed their heads towards Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth, thank you for healing Lady Romelia's wound. On behalf of the Cashew Defense Force, we express our gratitude. Knight Albion expressed his gratitude with a bow. You're welcome. I don't want to be blamed for not arriving in time to prevent scars. Elizabeth responded magnanimously, glancing at Romelia, signaling her to learn from this. Romelia awkwardly averted her gaze. Now, shall I play the role of a saint? Elizabeth murmured as she approached the soldiers with prosthetics and missing limbs. What's your name? I am Merrill. Schlo. I'm Rhett, Your Majesty. The 3 soldiers with a prosthetic arm, leg, and hand introduced themselves. All right, Merrill, this might hurt a bit. Elizabeth raised her right hand to Merrill, who was missing her left arm. White light emitted from her hand, enveloping Merrill. The light vanished in an instant, and Merrill clutched her left arm in pain. But the pain lasted only a moment. As her scream peaked, a white left arm emerged from her short sleeve. Everyone, including Meryl, was astonished at the regenerated left arm. Move it slowly. You'll get used to it. Elizabeth then turned to Schlo and Rhett. You too, remove your prosthetics. They hinder the healing. She had Schlo and Rhett remove their prosthetics and performed the same treatment. The 3 soldiers, now with regenerated limbs, were moved to tears, unable to speak from the overwhelming emotion. Thank you, Elizabeth. Romelia thanked Elizabeth on behalf of the speechless soldiers. You should have shown that sincerity earlier. But my unremarkable face can't compare to the soldiers' limbs. Albion, Raven, and the healed soldiers chuckled at Romelia's words. This girl really? Never mind. Your soldiers are also wounded, aren't they? I'll send healers to them, so treat your injured immediately. Elizabeth instructed the Imperial Guards to cooperate with the Romelia Knights. You've changed. Romelia spoke in a voice filled with emotion as Elizabeth offered to heal. Indeed, 3 years ago, she wouldn't have done such a thing. It's just necessary to win this battle. True, the immediate enemy is the issue. Elizabeth, look at that largest wyvern. Do you see the flag on its back? Romelia pointed to a particularly large wyvern among those flying in the sky. It was nearly twice the size of the others. A black flag with a red comet was on its back. That comet emblem, that's likely Gaios. Gaios? You mean that Gaios? Elizabeth asked back. Yes, that Gaios. The Demon King's younger brother, who defeated Prince Henry on the Dacan Plains. Seeing Romelia nod, Elizabeth shuddered. Gaios, that name now echoed across the continent. 3 years ago, Gaios had started his reign of terror by defeating Prince Henry in a duel. With his massive strides, he ravaged all the great nations like a storm. Now, that threat had returned to the kingdom. The battle in the Semd Desert would be like no other. Actually, before leaving the capital, I sent letters to Ekaterina and Lujai. Elizabeth said, mentioning her comrades who had fought alongside her against the Demon King. She hadn't anticipated a battle with Gaios, but the day before the sortie, she felt an inexplicable unease and sought their help. If they had received the letters and come immediately, we should have already met up. But either they were not available, or they had no intention of coming to help. Elizabeth sighed, thinking of her missing comrades. Either way, we must fight with the forces we have now. Romelia stated realistically. Indeed, it was futile to wish for what wasn't there. Queen Elizabeth, it's time to move. Please prepare. General Goons, having completed the gathering of the scattered cavalry units, urged Elizabeth to relocate. Understood. See you later, Romelia. Elizabeth said, parting with Romelia and moving with General Goons to the front of the forest. Oh, Queen Elizabeth, General Goons, I'm glad we could meet. As Elizabeth and the others moved to the front of the forest commander Letter, leading 1,000 heavy infantry, rushing over with Vice Commander Burns by his side. Letter, you managed to break through the fire. Yes, when the Romelia Knights said they would cross the wildfire, we couldn't afford to fall behind. But Sloane, Ruibo, and Fred's units are still engaged with the enemy and will take another half-day to arrive. Commander Letter reported proudly, praised by General Goons. We just crossed the fire, but as you can see, the Demon King's army has come from the sky. Prepare for battle immediately. Form up. General Goons held an impromptu war council, using this location as the headquarters. Elizabeth attended the council. Surrounded by General Goons, Commander Koster and Vice Commander Sergei leading the cavalry units, and Commander Letter and Vice Commander Burns leading the heavy infantry who had just joined. Around them, 10 elite guards protected the headquarters, 7 trumpeters were ready to signal charges or retreats, and 2 flag bearers stood by. Additionally, 20 healers were currently attending to Romelia's unit and would return after completing the initial treatments. First, we'll place the headquarters here. As for the formation, General Goons began, but Elizabeth interrupted the information Romelia gave her. General Goons, wait. It has just been confirmed. The enemy this time is Gaios. Gaios. The mention of the name made General Goons and the others tense. Many of the guards had experienced the fierce battle on the Dacan Plains and knew the strength of Gaios, the Demon King's brother. Well then, we are not lacking for a challenge. Letter, you take 600 heavy infantry and secure the right wing. Burns, you support the center with 400 heavy infantry. General Goons ordered, rallying his forces. I've already sent a messenger to have the Romelia Knights cover the left wing. Now, for the rest. General Goons looked at Commander Koster and Vice Commander Sergei. Sergei, take 400 cavalry and support the center with Burns. Koster, you and 600 cavalry will stay in reserve. Depending on the situation, you may reinforce the right or left wing, but remember your main objective. General Goons met Commander Koster's eyes to confirm. Yes, to take down Gaios. Correct. Defeat Gaios and showcase the might of the Lionel Kingdom's royal guard to the continent. With General Goons's command, the commanders and vice commanders raised their voices and began forming their lines. Elizabeth watched as the Demon King's army began descending one after another, riding wyverns. Dragons with enormous wings landed, and 1,000 demons in red bronze armor disembarked. Their armor matched those who had fought Romelia earlier, likely the same unit, now seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. The wyverns rested their wings without taking off, while the red bronze-armored demons formed their ranks. The Demon King's army's formation was a typical horizontal line. 400 in the center, 300 on each side, all infantry with no cavalry or archers. However, about 300 wyverns were still circling high in the sky, not landing for some reason. General Goons, the formation is complete. A soldier reported, running to the headquarters. Elizabeth saw that the Romelia Knights on the left wing had also formed a horizontal line with 600 infantry, keeping 200 infantry in reserve on the right and 200 cavalry in reserve on the far left. Their formation was almost complete. Attacking before the Demon King's army finished descending could give them an advantageous start. General Goons seemed to think the same, as he called Vice Commander Sergei to initiate a preemptive strike before the enemy was fully prepared. But then, one particularly large wyvern broke away from the circling group and began a steep dive, almost crashing into the ground before pulling up and ascending sharply, dropping a huge figure from its back. It was the body of a huge demon tribe, so large that it could be seen from a distance. The large demon that jumped from the wyvern landed with a tremendous impact that resonated even at the distant headquarters, shaking Elizabeth's heart. "Gaios," Elizabeth muttered, watching the demon who had leapt from the wyvern. With a massive club on his shoulder, his towering figure was as imposing as the legends had described. The royal guard, pride of the kingdom, quivered at Gaios's earth-shaking arrival. The other wyverns also began descending rapidly, dropping their demon passengers who landed heavily and started organizing their formation. The demons that dared to jump from the backs of the wyverns were all huge in size. They were probably the Titan soldiers under the command of Gaios. They are a group of soldiers who are the biggest among the demon tribe, and they are the ones who wreak havoc together with Gaios. In the blink of an eye, 300 Titans descend, and General Goon's face contorts as he abandons his preemptive attack. Do they not injure themselves landing like that? Elizabeth wondered aloud, questioning the reason behind such a reckless tactic. It was an act that would have resulted in the unnecessary injury of a soldier. Or was there a reason why they had to jump down? As she looked up, the wyverns that had dropped the giant soldiers were circling in the sky. Meanwhile, the wyverns that had landed the 1,000 red bronze-armored demons were resting behind the Demon King's army. Why not have them all land or keep them airborne? Elizabeth pondered, but soon the 300 giant soldiers formed their ranks, with Gaios at the forefront holding a massive club. 100 giants stood behind Gaios, another 100 moved to the rear as reserves, and the remaining 100 spread across the battlefield in a thin horizontal line. Because they are spread across the entire battlefield, it wasn't much of a formation, more like evenly distributing the forces. It seems the Demon King's army lacks decent commanders. Do they really think such a formation can stand against our royal guard? Raise the flag of the royal guard. Let the Demon King's army see our crimson lion. General Goons commanded, and a giant crimson flag was hoisted beside the headquarters, a golden lion embroidered in the center, roaring towards the sky. With the flag raised, all the royal guard soldiers on the battlefield let out a cheer. The lion was the crest of the Lionel Kingdom. The crimson flag with the lion was a symbol allowed only for the royal guard, their pride. All troops advance, General Goons ordered, waiting until the soldiers' morale was at its peak. The trumpeters in the headquarters sounded their horns, signaling the advance. Listening to the vigorous sounds, the entire army began to advance. Thus, the Battle of Semd Wilderness commenced. Captain Coster, 1st Cavalry Unit, prepare to charge. 2nd to 6th Units, get ready to move at any time. General Goons shouted out his orders. Since the Demon King's army had descended from wyverns, they had no cavalry. General Goons divided the 600 cavalry under Captain Coster into 6 groups to launch wave attacks against the Demon King's army. 1st Cavalry Unit charge. General Goons commanded the cavalry to charge. Meanwhile, the Demon King's army, consisting only of infantry, did not adopt a defensive formation with shields as expected. Shockingly, they launched an infantry charge led by their commander, Gaios. What? Are the Demon King's troops idiots? General Goons couldn't help but shout at the enemy's thoughtless action. Elizabeth agreed. The scene was a reenactment of ancient battles, with soldiers merely running and colliding without any formation or tactics. But with this, we can win. General Goons clenched his fist firmly, an unstructured charge. At the forefront was their commander, Gaios. If they could take him down, it would be a significant blow to the Demon King's army, not just this battlefield. Everyone, no matter what, take down Gaios. If you bring his head, you'll be handsomely rewarded. General Goons encouraged his troops. In the center of the battlefield, the 1st Cavalry Unit, riding hard, captured Gaios in their sights. The cavalry accelerated further, maintaining an arrow-like formation as they rushed toward Gaios. They resembled a battering ram, ready to break through any gate. But in the face of the charging cavalry, Gaios didn't flinch. He swung his massive club with all his might. Immediately, the battlefield exploded. A thunderous roar echoed as the charging cavalry unit was blown away. Fully armored soldiers and horses were torn apart, with pieces flying through the air, raining down on the soldiers behind. The soldiers running behind couldn't believe the falling parts were their comrades. They were terrified by the limbs, heads, and entrails that rained down on them. Then, a group of giants led by Gaios attacked, engulfing the 1st Cavalry Unit in a black tide. Ahi. General Goons groaned, sweating. Elizabeth couldn't believe her eyes either. A single demon had taken down what could be considered 100 of the elite guards. Elizabeth shifted her gaze from the center to the flanks to see the other parts of the battlefield. On the right wing, Captain Letter led 600 infantry, engaging 300 of the Demon King's troops in an even battle. On the left wing, the Romelia Knights were gaining the upper hand. They were pushing back the Demon King's troops while keeping their reserves intact. The problem was the center, where Gaios needed to be stopped. Section, curse it. 2nd Cavalry Unit, use the Great Whirlpool Formation. Subdue and kill that fiend with the Great Whirlpool. General Goons ordered 100 cavalrymen. The cavalry formed a neat 2-column formation, spears held high. They resembled a great serpent born on the battlefield. The great serpent created by the 2nd Cavalry Unit seemed to aim straight at Gaios, but their path shifted slightly to the right. Their target was the connection between Gaios and the surrounding giant soldiers. The 2-column cavalry lowered their spears. The right column pointed 50 spears to the right, and the left column pointed 50 spears to the left. The group of cavalry that looked like a serpent instantly transformed into a centipede with 100 legs. The great centipede inserted its body between Gaios and his subordinates. The leading cavalryman drew a large arc to the left. The outer right column swept through the Demon King's troops with 50 spears, while the left column aimed 50 spears at Gaios. The leading cavalrymen continued to turn left until they completed a circle. The circle tightened, creating a whirlpool of blades on the battlefield. Behold, this is the pride of the Royal Guard, the Great Whirlpool Formation. General Goons shouted triumphantly. Elizabeth was impressed. It was indeed something to be proud of. From serpent to centipede, from centipede to whirlpool. It was a magnificent formation transformation. The outer blades kept the 100 giant soldiers led by Gaios at bay. In the center of the whirlpool, Gaios was surrounded by 50 blades, unable to move. The whirlpool on the battlefield began to close in on Gaios, slicing him with 50 blades, attempting to engulf him. Did we get him? General Goons cheered. But at that moment, a massive club was raised in the center of the consuming whirlpool. In the center of the blades, the fiend Gaios, his body cut all over, his eyes glowing red, swung his massive club. Despite being cut by 50 spears, Gaios ignored the pain and swung his club with all his might. The strike blew away the charging cavalry, horses and all. To Elizabeth's eyes, it seemed like a few soldiers were blown away, but it was different. Gaios, swinging his club, spun his entire body, countering the whirlpool's direction. 1, 2, 3, 4 soldiers on horseback were entangled by Gaios' massive club. The following cavalry collided with the bodies of soldiers struck by the club. The charging cavalry continued to collide, but Gaios' club did not retreat. Instead, he pushed his body and the club forward, swinging it. Impossible. General Goons turned pale. In the center of the battlefield, Gaios, his eyes glowing red, roared with his mouth wide open. It was a roar like a dragon's. Gaios' body swelled visibly, his muscles expanding. With a second roar, he swung his club. Dozens of cavalrymen entangled with the club were flung away like leaves, and Gaios' spinning body countered the whirlpool, crushing the cavalry. Finally, the club reached the tail of the whirlpool, and the great whirlpool created by 100 elite guards was undone by a single demon and a single club. No way! How can this be happening? General Goons gritted his teeth. A single demon had defeated 100 trained soldiers and their proud tactics. General Goons, the war is not over yet. Give the next command. Elizabeth spoke to the stunned General Goons. Why yes. 3rd Cavalry Unit, are you ready? General Goons quickly gave the next order. The 3rd Cavalry Unit nodded at the general's command and set out. The cavalry formed a 2-column formation again. It seemed like they were preparing for another great Whirlpool Formation. But the 2 leading cavalrymen split left and right as they approached Gaios. A black chain stretched between them. The chain pulled by 2 horses attacked Gaios. Normally, when a chain pulled by the momentum of the horses hit, it would cause the target to fall. But Gaios was different. When the chain hit, it caught like on a great tree, causing the horses to fall instead. Gaios grabbed the chain, but couldn't shake it off. The chain was tied around the horses' bellies, which had fallen with the soldiers. Then a 2nd and 3rd chain were added. Despite his massive weight, the cavalrymen fell one by one, but the chains wound around Gaios' body. Now, throw your spears. After dozens of chains wrapped around Gaios, the remaining 3rd Cavalry Unit threw their spears simultaneously. Several spears rained down on Gaios, piercing his arms, shoulders, and the gaps in his armor. Gaios, hit by more than 10 spears, slowly fell forward. Oh! General Goons cheered as Gaios' mountainous body began to fall. But Gaios' body, which seemed to have fallen, stopped in a crouched position. Gaios' hunched body trembled. It was like the rumblings of a volcano about to erupt. Not good, throw the spears, throw the spears. General Goons ordered. The soldiers in the rear felt the same as the general and began throwing their spears. But just after the spears were thrown, Gaios' trembling body suddenly stopped. It was the calm before the storm, a moment of stillness before the eruption. Gaios quickly straightened up and spread his chained arms wide. Gaios tore through the thick chains wrapped around him as if they were mere threads, sending fragments flying around him. The chain fragments deflected incoming spears and rained down like molten steel on the elite guard. Freed from his shackles, Gaios drove his club into the ground, bent down, and picked up the 4 chains that had been entangling him. He pulled on them with all his might. Horses were tied to the other ends of the chains, but Gaios swung them around, using his immense strength to whirl the horses overhead. 4 horses were lifted into the air, flailing around like a tornado. Gaios used the horses as improvised flails, smashing the cavalry of the 3rd Battalion. No one could withstand the onslaught, and the 3rd Cavalry Battalion was annihilated. What is that demon? It's like a natural disaster. General Goons' words were accurate. A whirlpool, a volcano, a tornado, Gaios' fury was akin to a rampaging natural disaster. General Goons. 3 soldiers approached the despairing General Goons. Order us to eliminate Gaios. The soldiers were wrapped in cloth over their armor, with explosive magic stones visible between the folds. A suicide squad. Their plan was to get close and detonate themselves to kill Gaios. You fine, go and do it. General Goons gave the order to the soldiers who had resolved to die. Elizabeth stood before the 3 soldiers. As a saint of the church, I cannot endorse suicide. but I pray for your success." Elizabeth formed the sign of the holy symbol with her fingers in front of her chest, blessing the 3 soldiers. "Yes, we will dedicate our victory to the Queen." The 3 soldiers knelt before Elizabeth, then rose, mounted their horses, and returned to their unit. The 4th Cavalry Battalion, with the 3 soldiers at its core, launched their attack. But against Gaios, a moving disaster, the 4th Cavalry Battalion was quickly defeated, leaving only corpses in their wake. Yet the 3 soldiers, carrying explosive magic stones, climbed over the bodies of their comrades and leaped onto Gaios, clinging to his large limbs. A flash of light followed, and the soldiers' bodies exploded, engulfing Gaios. Everyone held their breath at the explosion on the battlefield. But emerging from the smoke was Gaios, his massive body singed but largely unscathed. It was overwhelming. Against such immense power, numbers, tactics, skills, coordination, and even the soldiers' resolve were all meaningless. Is it hopeless? Elizabeth closed her eyes, mourning the fallen soldiers. When she opened her eyes, she looked to the left flank of the battlefield. There, Romelia in her white armor was commanding her troops. She had gathered 200 infantry and 200 cavalry as reserves, likely to save Elizabeth and the others if needed. Despite the efforts of the elite guard and general goons, Romelia's strength was necessary. Against Gaios, numbers and tactics were pointless. What was needed was equally powerful individual strength. Romelia and the soldiers she had trained were indispensable. General goons. Elizabeth looked at the frustrated general goons. Even if it meant losing the general's trust, she had to call for Romelia under her authority as queen. She couldn't let all the elite guard soldiers die to a single demon. Just as she was about to call for Romelia and her unit, a sharp sound from above drew her attention. "Arrows, take cover." The soldiers protecting Elizabeth raised their shields to defend against the arrow, but it was just one arrow, landing far in front of their main camp. A whistling arrow. Elizabeth looked at the arrow stuck in the ground. A whistling arrow, which made a sound when shot, was often used for military communication. But this arrow hadn't come from the Demon King's army in front of them. It was fired from a winged dragon circling above. Elizabeth spotted the winged dragon that had fired the arrow, recognizing the particularly large one Gaios had ridden. On its back was a small demon in white clothes in addition to its rider. "General Goons, Gaios is coming. We need Romelia here." Realizing the meaning of the whistling arrow, Elizabeth ordered General Goons. Looking to the left flank, Romelia had also noticed the whistling arrow. She was moving towards them with 200 infantry she had placed on the right as reserves. But before Romelia's unit could move, Gaios shouted loudly. "All right, the charge order is given. That's the main camp. I'm coming, just wait there." Gaios spoke in human language, surprising everyone. But more shocking was the thunderous rumble as Gaios charged towards Elizabeth and the others. Gaios ran across the battlefield with his massive club in hand. Despite his enormous size, he moved as fast as a horse, breaking the ground with each step. 100 giant soldiers followed him. Gaios and the giant soldiers headed straight for Elizabeth's main camp. "This is bad. Coster, Burns, hold them off. Stop them at all costs." General Goons shouted commands, and Captain Coster led the 5th and 6th Cavalry units into the fray, while Vice Captain Burns arranged the heavy infantry into a shield wall in front of the camp. But against the advancing storm of Gaios and the giant soldiers, the cavalry and heavy infantry, no matter how well trained, were scattered like toys. "It's no use. Your Highness, you must flee." Realizing he had misjudged the enemy's advance, General Goons advised retreat, but at that speed, escape seemed impossible. Romelia. Elizabeth looked towards the left flank, where Romelia was. But another whistling arrow fell before Romelia's knights, who were rushing to aid. This time, the 100 giant soldiers following Gaios changed course. Instead of following Gaios, the giant soldiers attacked Romelia's 200 reserve troops. Elizabeth looked up at the sky with a grim expression. Whoever it was, a demon in the sky was directing Gaios and the others on the ground with arrows. Even crude whistling arrow signals, when used to guide the unstoppable Gaios and his forces, posed a dire threat. "No, Your Highness, you must flee. We'll buy you time." General Goons and the soldiers in the main camp readied their swords and shields, prepared to sacrifice their lives to buy time. Wait, General Goons. Elizabeth stopped the hasty General Goons. If the general died here, the battle lines would collapse. As she held him back, Elizabeth looked to the left flank. 100 giant soldiers were holding back Romelia's 200 reserve troops. But amidst the chaos, Romelia, in her white armor, led 6 knights breaking through the enemy interference, heading towards them. But from the front, the thunderous footsteps approached. Turning to the source of the sound, Elizabeth saw Gaios breaking through the 5th and 6th cavalry units and the heavy infantry lines, nearing the main camp. He was covered in blood, holding Captain Coster's severed head in his left hand. "Hey, I'm here." Reaching the main camp alone, Gaios called out as if visiting a friend's house, then threw Captain Coster's head behind him. "Elizabeth." From the left, Romelia was desperately riding towards them, but she still needed more time to reach. "Your Highness, please flee." General Goons and 10 elite guards rushed out. But before Gaios and his raised club, their resolve was like a flickering candle in a storm. Healers behind them fled in terror of Gaios. "Out of my way." Gaios raised his club like stomping on insects, ready to crush General Goons and the others. "I won't let you." Elizabeth thrust her hands forward, and in the next moment, a wall of light appeared before Gaios, deflecting his club. "What is this?" Gaios let out a bewildered cry at the sight. This was Elizabeth's power of protection. Ordinary healers could only create small light barriers that couldn't stop an arrow, but the wall Elizabeth conjured could withstand even a siege weapon's strike. Interesting. Then one more try. Gaios raised his club with his right hand and struck the wall of light. A thunderous noise echoed across the battlefield, but the wall of light didn't waver. "Useless, this is the strongest shield that even blocked the Demon King Zelgius' magic. You can't break it." "Oh, impressive." It was Gaios on the other side of the wall of light who cheered at Elizabeth's words. Despite having his strike blocked, he smiled like a child who had found the best toy. "So, you blocked my brother's magic. Impressive. That means you must be the rumored saint. In that case, I should give it my all too." Gaios placed his left hand on the club he held in his right, gripping it with both hands. Then, with a force like a vice, the handle of the steel club groaned. Gaios' body swelled, and muscles bulged like lumps on his arms. The expansion spread to his chest, and his enormous breastplate, connected by chains, creaked. His thighs and legs also swelled, making his body grow 2 sizes bigger. "Why, you monster!" General Goons gasped. Gaios' bloodshot eyes and his imposing figure resembled the dragons, which the demons claimed as their ancestors. "Now, take my full power." Gaios, now a massive muscle, swung the club with both hands. With a roar, a massive explosion occurred, and a large amount of dirt and sand was blown away. Elizabeth was flung into the air and thrown to the ground. What is this?" Enduring the intense pain assaulting her whole body, Elizabeth got up and was met with an unbelievable sight. A giant hole had appeared in the wasteland that had been flat just moments before. Elizabeth couldn't believe that the place she had just been standing had vanished. "Oh, Your Majesty." A weak voice came from near Elizabeth's feet. Looking down, she saw General Goons lying there, covered in blood and barely alive. Scattered around were severed limbs and bodies of soldiers who had stood against Gaios. Compared to General Goons, Elizabeth had only minor injuries. This was because the general and soldiers had shielded her with their bodies. "Wait, General, I'll heal you right away." Elizabeth gathered healing power in her hands, intending to treat General Goons immediately. "Your Majesty, run, the front has collapsed." General Goons stopped Elizabeth's hand and pointed a trembling finger at the battlefield. The center, where Gaios had broken through, and the right flank were both in dire straits. The Romelia knights on the left were barely holding the enemy back, but were slowly being pushed. The soldiers were fighting valiantly, but Gaios' strength was overwhelming, and with the main camp destroyed in a single blow, the soldiers' morale couldn't be maintained. "Elizabeth!" Romelia's shout echoed across the battlefield. She was running towards them, likely having fallen from her horse due to the explosion's impact. Romelia was running desperately, but wasn't going to make it in time. Game over. A giant foot landed in front of Elizabeth. It was Gaios. The demon who had created the huge hole stepped over it and pointed his club at Elizabeth. Faced with the overwhelming mass, Elizabeth's body froze, her legs went weak. She trembled, her throat parched. Throughout her journey to defeat the Demon King, she'd encountered danger many times, but never had she felt such fear. You didn't get blown away by my full power, huh? Impressive. So can you do anything else? If you can, I'll humor you. Show me. Gaios pointed his club at her, challenging her to show any other tricks she might have. But Elizabeth had no more tricks up her sleeve. Healers had forbidden techniques said to cause instant death, but Elizabeth had never learned such techniques. No one taught her because they deemed it unfit for a saint, and Elizabeth herself thought she didn't need it. Nothing else, then time to die. Like a child crushing a toy, Gaios raised his club and mercilessly swung it down. At that moment, a ball of light flew in and struck Gaios' face, expanding and exploding. The explosion shook the air, stopping Gaios' club mid-swing. What's this? Despite the explosion on his face, Gaios only expressed surprise. Looking towards where the light ball had come from, he saw a tall woman through the dust. The woman wore a black triangular hat and a black robe dress, holding a long staff. Her face was hidden by the hat, but her long hair, ample chest, and slim waist were visible. Red lips peeked out from under the hat. Who are you? Gaios pointed his club at the woman who suddenly appeared. Without replying, the woman pointed her staff. A magic circle appeared at the tip, and a bolt of lightning shot out. Gaios dodged the lightning, jumping back. But as he moved, a shadow loomed over his face. Realizing the shadow was over him, Gaios turned to raise his club. Looking up, he saw a woman leaping through the air, swinging a wide blade down at him. Gaios tried to block the surprise attack with his club, but the blade slipped past and cut off his left wrist. Blood sprayed, and Gaios' hand fell to the ground. Gaios growled lowly and swung his club with his right hand. The woman flipped backward like a butterfly, gracefully avoiding the club. The woman, showing off her remarkable martial skills, had beautiful black hair. Her vibrant green clothes were traditional attire of the Eastern horsemen, and the wide blade she held was also from the East. You too. Elizabeth recognized the two women who had suddenly appeared. Ekaterina, Princess Lou. Elizabeth called their names, recognizing the woman in black and the one in green. These were the two comrades who had journeyed with Prince Henry to defeat the Demon King 3 years ago. Why are you here? Why, you called us, didn't you? Princess Lou responded in an exasperated tone. Yeah, you sent us a letter asking for help. Ekaterina laughed. Elizabeth had indeed sent them letters seeking help out of desperation, but she hadn't expected them to come. Although they had journeyed together, their parting hadn't been amicable, much like with Romelia. 3 years ago, when Romelia was formally rejected by Prince Henry, there was intense interest in who he would choose next. Ekaterina and Princess Lou also loved Prince Henry, but Elizabeth couldn't give in and asked them to step aside. Not only that, she used the church's influence to pressure the prince into choosing her. It wouldn't have been surprising if the two harbored resentment. But why? Why, you called us, didn't you? As Elizabeth was about to ask why they had come, Romelia arrived with 6 soldiers. She was also surprised to see the two. Hey Romelia, long time no see. Ekaterina waved lazily at Romelia, but Romelia was too stunned to respond. In many ways, this isn't a heartwarming reunion. Well, let's save the long stories and grudges for later. For now, we face the enemy before us. We'll use our usual formation, even without the prince. Princess Lou temporarily set aside the past and gave clear orders. During their journey, they had always followed Prince Henry and Princess Lou's commands in battle. I'll take the front. Elizabeth, guard us. Ekaterina, prepare your magic, and don't hit me by mistake. Got it? Of course not. Hope you're still as good as ever. At Princess Lou's command, Elizabeth stood up, and Ekaterina grinned mischievously. Romelia, you. I know. Before Princess Lou could finish, Romelia was already moving. Kyle, follow Princess Lou's orders and hold Gaios here. Romelia commanded the soldiers she had brought with her. In response, Albion in red armor, Otto, a giant wielding a massive warhammer, and Kyle, a soldier covered in daggers, stood in front of Gaios. These were knights counted among the 20 knights of Romelia, acknowledged by King Henry. Schlo, Merrill, Rhett, take General Goons. Romelia ordered the remaining 3 to carry General Goons. Princess Lou, I leave this to you. I'll leave Al and the others here. Do whatever it takes to hold off that demon. With that, Romelia retreated with the 3 soldiers carrying General Goons. Her decisiveness and understanding of the situation were commendable, but it wasn't exactly charming. Elizabeth thought to herself, that's just like her, but she kept it to herself. Looking at Princess Lu, she saw that she too was smiling in exasperation. After Elizabeth saw Romelia off and turned forward, she was faced with Gaios, whose massive body loomed like a mountain, waiting with a club on his right shoulder. Is it about time to start? Oh my, you waited for me. Quite the gentleman, despite your looks. I welcome a strong opponent. Ekaterina showed a seductive smile, and Gaios laughed like a child. Princess Lu, Ekaterina, be careful. This demon is the younger brother of Demon King Zelgius. Oh, Zelgius is. When Elizabeth informed them, Princess Lu narrowed her eyes. You know my brother. Know him? I'm one of the ones who defeated him. Oh, this should be fun. Gaios laughed, and Princess Lu let out a bell-like laugh in response. You talk big. How are you planning to have fun with those hands? You won't even be able to avenge him. Princess Lu looked at Gaios' severed left hand. This made Elizabeth confident in their victory. Though it was a surprise attack, taking his left hand was a significant blow. That earlier strike that shattered the Guardian wall was impressive, but if he couldn't use that anymore, his strength was halved. I don't plan on avenging anyone. The loser is at fault. But it's been a while since someone took my hand. Gaios raised his severed left wrist, looking at the stump with a concentrated effort. Then, the bleeding stopped, and the flesh began to swell. The next moment the flesh burst, and from the wound, new flesh shot out, forming a hand. It moves. Gaios opened and closed his newly grown left hand, checking its feel. The scales covering his skin hadn't regenerated yet, leaving his blood vessels and muscles exposed. However, it didn't seem to affect his movements as he wielded his club effortlessly with his newly regrown hand. Yo, that's gross. Ekaterina's face twisted in disgust. Even Elizabeth was shocked. She had seen many powerful demons during their journey to defeat the Demon King, but none who could regrow lost limbs. Monster. But even if you can regrow limbs like a lizard, your head won't regenerate, right? Princess Lu taunted Gaios without taking a step back. Yeah, I haven't tested that. If you can cut off my head, we'll find out. Gaios laughed heartily. Well then, try your best to cut it off. Roaring, Gaios swung his giant club. Princess Lu raised her broad sword, but Albion, Otto, and Kyle stood in front of her. Hey, I don't care if you're Romelia's subordinates, don't get in my way. Princess Lu glared at them, but they ignored her. Kyle charged at Gaios with a sword in hand. A little one coming at me right off the bat. Finding it bothersome, Gaios swung his club. It seemed the club would sweep away the small Kyle, but he crouched low enough to almost touch the ground and slipped under the huge club. Passing through Gaios' legs, he slashed his sword at Gaios' thigh. Whoa, he slipped through. Gaios was more surprised that Kyle had slipped under his club and passed between his legs than at the cut on his thigh. Elizabeth, who was watching, was also amazed at Kyle's courage to dodge the deadly blow without hesitation. Footsteps approached the stunned Gaios from the front. Otto, holding his war hammer, charged like a bull. Are you challenging me to a test of strength? You've got guts. Gaios swung his club down with joy. Otto's war hammer collided with Gaios' club, sparking a massive flash. Otto, one of the 20 knights of Romelia, had an impressive physique. But his opponent was Gaios, who could alter the terrain itself. Challenging him head-on was reckless. Elizabeth imagined Otto being crushed by the club. However, Otto's war hammer repelled Gaios' club, making the giant take a step back. Though Otto used both hands while Gaios used one, and it couldn't be said Otto won against Gaios' full strength. It was the first time a human had made Gaios retreat. Oh, not bad. Despite losing the test of strength, Gaios was laughing. Well, try this one. Gaios now raised his club with both hands. It was the same devastating blow that had broken Elizabeth's guardian wall and altered the terrain. They couldn't let him strike. Eka, use your magic. Elizabeth instructed Ekaterina to support with magic while she set up a guardian wall to protect Otto. At that moment, Albion in his red armor jumped out from beside Otto. As Albion aimed his spear, flames burst from it, engulfing Gaios. Annoying. Engulfed in flames, Gaios swept his club, scattering the fire. From the flames, Albion thrust his spear. Albion's strike pierced Gaios' right arm. Albion laughed even though he only managed a surprise attack on the arm. The next moment, flames erupted from Gaios' right arm wound. It was the deadly magic spear fire fang he'd heard of. "Oh, what's this?" Gaios, surprised by the flames bursting from his wound, slapped at them with his left hand as if swatting a mosquito. That alone extinguished the flames from the wound. The deadly magic spear had been brushed off like a mosquito, and Albion grimaced. But with the nimble Kyle, the powerful Otto, and the spear-wielding and magic-using Albion, along with Princess Lou, Ekaterina, and herself, Elizabeth thought they might be able to defeat Gaios. Elizabeth briefly took her eyes off Gaios to survey the battlefield. The center was already half destroyed, and their formation was collapsing. The right wing was being overrun by the Demon King's army and was turning into a chaotic battle. The left wing, where Romelia's knights fought, was holding but also struggling. Even if they managed to defeat Gaios, the battle itself would be lost. And if that happened, no matter how strong Ekaterina or Princess Lou were, they couldn't overcome sheer numbers. But with General Goons incapacitated and Elizabeth unable to move from her spot, everything depended on Romelia. The fate of the battlefield rested on the shoulders of a single woman who couldn't fight. I left the enemy General Gaios to Al and the others, and with my 3 escorts, Schlo, Meryl, and Rhett, I carried the injured General Goons to the rear. "General Goons, are you all right?" I called out to the heavily wounded General Goons. His body was covered in injuries, his legs particularly crushed. "Ai. General, stay strong. The soldiers are waiting for your orders." I kept speaking to General Goons, who was barely conscious and unable to form words. Honestly, General Goons was gravely injured and could die at any moment. Even so, I urged him to command, which was harsh. But only General Goons could hold this battlefield together. "Schlo, get a healer, anyone will do." I ordered Schlo. There should have been 20 healers in the central base, but they had been scattered by Gaios' attack. Some might be dead, but there must be survivors. W8. Healing is unnecessary, you must command. General Goons, despite his severe injuries, insisted, gasping for breath, commanded me. But I can't lead the royal guards. I shook my head. Unlike the soldiers of the Romelia alliance, the royal guards who swore loyalty to the royal family wouldn't follow my orders. It would only add to the chaos on the battlefield. "Raise the flag." That flag. General Guns pointed with trembling fingers to the flag lying on the ground, covered in dirt. It was the flag of the Royal Guard of the Lionel Kingdom, a crimson cloth embroidered with a lion. "Order them to rally to that flag. Then the Royal Guard will move. You must win this battle, raise the flag." General Guns used the last of his strength to give this order and then breathed his last. Commanded to secure victory, I looked around. The battlefield was already in utter chaos. Not only had our main camp collapsed, but our formation was also in shambles. More than 500 soldiers of the Demon King's army were pouring through the large breach opened by Gaios, turning the battlefield into a brawl. To counter the powerful warriors of the Demon King's army, we needed to regroup and reconstruct our defensive lines. But all I had was Meryl and 2 others. "Lady Romelia, this is impossible." Rhett asked me with a pale face. Meryl and Schlo also looked grim. They couldn't see any way out of this situation. "What are you dawdling for? We will rebuild the defensive line." I stood up and urged the 3 of them. The situation looked dire, but there was a sliver of hope. The right flank was under pressure, but hadn't collapsed. The left flank was holding firm thanks to Gran and Lagan. Glenn and Hans were bravely fighting with their reserve force of 200 infantrymen against 100 giant soldiers. Even in the chaotic center, soldiers were still fighting despite being at a disadvantage. Nearby, a platoon of 40 infantry was desperately trying to push back the Demon King's soldiers with their comrades. In the distance, a cavalry unit of about 30 was maintaining their command structure. If we could gather their strength, rebuilding the defensive line wasn't impossible. "First, as General Guns said, we'll raise the flag. Schlo, take those 2 soldiers over there and raise the fallen flag. Meryl, find a trumpeter. Rhett, gather those 3 soldiers and bring those 5 soldiers over there. Oh, and pick up those 2 horses on the way back." I quickly gave orders to Schlo and the others, clapping my hands to signal them. The three of them dashed off. It was a race against time. If we didn't act quickly, the royal guard would be wiped out. As I walked alone across the battlefield, I decided on the best spot to raise the flag. It was slightly off-center, but visible to the soldiers, and out of the way of the battle between Elizabeth and Gaios. It was the perfect place to raise the flag and rebuild the defensive line. Having decided the spot, I looked up at the sky. It was already dominated by winged dragons, circling in large arcs. Earlier, signal arrows had flown down from the sky, directing the Demon King's army. I could see a tiny demon figure on the back of a giant dragon. The tactics of the Demon King's army this time were different from before. Their strategy, using mobility to attack weak points like flowing water, was unprecedented. The use of winged dragons added a new dimension to the war, transforming it from a ground-only battle to one involving the sky. This was revolutionary, marking a turning point in warfare. If that tiny demon had devised this strategy, they were a rare genius. Honestly, I didn't think I could outwit them. However, on this battlefield, I had the upper hand. If that tiny demon were commanding on the ground with even 100 freely moving troops, I wouldn't be able to rebuild the defensive line. But the sharpest mind of the Demon King's army was high up in the sky. Their only method of giving orders was signal arrows. They couldn't issue detailed commands. "Lady Romelia, I'm back." Schlo was the first to return. The two soldiers behind him were carrying the crimson flag, Royal Guardsmen. "I am Romelia of the Cashew Defense Force. Regrettably, General Guns has passed away." His final order was to raise the flag. "Please, raise the Royal Guard's flag here." The two soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered by the responsibility of carrying the flag. But they had to do it. Yes, if the Royal Guard sees this crimson flag, they will surely rally. As long as this flag stands, their spirits won't break, and you are the only ones who can support this flag. I stirred their sense of duty, moving the hearts of the two Royal Guardsmen. "Understood. We will raise the Royal Guard's flag, even if it costs our lives." The two soldiers nodded in unison, pledging to keep the flag aloft. "Then I leave it to you." "Yes, leave it to us." The two soldiers raised the flag, and the Crimson Lion roared over the battlefield. "Lady Romelia, I'm back." Meryl returned just after the crimson flag was raised. 3 figures followed behind. I found a trumpeter and brought 2 healers along. Meryl reported, looking back. Indeed, there was a trumpeter and 2 healers in priestly robes. This was fortunate. "Trumpeter, please blow the trumpet to signal everyone to gather at this flag." At my command, the trumpeter raised his brass instrument high and blew vigorously. "Healers, please stay here. I will bring the wounded to you. Treat them." Treat on the battlefield. The Royal Guard healers were surprised by my instruction. Typically, treatment was done after the battle, but we needed all the fighting power we could get. Even the injured had to be mobilized. It's much easier than doing nothing. I said this to the healers and looked at the battlefield. Just then, Rhett returned with 2 horses and 8 soldiers. "Royal Guardsmen, we are reconstructing the defensive line under this flag. Form ranks here." Schlo joined the front line. At my command, Schlo nodded, but the 8 Royal Guardsmen seemed hesitant to take orders from a woman. "Left flank Demon King soldiers, Schlo." I pointed to the left. 4 soldiers from the Demon King's army were charging toward us. Schlo rushed out and clashed with one of them, spear in hand. The Royal Guardsmen also fought as the enemy closed in. "Meryl, Rhett, ride the horses and announce that everyone should gather at the kingdom's flag. Bring any isolated allies here." At my command, Meryl galloped off on horseback, and Rhett followed suit, charging into the battlefield. Soldiers gradually began to gather, drawn by the raised flag. "Do not let this flag fall. Fight to protect the flag. We must build our defensive line." I called out to the soldiers gathering around the flag, ordering them to form ranks. "Who is in command here? Where is General Guns?" As I was giving orders, a group of about 30 infantry gathered around the flag. The knight at the front, equipped with a thick shield and sword, was clad in expensive full-body armor, likely a captain of the Royal Guard. "Perfect timing. Are you the captain of the Royal Guard?" "No, I am Barnes, vice-captain of the Letter Regiment. And you are?" "I am Romelia of the Cashew Defense Force. General Guns has passed away. We are currently rebuilding the defensive line here." I answered Vice Captain Barnes's question briefly, his brow furrowed. Wait, are you in command? With all due respect, what authority do you have? Absolutely none. I told the truth. Although General Guns had entrusted me with command before he died, without a neutral witness, it meant nothing. Then you have no authority to command. Indeed, so I ask you to take command here. Go ahead, take charge. I threw the command at the increasingly agitated Vice Captain Barnes. Wow, wait a moment. We don't have time to wait. Look, the enemy is coming. At 11 o'clock, Demon King's spear soldiers. About 20. Pointing in the direction, I showed him a group of the Demon King's soldiers advancing toward us. Hurry, take command. The Royal Guard is here, and there is no one with a higher rank than you. You are the only one who can lead. MMPH, it can't be helped. Everyone, prepare to face the Demon King's army. Deputy Captain Burns groans, but ultimately follows my orders, raising his sword to lead the soldiers against the Demon King's forces. Meryl, help the 5 soldiers on your left. Rhett, you take the right. There are 2 healers there, bring them back. Schlo, leave the front lines and procure 2 horses. They are at the far left of the battlefield. I leave the frontline command to Deputy Captain Burns and give orders to Meryl, Rhett, and Schlo. Then I turn to a soldier from the Royal Guard nearby. Deputy Captain Burns, I'm borrowing this soldier. Huh, what did you say? Burns, engaged in battle with the demons, shouts angrily while fending off a spear. I'll use him to rescue the injured soldiers. Fine, do whatever you want. Reluctantly, Deputy Captain Burns shouts while cutting down an enemy, unable to refuse a request to help his comrades. I have the Royal Guard soldier rescue those who have fallen on the battlefield, managing to save a few more soldiers. But then, I realize something troubling. Deputy Captain Burns. What now? I call out to Deputy Captain Burns, who is holding the defensive line, and he responds with an exasperated yell. The enemy is coming. From the 2 o'clock direction, 50 of them. I point towards the advancing demon troops. Seeing the Royal Guard gathering around our flag, the Demon King's army has also started to respond. This isn't good. We can't hold them off. Deputy Captain Burns growls, raising his shield. Indeed, we don't even have 100 soldiers, not enough to push back the 50-strong Demon King's army. Romelia, take the flag and retreat. We'll rebuild the defensive line further back. Despite earlier refusing to follow my orders, Deputy Captain Burns now tells me to retreat and take command. But that won't work. No, we can't. This is our final line of defense. I declare with resolute determination. I will not retreat, not a single step. Defend this flag and stop those enemies. I stand before the flag, drawing my slender sword and plunging it into the ground. What did you say? Deputy Captain Burns shouts again, but there's nowhere left to retreat. Despite the dire situation, I manage to gather soldiers and start rebuilding the defensive line. Our only chance of victory is to strengthen and consolidate this line. Abandoning Deputy Captain Burns and the soldiers gathered around the flag would guarantee defeat. We cannot retreat even a single step. Listen up. The girl behind us isn't running away. Don't even think about retreating before her. Deputy Captain Burns yells, his voice a mix of anger and laughter. I grip the hilt of my sword, using it as a staff, and stare ahead. The 50-strong unit of the Demon King's army charges towards the flag behind me. Schlo, Meryl, and Rhett are too far away to return in time. No other reinforcements are nearby for the first time in 3 years. My survival rests in the hands of men whose names I don't even know. It's been a while since I faced such a test. I lick my dry lips in nervous anticipation. On the battlefield, moments like this sometimes arise. Strategies and tactics become meaningless, and all you can rely on are luck and the soldiers' valiant efforts. What's crucial here isn't the strength of the soldiers. It's the test of my capability as a commander. If I retreat even a single step, the defensive line will surely collapse. But if I stand firm, showing unyielding resolve, there's a slim chance of survival. I grip the sword tightly and drive it deeper into the ground. They're coming. Deputy Captain Burns announces the enemy's approach, raising his shield. The Demon King's army charges in a solid mass, aiming to crush our defensive line and shatter the flag in one blow. At Burns' command, the Royal Guard soldiers brace themselves, shields aligned. The 50-strong demon unit slams into them. The Royal Guard soldiers stand united, absorbing the powerful charge of the Demon King's forces. But the overwhelming strength gradually forces the line back. The demons know that toppling the flag guarantees their victory, and they repeatedly launch battering assaults. Romelia, run, we can't hold them. Deputy Captain Burns, leading the defense, shouts as the line is pushed back, nearing the flag where I stand. But we must hold out just a little longer. Deputy Captain Burns, hold them off for a count of 20. Huh, what are you saying? Just do it, count to 20, hold them off until then. 20, 19, 18. Fine, damn it. Everyone push back. Though confused, Deputy Captain Burns rallies the soldiers. But even as I count, the defensive line continues to retreat. By the time I reach 10, the enemy is almost upon me. The demon soldiers surge forward, aiming to crush me and the flag behind. A demon thrusts a blood-stained spear through a gap in the line, targeting me. The spearhead, stained with blood, nears my face. I grip my sword buried in the ground, staring wide-eyed at the spear aimed at me. Just as the spear tip touches my hair, it suddenly halts. Deputy Captain Burns had grabbed the spear, stopping it. With a swift motion, he decapitates the demon with his sword. Burns' valorous efforts exemplify the Royal Guard's spirit, but as I count to 3, 2 more demons attack him, and at 2, a third demon tackles him. Burns struggles to fend off the attacks, but is overwhelmed when a 4th demon joins in, and he falls. Romelia. Pinned by 4 demons, Burns cries out. 1 demon steps over the fallen deputy captain and approaches me, having breached the defensive line. The demon soldier, having lost his helmet in the battle, bleeds from his face and arms but still wields a bloodied sword enough to kill me. Yet I hold my ground, gripping my sword planted in the earth, not retreating an inch. There was no need to retreat. I sigh in relief. We made it in time. A massive iron blade pierces the demon's head, slicing through from his right ear to his left cheek. With a powerful thrust, the demon's head and jaw are torn apart. The one who saved me and pierced the head of the soldier of the Demon King's army was a huge spear. A mounted knight in full armor appears from the left, wielding a lance to save me and impale the demon soldier. 30 more knights charge in from behind, launching a flanking attack on the demon unit. The surprise assault leaves the Demon King's soldiers defenseless, and they fall. I knew the Royal Guard cavalry would come, following the flag. They arrived just in time. Burns, are you all right? The knight who saved me sweeps his lance, clearing the demons off Deputy Captain Burns. Sergei. Burns calls out the name of his rescuer as he rises. They seem to know each other. Sir Sergei, thank you for your assistance. I pull my sword from the ground and approach Sergei to express my gratitude. I am indeed Sergei, vice captain of the Costa Centurion. You must be Lady Romelia. I saw the flag and came here. What is the situation? Sergei demands an explanation. General Goons is dead. His final order was to raise the kingdom's flag. That's why we are here, rebuilding the defensive line. I turn to see the crimson flag still fluttering. Deputy Captain Burns, the tide has turned. Advance the defensive line. Advance with this force. Deputy Captain Burns looks around in shock at my command. Around the flag are about 30 cavalry and 80 infantry. It's not much. Now is our chance. Though few, the enemy is also diminished. The Demon King's army facing us numbers 400 regular soldiers and 300 giant troops under Gaios. Of those giants, 100 are held in reserve, inactive, while the 100 who advanced with Gaios are held back by Glenn and Hans. The remaining 100 are scattered across the battlefield, leaving about 40 in the center. A total of 440. However, in rebuilding the defensive line, we've already taken down nearly 100 demons. Of course, the Royal Guard's losses are higher, but advancing the line will gather more soldiers. Understood. Everyone prepare to advance. Form ranks, move quickly. Deputy Captain Burns orders. Burns, are you really going to follow a woman's orders? Sergei grumbles to Burns. In this situation, we have no choice. We can't command over 100 soldiers alone. Damn it, so what should I do? Sergei growls in frustration. Vice Captain Sergei, you will deal with the giant troops. I spoke to Vice Captain Sergei while surveying the battlefield. On the battlefield, friend and foe were intermingled, but among them, the demons with exceptional physiques were wreaking havoc. These were the giant soldiers, composed of demons with extraordinary large bodies who served as Gaios' limbs. The royal guard, their formation broken by Gaios, was struggling against these giant soldiers. But just as we lacked formation, so did the Demon King's army. Being strong individually, the giant soldiers fought their enemies before them in a disorganized manner. This was carelessness and arrogance born from their battle-crazed nature. If we concentrate our forces, the giant soldiers will coordinate. Before that happens, we'll defeat them one by one. I see. Burns and his men will be the shield, and we'll be the spear. Vice Captain Sergei nodded at my explanation. Ashlo, Merrill, Rhett, you're back. You'll join me in the cavalry. W8, you intend to come too. As I mounted the horse Shlo had procured, I gave the order, surprising Vice Captain Sergei. Yes, don't worry. I'm good with horses, now let's go. Without waiting for Vice Captain Sergei's response, I kicked the horse's flank. Oh well, can't be helped. All of you follow me. Vice Captain Sergei led 30 cavalry soldiers, following behind me. Hey, your commander's a bit odd, isn't she? Vice Captain Sergei grumbled to Shlo. It's always like this, you'll get used to it. Is it always this way? You guys have it tough. Yes, we never have a dull moment. Hearing Shlo and Sergei's conversation, I felt somewhat dissatisfied, but there was no time for complaints. We had to cut through the battlefield, gather allies, and defeat the giant soldiers. It would probably succeed. However, I looked up at the sky. The enemy still had an ace up their sleeve, and I had no means to prevent it. All I could do was leave it to chance. From here on, the battle would intensify even further. I steeled myself for the fierce battle that lay just ahead. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. The Fierce Battle Against Gaios, the Demon King's younger brother. Burns, fighting in front of the Royal Guard's flag, was advancing the defensive line following Romelia's orders. Hey, move forward. The lady wants us to advance. Put your back into it. Burns spurred the soldiers on. Despite the humiliation of being ordered around by a woman on the battlefield, Burns was smiling. The Count's daughter, Romelia, was that interesting. Her presence on the battlefield showcased command abilities that rivaled any general. Her wide field of vision and keen observation of both allies and enemies were impressive. Despite her small frame, her voice carried over the din of battle, issuing commands that inspired and motivated. But what Burns admired most was her courage. Just moments ago, as the Demon King's army approached and the flag was about to fall, Romelia stood her ground without retreating a single step. Had Romelia stepped back then, Burns and the others wouldn't have been able to hold the front line. It was because she trusted her soldiers to push beyond their limits and stood firm herself that everyone managed to muster the strength to exceed their own limits. Move forward, push them back. Burns, wielding his sword, urged the defensive line forward, but the Demon King's army also increased their pressure. Hold the line, don't fall back. Push. Facing the advancing enemy, Burns rallied his soldiers. But even without his commands, the soldiers held their ground. Their eyes gleamed with determination and fighting spirit, influenced by Romelia just as much as Burns was. Despite the onslaught of the Demon King's army, Burns and his men resisted fiercely, gradually pushing them back. Under the Royal Guard's flag, scattered soldiers began to regroup, strengthening the defensive line further. As Burns repelled the Demon King's assault, he surveyed the battlefield. Romelia, mounted on a horse, was galloping around, leading the cavalry. Sergei and the others were desperately trying to keep up with her, ensuring her safety. Romelia's leadership shone even here, pinpointing the weak spots in the Demon King's army and taking down the rampaging giant soldiers. Thanks to her efforts, the defensive line was stabilizing, with over 150 soldiers gathered and Sergei's cavalry unit doubling to around 60 men. Though the enemy still held the advantage, the Demon King's army lacked coordinated movement. With a proper formation, they could fight despite their fewer numbers. All right, form up. Don't leave any gaps. Burns bellowed as he worked to build a solid defensive line. The soldiers were gathered, and morale was high. The well-trained Royal Guard moved with exceptional coordination. The hastily built defensive line was becoming as sturdy as a castle wall. Lieutenant Burns. A clear voice rang out as they finished forming up. Romelia had returned with just Shlo, Ginny, and Merrill. For a moment, Burns feared Sergei and the others had been defeated, but he could see Sergei leading the cavalry, scattering the enemy. "What is it? What's happened?" Burns shouted back. He knew his manner was rough, but he couldn't change it now. Besides, there was no time to worry about that. Romelia's return could only mean bad news. The enemy's attack was about to intensify. Are the enemy reserves finally moving? Burns looked deeper into the battlefield. The 100 giant soldiers, the Demon King's last reserves, showed no signs of movement. But with Romelia's return, Burns guessed they were about to mobilize. "No, it's not that. It's from above." "Above?" "From the sky." Romelia dismounted and looked up. Burns followed her gaze and saw 300 wyverns circling slowly in the sky. As they both stared upwards, an arrow with a whistling sound fell from a wyvern's back like a shooting star. The soldiers around Romelia, including Schlo, reacted, raising their shields toward the sky. However, the arrow didn't hit Romelia, it landed far behind them. Romelia's expression hardened, her face set with determination. "Lieutenant Burns," a soldier building the defensive line shouted. Burns thought the Demon King's army was intensifying their assault, but when he turned, the enemy was retreating. The previously aggressive forces had pulled back, forming a shield wall. The soldiers holding the defensive line were puzzled by the enemy's strange retreat. "Everyone, watch the skies. The attack is coming from above." "Get down," Romelia ordered, but the soldiers hesitated, unsure how to respond to the command to lie down in the face of the enemy. As they glanced at each other in confusion, there was movement above. One of the circling wyverns suddenly dived. Following its lead, the surrounding wyverns swooped down like seabirds spotting prey. Could it be that the wyverns were launching an attack? Burns trembled as the swarm of wyverns filled his vision. But it wasn't what he expected. Instead of attacking, the wyverns pulled up sharply, soaring back into the sky. However, the demons riding them threw something just as they turned. Explosive magic stones. "Take cover." Even hearing Romelia's voice, Burns stood frozen. A blackish lump thrown from a wyvern was falling straight toward him. "Lieutenant Burns." Romelia's face and flaxen hair filled his vision as she pushed him down. A thunderous explosion followed, and a shockwave coursed through his body. Burns nearly lost consciousness, feeling a floating sensation as if in a dream. The sweet scent of perfume tickled his nose. Lowering his gaze, he saw Romelia's small face resting on his chest, her flaxen hair spread around. He snapped back to full awareness. Burns immediately sat up, checking Romelia for injuries. "Hey, you okay?" Burns picks up Romelia's body and checks if she is injured. She was unconscious but didn't appear badly hurt. Nearby, Schlo and the others were also down, victims of the bombardment. "Are you all right?" Burns lightly tapped Romelia's cheek. She woke up instantly. "Where's the enemy? What's the damage?" Romelia rose, surveying their surroundings. "Don't stand up. Stay down. I'll handle the soldiers." "Are you all okay?" Burns stood up, checking the damage. The explosive magic stones had wounded many soldiers, some with shards embedded in their bodies, some unconscious from the shock, and some with heads blown off. "Get up. Grab your shields. Help your comrades." Burns helped fallen soldiers to their feet, picking up a shield himself. "Watch the skies. The second wave is coming." Behind him, Romelia pointed to the sky, shouting. The wyverns were diving again. "Here comes the second wave. Take cover. Romelia, you too." Burns shouted at Romelia, who was trying to take command. Romelia didn't follow his orders, but Schlo and the others pulled her down, shielding her with their bodies and shields. "Get down now. Keep your heads down. It's coming. 3, 2, 1. Burns counted down as the explosive magic stones fell, taking cover just before the explosions hit. Then, just before the explosion, he gets down and protects his head with a shield. Multiple explosions rocked the area, and the shockwaves battered their bodies. As the soldiers quivered in fear, Burns recalled the sweet scent he'd smelled earlier. Whether it was perfume or makeup, she was still a woman. He remembered the feel of her hair on his face and the sensation of holding her. It was a shame the armor was in the way. He wished he could have enjoyed it a bit longer. Maybe he would propose once this battle was over. How would the Count's daughter react? Burns smiled at the thought of Romelia's surprised face as the explosions above subsided. He stood up, shaking off his daydreams. "Are you all right?" "Romelia." Amidst the rising smoke and dust, Burns called out to his soldiers and checked on Romelia. After the second bombardment, soldiers lay scattered across the battlefield. Between the soldiers, pieces of flesh rolled and groans echoed, creating a hellish scene. However, the damage was less than the first time. Lying prone had been effective. Romelia also seemed safe, protected by Schlo and the others. Get up. Help the injured. Pick up your shields. The third wave is coming soon. Burns watched the Demon King's army retreating temporarily. The Demon King's army had distanced themselves to avoid the bombardment. When the bombardment ended, they would charge. Since the Demon King's army wasn't moving, the bombardment wasn't over yet. Burns helped up a fallen soldier. Schlo and the others, who had been protecting Romelia, also went around helping wounded soldiers. Lieutenant Burns, the flag. Romelia shouted from behind. When he turned around, he saw that the flag of the guard standing on the battlefield was leaning. One of the two soldiers supporting the flag had lost his head and fallen. The remaining soldier was barely holding the flag, but he was injured and about to collapse. That flag must not fall. Before he knew it, Burns was running. Romelia, too, was running to support the flag. The injured soldier couldn't support it alone, and the flag leaned. "Hang in there, don't let the flag fall." Burns shouted to the soldier supporting the flag, but the soldier's body was slowly leaning. When Romelia reached out her hand, the soldier's body tilted further, and his face turned toward Burns and Romelia. Seeing the face of the soldier supporting the flag, Burns was speechless. Previously hidden, the left half of the soldier's face was gone. Half his face was blown off, his eyeball dangled, and brain matter was spilling from his skull. From his remaining right eye, tears streamed down, his mouth slightly open, uttering faint words. "Mother." Calling for his mother, the soldier fell. Romelia's extended hand hesitated for a moment, and her muttered words reached Burns. "I'm sorry." Romelia's hand grabbed the flag, not the soldier calling for his mother. The soldier who wasn't caught fell on the battlefield with a crying face. Romelia, who chose the flag over the soldier, tried to support the leaning flag but couldn't hold it alone. Burns caught the flag. When Burns looked at Romelia, the Count's daughter had a pale face, stricken by her own guilt. He was a brave soldier. Burns praised the fallen flag-bearer. The soldier's face was scrunched with tears, and his crotch was wet with urine, but he was still brave. "Yes, very." Romelia agreed with Burns' words. The flag-bearers were brave. They didn't fight, but they couldn't run or hide. During the bombardment, Burns and the others could lie low and hide, but they couldn't know they didn't. They chose to hold the flag over their own lives. Even with fear so great it made them cry and wet themselves, they overcame their own hearts. "Lady Romelia, the third wave is coming." Schlo and the others returned to Romelia and pointed to the sky. Again, wyverns were descending from above. "They're coming, get ready." Burns shouted at the top of his lungs. Romelia bowed her head while holding the flag. Burns, holding the flag with his right hand, raised his shield with his left hand, covering Romelia's head. Schlo and the others surrounded them with their shields. A large number of explosive magic stones rained down. Burns and the others were shaken and battered by the impacts. The shock was closer compared to the second time. The annoying flag was being targeted intensely. Explosions rang out at close range, blowing Schlo and the others away. Burns' shield was also blown away, but he managed to prevent falling by holding onto the flag with his right hand. Though he nearly fell, the sound of the bombardment was subsiding. Burns raised his head to look up, and Romelia also lifted her head to check the situation. It was then. Most of the descending wyverns had finished their bombardment and were ascending, but one, lagging behind, was just starting its descent, dropping an explosive magic stone. A small stone floated in the air. For some reason, Burns saw the stone clearly. The black stone, carried by the wind, came towards Burns and the others, and the stone was swallowed by the huge flag of the guard. The momentum of the stone was killed by the flag, sliding down the fabric and falling right below. The explosive in front of him made Burns extend his left hand in terror. Miraculously, the falling explosive magic stone entered Burns' left hand. "It's going to explode." Sensing the stone would explode, Burns instinctively extended his left hand away from himself and Romelia, using his right hand to push Romelia, who had raised her head, down. Immediately, a flash of light burst from Burns' left hand and an explosion occurred. Strangely, there was no pain in his left hand, but the explosion pierced his ears, breaking his consciousness. Loot, Nant, Burns. Burns. In a daze, Burns realized someone was calling his name. Recalling the situation, Burns quickly got up and looked at Romelia. Romelia, are you all right? Burns jumped up, checking Romelia's safety. Romelia was clinging to the flag, sitting on the ground. She had no noticeable injuries, but her face was trembling. Burns, your arm. Following Romelia's gaze, Burns looked at his own arm and found his left hand was gone. His left arm had been blown off from the root, the cross-section burnt, turning red-black. Seeing his missing arm, Burns was surprised, but also somewhat relieved that it was only this much. Romelia, Lady Romelia. Stand up, the enemy is coming. Ignoring his left arm, Burns pointed to the defense line with his right hand. The Demon King's army, which had retreated due to the bombardment, was advancing. Looking up, there were no signs of descending wyverns. The enemy had run out of explosive magic stones. There was no need to fear the bombardment anymore. Yes. Surprised by the commanding Burns, Romelia stood up. Romelia, you stay there and hold the flag. You guys, protect her well. Burns ordered Romelia and Schlo, and then shouted at the soldiers still lying on the ground. Get up, the enemy is coming. Line up your shields, ready your spears, form up. Protect the guard's flag. Don't worry, Lady Romelia is holding the flag for us. Following Burns' orders, the soldiers, though startled by his armless state, obeyed, stood up, and took their weapons. The Demon King's army surged like a tidal wave. Every soldier was injured, but they fought desperately against the Demon King's army. However, the wounds from the bombardment were severe, and the defensive line was on the verge of breaking. Burns swung his sword, trying to fight the demons in front of him, but he dropped his sword. Blood spewed from his mouth. Looking at his stomach, he saw stone fragments piercing his armor, blood spilling out. A demon, right in front of him, aimed a blade at the disarmed Burns. Burns. As the demon's blade approached Burns, Sergei charged in with the cavalry, shouting, "Leave the rest to me. I will take charge of this battlefield. You all, don't let the Demon King's army get any closer." Sergei roared with fighting spirit. The guard's cavalry, too, fought valiantly to help their wounded comrades. With Sergei and the cavalry's desperate efforts, the Demon King's army began to be pushed back. But then, a massive vibration struck Sergei and the others. The vibration came from far ahead. Burns groaned as he saw the source of the vibration. Damn, they're deploying the giant soldiers now. 100 giant soldiers, the Demon King's army's reserve force, began to advance. In this situation, if new forces were deployed, they would lose. Burns stumbled, nearly falling back. But soft hands supported his back. Looking to his right, he saw Romelia, holding the flag with her right hand, wrapping her left arm around his back. Her face showed no fear or surprise, only eyes staring straight at the advancing giant soldiers. Romelia's gaze shifted to the left wing. On the left wing, Romelia's knights were being pushed back by the Demon King's army. But despite her soldiers being at a disadvantage, there was no panic in Romelia's eyes. Her gaze was fixed further beyond the left wing. As Burns strained his blurred vision, he noticed a group of cavalry rushing far beyond the left wing. There were 200 of them. Led by a soldier in blue armor, they were making a wide arc around the battlefield, aiming to flank the Demon King's army. Flanking maneuver. Romelia had been conserving her forces, waiting for the right moment when the Demon King's army would deploy their reserves, intending to strike from behind and launch a pincer attack. So she predicted this far ahead. Burns exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Romelia standing beside him. Romelia didn't answer his question, her gaze fixed on the plan she had risked everything on. The detachment of Romelia's knights advanced with the speed of the wind, aiming to take the giants from behind. However, just at that moment, the giant soldiers who had been advancing towards them suddenly changed direction and reformed their ranks to face the rear. "This is bad, Romelia," Burns said, his vision darkening. It wasn't just because of his blood loss. This was the worst-case scenario. The Demon King's army had swiftly changed direction, clearly having anticipated the flanking maneuver. At this rate, their attack would end in failure. But even though Romelia's plan had been read, she smiled the biggest smile of the day. "We've won." Burns heard Romelia's voice clearly and witnessed the outcome. Seeing the Demon King's army's reserves move, Raven, who had been waiting as a reserve force in the rear, began to make a large detour around the battlefield to launch a pincer attack on the enemy. Raven's horse was fast, not just because it was a thoroughbred, but because Raven's excitement was uncontrollable. "Hey, Ray, you're too fast. Yeah, don't leave us behind." Looking back, he saw Tars and Say, who had also been assigned to the reserves, shouting. Although he was indeed leaving the soldiers behind, he couldn't wait any longer. Albion and the others were fiercely battling Gaios on the battlefield, and other units of Romelia's army were fighting the Demon King's forces. Above all, Romelia herself was leading the royal guard with only a few soldiers, and yet Raven had been waiting in the rear. The waiting time had been far too long. Tars, Say, hurry up. Finally, it's our turn. Raven shouted without slowing down, urging those behind him. The bombardment had ended, and the Demon King's reserves had been deployed. Now it was finally their turn. There was no time to wait. Honestly, Raven had wanted to fight Gaios like Al and the others, but Romelia had given Raven the reserves and ordered him to stay back. In this battle, there are 3 main ways to win. Before the battle, Romelia had explained the methods of victory to Raven and the others. The first is to defeat Gaios. If we can kill that demon, we can win this battle. Romelia held up one finger. If they were to defeat Gaios, they should have thrown everyone in Romelia's unit against him. But in reality, Ben and Bly were the core of the infantry, with Gran, Ziz, and Ginny on the right, and Lagun, Boral, and Gats supporting the left. The 200 infantrymen who were also in reserve were led by Glenn and Hans, fighting the giant soldiers of Gaios. It would be great if we could defeat Gaios, but we're not aiming for that, because there's no guarantee of victory. It's much easier to win the war itself than to defeat Gaios. This is the second method. Romelia held up a second finger, though it might seem like she was underestimating them as soldiers, recalling Gaios' power, which had scattered hundreds of the royal guard. They couldn't be certain of victory. To win the war, Romelia had kept Raven and the others as reserves, with orders to attack the rear of the Demon King's reserves once they moved. "Hey, Ray, it's fine to be enthusiastic, but don't forget the real goal. Do it right, man." Tars shouted from behind Raven, who was galloping ahead. Hearing this from the usually careless Tars left Raven with no excuse. He slowed his horse and lined up beside Tars and Say, "I know. Let's follow Romelia's plan. Tars and I will each take 80 men, Say will take 40. Especially Say, your fight will be tough, but I'm counting on you." "Yes, leave it to me, Ray." Say straightened his back and bowed. His meticulous bow was like that of a butler serving nobility. "All right, let's go." Raven gave the order and made a large detour around the battlefield, emerging behind the Demon King's army. However, what they saw when they made the large detour was not the large backs of the giant soldiers, but a line of shields and spears at the ready. "Oh man, they saw right through us." Tars smiled wryly. The enemy's prompt formation change meant that their plan had been completely exposed. With them watching from above, of course they'd see us. Raven looked up at the sky, which was dominated by 300 winged dragons. It's said that a commander needs a bird's-eye view of the battlefield. Though easy to say, having an actual bird's-eye view is not a simple feat. But if you can actually see from the sky, it's not difficult at all. The enemy had anticipated the flanking maneuver, and the element of surprise was lost. "Say, Tars, let's go." Raven called to the two, and charged at the giant soldiers' formation. Against the average Demon King's army, even if their plan had been read, they had confidence in breaking through the shields. But Raven's spear was deflected by the thick shields. "They're tough." Raven grunted as his spear was deflected. The giant soldiers' shields were twice as thick as usual, and the soldiers holding them were strong, standing like an impregnable wall. "It's no good, their defense is too solid." Say, who had clashed with the enemy, turned his horse around. "Ah, this is hopeless. These guys are too strong." Tars voiced his frustration as he turned his horse to flee. Raven also retreated, following Say and Tars. As they fled, the laughter of the demons pierced their backs. Showing their backs and fleeing after just one attack might seem pathetic to both the enemy and their allies, but that was fine. Raven pretended to flee, riding towards the rear of the giant soldiers. Ahead lay a 1,000-strong horde of winged dragons. Ray, say, they're going to catch on soon. I know, everyone charge, kill all the winged dragons. Hearing Tar's voice, Raven aimed his spear at the winged dragons. Before the battle, Romelia had shown them 3 ways to win the war. The third method was to take down the winged dragons. In this battle, we don't need to defeat Gaios or annihilate the Demon King's army to win. We just need to kill the winged dragons. Romelia had raised a 3rd finger and declared that they didn't need to defeat the enemy. This is our land, and the Demon King's army is a small unit stranded in enemy territory without allies. We don't need to risk everything to defeat Gaios or fight a desperate battle against the superior enemy forces. We just need to take down the winged dragons. If we leave the winged dragons alone, the Demon King's army can cross the border as many times as they want. Killing the winged dragons is more significant than winning this battle. Romelia explained the importance of defeating the winged dragons, entrusting this crucial task to Raven. However, they couldn't let the enemy realize that their true target was the winged dragons. That's why they feigned a flanking maneuver and pretended to flee towards the winged dragons. Behind them, they could see the Demon King's army, who had been laughing, now hastily pursuing them. They had finally realized that the target was the winged dragons. Ray, Tars, leave this to us. Take care of the winged dragons. Say, leading his 40 men, turned to face the pursuing giant soldiers. The enemy had more numbers, but as long as they could hold them off while the winged dragons were killed, that was enough. Raven and Tars headed towards the winged dragons. The demon riders who controlled the winged dragons at their feet noticed the approaching Raven and the others and mounted the dragons. But the winged dragons couldn't take off immediately. Hey, just as Romelia-sama said, they really can't fly away. With those huge bodies and demons on their backs, they're too heavy to take off. Running alongside Tars, Raven explained why the dragons couldn't fly. As someone who could fly with magic, Raven understood why the winged dragons couldn't take off. To fly, a certain size of wings is necessary. The heavier the body, the larger the wings must be, but larger wings mean more weight. Thus, birds above a certain weight can only glide and not flap to fly. Those winged dragons had enormous bodies, so they likely needed to leap with powerful legs to catch the wind and take flight. No matter how powerful its legs are, the demon on its back is too heavy. If it gained enough speed, it might be able to fly with the demon, but with such a burden, it cannot take off. So how does the Demon King's army make those wyverns fly? There's only one answer. The rider on the wyvern's back grabs a rod attached to the saddle. At the tip of the rod is a green gem. When the rider waves the rod, the green gem glows brilliantly. It's a magical tool that activates a spell. Dust swirls around and a current of air forms. If there's not enough power to take off, they just add more. This is something even Raven himself does. They're generating wind. Are they magic soldiers? 1,000 magic soldiers. Tars exclaims in disbelief. Yeah, they're wealthy. Raven shouts back at Tars. The wyvern squad ahead must have cost a fortune. Not only would raising and training the wyverns be expensive, but they'd also need valuable magic soldiers and costly magical tools. The operational costs must be unimaginable. But this is also good news. Taking down even one wyvern is worth more than killing 10 demons. Raven and his team close in on the grounded wyverns. However, just then, the magic creating the airflow kicks in, and a few wyverns begin to take off. Not if I can help it. Raven shouts, releasing his magic power to create a turbulence around him. Unpredictable gusts of wind batter the wyvern's wings. Before they can gain speed, the turbulence hits, and the taking off wyverns crash one after another. Many only suffer broken wings or legs, but a few break their necks and die instantly. Raven observes the confused wyverns. Their huge beaks look capable of swallowing a human whole, their wings are as large as sails, and their flapping could blow away armored soldiers. It's hard to get close to them, but there's no need to take unnecessary risks. Go for the wings, put a hole in one wing and they can't fly. Raven shouts, slicing through the left wing of the wyvern in front of him with his spear. The wyvern thrashes in pain, trying to take off, but with its left wing torn, it crashes down. Without a demon on its back, it might have flown despite the injury. But for wyverns forced to fly using magic, a damaged wing is fatal. Following Raven's lead, the other soldiers start targeting the wings. All right, you guys, move in pairs. One distracts the dragon, the other attacks the wing. Tars directs the soldiers, slashing at the wyvern's wings alongside them. Though Tars isn't the strongest soldier in the Rome squad, he's excellent at coordinating with others. His teamwork might make him seem less impressive individually, but he's reliable in command. Tars, take care of the ground. Raven delegates the command to Tars. Hey, what are you going to do? I'm taking them down from above. Raven spreads his cape, creates a current of air around himself, and takes to the sky. From the air, Raven spots wyverns successfully taking off. He targets one struggling to rise, diving down like a bird of prey and landing on its wing. He pierces the wing with his spear upon landing, then immediately kicks off to leap again. In his next jump, Raven already has a new target in sight, swiftly taking down wyvern after wyvern. The wyvern squad, unprepared for an opponent attacking from the sky like themselves, has no defense against Raven. From above, Raven sees that Say is holding off 100 giant soldiers of the Demon King's army with just 40 men. Despite struggling, they're retreating skillfully, buying time. At this rate, they can defeat most of the wyverns before Say's line breaks. Lady Romelia, we have fulfilled your command. In the blood-red sky, the soaring knight Raven sees his leader standing beneath the flag. Elizabeth was healing Albion with her restorative techniques when Otto was blown away by a strike from Gaios. Otto tried to stand but couldn't. Albion, just recovered, charged at Gaios with Kyle following. Eliza, heal. Eka barrage. Princess Lou shouted. Elizabeth ran to Otto, using her healing arts. Ekaterina's staff glowed with magic circles, and destructive light spheres rained down on Gaios. But the massive Gaios easily stepped back. Kyle dashed in to attack, but Gaios dodged with a backflip, then pushed off the ground with his left hand, leaping further back. He's so big but moves so quickly. Seeing Gaios' agile flip, Albion thrust his spear with all his might, but Gaios blocked it with his club. Albion's attack was a feint, though, as Princess Lou had already jumped, aiming a heavy strike from above. But Gaios noticed this. Manipulating his huge club like a twig, he deflected Albion's spear and aimed it at the descending Princess Lou. Princess Lou halted her attack, deflecting Albion's spear and retreating. Gaios stood on his toes, lowering his waist and extending his left hand, positioning his club under his right arm. Seeing Gaios' perfect stance, even the brave Albion and Princess Lou hesitated to attack. Gaios, the Demon King's younger brother, was an exceptionally tough opponent. Despite his massive frame, he wasn't just about strength. His agile movements were akin to those of a smaller fighter, using delicate and precise techniques. His entire body was perfectly trained, making him a complete warrior. His ferocity had wounded both Albion and Otto, and healing couldn't keep up. I'm okay now. Otto, who had been lying in front of Elizabeth, stood up even though he hadn't fully recovered. As a healer, Elizabeth wanted to fully restore him, but without Otto as a shield, Princess Lou and Albion could be taken out by a single blow from Gaios. Ha ha ha, isn't this fun? Giving your all is good. Don't you think? Despite their battered state, Gaios seemed to grow more energetic with each fight, laughing heartily. Though they had been fighting for hours, he showed no signs of fatigue. This guy, is he really the poster child of battle? Albion grumbled. Princess Lou, standing beside him, could only give a tired, wry smile. Gaios was a strange man. Even today, Gaios had killed hundreds of guards, making him a hated enemy. Yet his nature was innocent, like a child's. Though feared as a demon, Gaios simply loved to fight. This love made him a genius. A god's body with a child's heart. That was the source of Gaios' strength. But Elizabeth had also seen the weakness in his strength. When Elizabeth nodded, Princess Lou, Ekaterina, and Albion nodded as well. They had already planned their strategy through their battles. Gaios, you fight splendidly. Elizabeth straightened her back, praising Gaios' valor with the dignity of a queen. In that case, I shall defeat you with my ultimate technique. Even your brother, the Demon King Zelgius, fell to this art. Prepare for my lethal strike. Really, you had such a trick up your sleeve. Then hurry up and show it. Gaios laughed, urging her on. Everyone, buy me some time. This takes a while to prepare. Elizabeth gathered white light in her raised hand, asking them to buy time, though it wasn't necessary. Huh, sure, I'll wait. Show me the ultimate strike that killed my brother. Gaios, laughing, waited patiently. Elizabeth smirked inwardly, for there was no such ultimate technique that had killed Zelgius. Elizabeth only had two skills, healing and creating a protective barrier. By honing these to the extreme, she could regenerate lost limbs and create powerful defensive walls. The light gathering in her hand was merely healing power, made to look impressive. Gaios didn't realize and waited. This is Gaios' weakness. He enjoys the battle so much that he waits for the enemy's trump card. This fight has dragged on because while Gaios desires battle, he doesn't wish for victory. For the invincible Gaios, victory is always guaranteed. It's merely something that ends an enjoyable fight. If Gaios had been fixated on winning, the match would have already been decided. Here I come, watch this. Elizabeth strikes a pose, waving her hand and directing a white light towards Gaios. Gaios braces himself, excited about what kind of attack might come. But the attack Gaios hopes for doesn't occur. Elizabeth's spell merely dazzles and distracts. The real move is Ekaterina, who plants her staff into the ground at a distance. Under the cover of Elizabeth's white light, Ekaterina activates her magic, creating a complex magic circle on the ground. As nothing happens after being bathed in light, Gaios raises an eyebrow at Elizabeth. At that moment, Gaios' body begins to sink. Oh, what's this? Gaios is surprised as he looks at his feet. A golden swamp has been created beneath Gaios, and the golden liquid is trying to swallow his giant body. The shocked Gaios tries to climb out of the golden swamp, but the more he struggles, the deeper he sinks. This is Ekaterina's golden land magic. Then how about this? Gaios, already swallowed up to his chest, strikes the ground with his club while still surprised. The recoil lifts Gaios' body into the air. Scattering golden droplets, Gaios does a flip in the air and escapes from the golden swamp. Using a bluff for this level of magic, I'm disappointed. Ha! Gaios shows a triumphant face after escaping the swamp. But soon his face freezes in shock. No, his body has actually frozen. The golden liquid clinging to his body has hardened, turning Gaios into a golden statue. This is the true power of golden land. The golden liquid hardens instantly, turning those who step in it into ornaments. It's a difficult magic to use effectively, but once fallen into the swamp, even if one escapes, the golden restraint seals the enemy. It's Ekaterina's sure-win magic. With Gaios' movements sealed, Ekaterina activates her magic again. She creates a massive lightning bolt and strikes Gaios. A torrent of electricity that could turn an ordinary demon into charcoal. But Gaios was still alive. Then, Princess Lou, Albion, and Otto charge forward. Gaios, prepare yourself. Princess Lou brandishes her sword, Albion thrusts his spear, and Otto swings his war hammer. Don't underestimate me. As the sword, spear, and war hammer, 3 lethal strikes approach, Gaios roars with reddened eyes. Immediately, the golden restraints binding Gaios shatter. Beneath the gold covering Gaios, muscles swollen to their limit are visible. With just the expansion of his muscles, he had broken the golden restraints covering his entire body from the inside. Gaios shows his swollen muscles and raises his club with both hands. This is bad. Elizabeth immediately activates a protective wall. She remembers Gaios' strike that had changed the very terrain. She creates a wall of light in front of Gaios, but Gaios' club, gripped with both hands, is released. The earth is blown away, and Elizabeth falls, unable to withstand the impact. As Elizabeth gets up, enduring the pain, she sees that another huge hole has opened up. At the bottom of the hole, Gaios was swinging down his club. Around the hole, Princess Lou, Albion, and Otto lie blown away and fallen. Elizabeth and Ekaterina avoided major damage as they were at a distance, but all 3 who acted as shields have fallen. Gaios, his eyes dyed red, crawls out from the bottom of the hole and looks at the fallen 3. Elizabeth lacks the strength to fight and help, and Ekaterina, having just used a large spell, cannot immediately cast another. I won't let you. At that moment, a shadow leaps out with a shout. It was Kyle, moving with the agility of a leopard. Kyle, who was only lightly injured as he had been far from Gaios, runs towards Gaios to prevent him from attacking the 3, leaping left and right to confuse him. But Gaios' eyes firmly capture Kyle's movements. I've already seen through you, boy. Through the previous exchanges, Gaios has adapted to Kyle's movements. If you think you can see through it, just try. Kyle roars as he increases his speed even further. Dust flies and the wind is sliced. As he moves so fast, he seems to leave even his shadow behind. For a moment, Kyle's figure appears to blur into two in Elizabeth's eyes. Oh, it wasn't just Elizabeth who saw the double image. Gaios also lets out a surprised voice. The next instant, Kyle's seemingly double figure suddenly vanishes, having dashed past to Gaios's back. So fast. As Gaios exclaims in amazement, a sword is planted in his right arm. Kyle had stabbed it in the moment he dashed past. Kyle drops to his knees behind Gaios. Having moved beyond his limits, his stamina is exhausted. But just as Kyle falls, Otto stands up. Bleeding from all over his body, Otto charges like a bull, brandishing his war hammer. Now it's your turn. Gaios grips his club with both hands, ready to meet Otto's attack. The war hammer and club collide, producing a thunderous sound as if the earth itself is splitting and huge sparks fly. Otto and Gaios put their strength into it. Both of their muscles swell, and their armor creaks and screams. In their first confrontation, Otto had the upper hand, but at that time Gaios was using only one hand. Now he grips the club with both hands. In this pure contest of strength, the undefeated Gaios shows a king's smile. On the other hand, Otto grits his teeth, drawing out all the power in his body. Otto's muscles swell even further, and the clasps of his armor fly off. Half-naked, Otto's warhammer tries to push back Gaios' club. Gaios tries to put more strength into it, but Kyle's sword stuck in his right arm hinders the concentration of his power. With an enormous metallic sound, the warhammer swings through, and Gaios' club flies into the air. What? Gaios, unable to believe he has lost his weapon, stares blankly at his empty hand. It was just a moment's opening. But in that instant, when Gaios showed his greatest vulnerability, Albion and Princess Lou stand up. Albion sprints forward and thrusts his spear into Gaios' abdomen. Gaios, coming to his senses from the pain, reaches out with his giant hand to strangle Albion even as the spear pierces his stomach. I won't let you. Gaios' outstretched hand is blocked by a wall of light created by Elizabeth. As Albion grips the spear tightly, the entire spear turns red-hot and spouts flames. Uguaya. With his pierced innards being scorched by flames, Gaios lets out a scream for the first time. Struggling in agony, Gaios swings his arm and breaks the shaft of the spear. As Gaios retreats with smoke rising from his stomach, a shadow falls across his face. As Gaios raises his crocodile-like face, Princess Lou is in midair, about to swing down her sword. Gaios instinctively raises both arms to block the blade. Princess Lou's single stroke, delivered with a spirit-trending battle cry, cuts off both of Gaios' arms. Ray leads the reserve forces to attack the wyvern units waiting in the rear of the Demon King's army, adding dragon blood to the wilderness already dyed red by the setting sun. Seeing this sight, I became certain of our victory. Vice Commander Burns, look. I called out to Vice Commander Burns standing beside me, holding the Imperial Guard flag in one hand. The Demon King's army is currently isolated in enemy territory. They can still fight because they can always mount the wyverns and return to Lourn. But if the wyverns are gone, their fate hangs by a thread. Indeed, the Demon Lord's army fighting on the battlefield was visibly shaken and losing their will to fight after seeing their rearguard, wyvern unit attacked. We've won, it's our victory. I called out to Vice Captain Burns once more, but there was no response. Vice Captain Burns. I took my eyes off the battlefield and peered at Burns' face. Then I quietly closed my eyes. Knight Burns. You fought exceptionally well, rest now. Vice Captain Burns had died standing. He had lost his left arm protecting me and was riddled with fragments from explosive magic stones. Despite this, he fought bravely until the end, dying while facing the enemy. He was a brave, incredibly brave man. My only regret was whether he had seen the sight. Did Burns see our victory, the result of his efforts before he died? But that was something no one could confirm. Schlo, come here. I called back Schlo and the other two who were fighting on the defense line. Schlo, bring 2 more soldiers and have them hold flags. Muriel, find a horse. Please lay Vice Captain Burns down. As soon as I gave the orders, the 3 moved immediately. calling 2 soldiers, procuring a riderless horse, and carefully laying Vice Captain Burns down. We had won, but it wasn't certain yet. To ensure Burns' death wasn't in vain, we had to make this victory absolute. I turned my gaze from the battlefield to Gaios and Elizabeth, who were locked in a fierce battle. The fight with Gaios had already changed the terrain, with huge holes gouged in the earth. Al, Otto, and Princess Lou had fallen, and we were on the brink of total defeat. But Kyle moved so fast he seemed to have multiplied, plunging his sword into Gaios' arm. Otto struck Gaios from the front, knocking away his club. Seizing the opportunity, Al pierced Gaios' stomach with his spear, searing his innards with flame. Then Princess Lou leaped in, cutting off both of Gaios' arms. This scene was witnessed not only by me, but by many demons on the battlefield, sealing the defeat of the Demon Lord's army. Sensing the opportunity, I mounted the horse Merle had prepared and headed towards Elizabeth with the 3. Gaios, with both arms cut off, was bleeding profusely and falling forward. But just before he hit the ground, his legs prevented the fall. It's not over yet. You think you've won just because you took both my arms. Even with both arms lost, Gaios roared, "No, we have won." I rode my horse towards Gaios and his group, declaring victory. "Gaios, look over there." I pointed to where Lay and the others were annihilating the Wyvern unit. "You can no longer escape from here. You have been defeated." I confronted Gaios with his defeat. To secure victory, they must accept their defeat. Break Gaios' spirit by confronting him with defeat after losing both arms. Then we can root them and hunt them down when they're weak. With the effect of divine grace, it should be possible. Queen Elizabeth, declare our victory. At my urging, Elizabeth nodded in agreement and raised her right hand. Soldiers of the kingdom, raise your victory cries. We are victorious. At Elizabeth's words, the royal guard and Romelia knights raised their weapons and shouted in triumph. The demon army was further shaken by the victory cries, and their will to fight visibly diminished. Silence! Gaios' roar silenced the victory cries echoing across the battlefield. It's not over yet. If you're going to boast about winning, kill me first. Gaios, who didn't know when to quit, shouted, but it was a meaningless cry. Accept your defeat, Gaios. Even you can no longer fight. Elizabeth said, looking at Gaios' arms. His severed arms had stopped bleeding but weren't regenerating, exposing pink flesh. After the fierce battle, even Gaios was at his physical limit. Without weapons or even arms, unable to escape. You have been defeated. As the leader of a defeated army, be dignified. So what? Elizabeth further pressed Gaios with his defeat, but Gaios' spirit didn't break. No weapons, no arms, no way to return, so what? The leader of a defeated army should be dignified. What good does dignity do? Oi, you good-for-nothings who only know how to fight, what are you standing around for? The enemy is right in front of you. Fight, it's all you can do anyway. Gaios turned to the battlefield and roared at all the demoralized soldiers of the Demon Lord's army. No weapons, then use your fists. No arms, then bite. No place to return, then kill. You're all going to die someday anyway, so kill until you're killed. Fight until your dying breath. That's the perfect death for a warrior. I was speechless at Gaios' voice, which sounded like a wail. You intend to drag all the soldiers into your own desire. What's wrong with that? Don't follow if you don't want to. I'll fight until I die, that's all. I flinched at Gaios' roar. But Gaios' voice shook the battlefield, igniting the hesitant Demon Lord's army. War cries rose from all over the battlefield, and the demoralized Demon Lord's army regained their momentum. That's it. That's my subordinates. Come on, let's go. Don't get cocky just because you took both my arms. Come at me, I'll take you on. Gaios, armless, roared and ran towards Elizabeth and the others. At the same time, the reinvigorated Demon Lord's army resumed their attack. At this rate, even divine grace won't be fully effective. Lady Romelia, we should retreat. Schlo urged withdrawal. I couldn't understand it. Gaios, who still wanted to fight despite losing his weapons and both arms, and the Demon Lord's army, who didn't lose their will to fight even when victory was impossible. They were all incomprehensible monsters to me. Gaios, having lost both arms, his eyes turning red, leaned forward and raged like an ancient dragon. Gaios broke through Elizabeth's protective wall and didn't flinch even when hit by Ekaterina's lightning. His body slam sent Otto, Kyle, and Princess Lou flying, and Ekaterina was caught up with Princess Lu, who flew through the air like a doll and fell. "You monster." All I could do was spit out those words. On the battlefield, the Demon Lord's army's momentum increased, threatening to engulf the desperately fighting Royal Guard and Kashu garrison. It was a charge driven by momentum alone, without tactics or strategy. Despite being wounded, with no prospect of survival, why did they resist so much? Gaios roared like a dragon, his red eyes fixed on Elizabeth. "Elizabeth! Watch out!" I spurred my horse, rushing out to save Elizabeth. Al, sword at the ready, slashed at Gaios, while Shlo, Muriel, and Led also moved to block his path. 4 swords pierced Gaios' body, but they couldn't stop his charge. He sent the 4 Romelia squad members flying and bore down on Elizabeth and me. The horse, startled by Gaios, reared up with a neigh. Unable to hold on, I fell from the horse. Gaios' dragon-like face loomed before Elizabeth and me as we lay fallen. At that moment, a ball of light struck Gaios' face, causing a small explosion. Despite the explosion on his face, Gaios didn't even flinch as if he felt no pain. But orbs of destruction continued to rain down on Gaios, causing multiple explosions on his body. The one casting these explosive spells at Gaios wasn't Ekaterina. She was still trying to get up. Gaios turned his dragon face towards the direction of the incoming magic. It was the edge of the forest. In front of the forest stood several magic soldiers, wielding staffs, their magical tools. I couldn't understand why magic soldiers were there. The Kashu Guard didn't have any magic soldiers, and the Royal Guard should have committed all their forces to the battle. Faced with the suddenly appeared magic soldiers, Gaios let out a dragon's roar to intimidate them. The magic soldiers flinched, but from behind them in the forest, numerous soldiers wielding spears emerged. Some were even carrying flags with a golden lion crest on crimson cloth. "It's the Royal Guard," I shouted with joy. The Royal Guard, who had been fighting the Demon King's army in the forest, had finally arrived. About 3,000 Royal Guards appeared on the battlefield, including many magic soldiers and archers. They charged towards the resurging Demon King's army, pushing them back and annihilating them. Amidst the many demons being slain, Gaios still refused to give up. He raged on, determined to fight until his last breath. Magic soldiers cast explosive spells from a distance, but they couldn't stop Gaios' movements. But Gaios couldn't be immortal. He should fall with one more push. I looked around. Otto had already fallen, and Kyle had lost consciousness. Princess Lu was down and unable to move. Al was badly wounded, and Ekaterina was staggering. Shlo, Meryl, and Rhett were somehow holding their ground, but Gaios was too much for them who had been off the front lines until today. "Elizabeth, treat Ekaterina and Princess Lu." I asked for the treatment of the two who seemed capable of fighting back. As Elizabeth headed towards the two, Shlo and the others who had been protecting me were blown away. I saw Gaios approaching me. The dragon's enormous mouth filled my field of vision. But at that moment, a large shadow covered Gaios and me. Looking up, I saw a wyvern diving straight towards us. Clinging to its back was Ray, wearing blue armor. "Lady Romelia." Ray shouted as he kicked off the wyvern's back, leaping down and driving his spear into Gaios' back. Gaios let out a beast-like scream and thrashed about, throwing Ray off his back. Ray, having jumped off Gaios' back, drew his sword and took a stance. "Al, can you do it?" Ray called out to his companion on the left. "Of course I can." Al also readied his sword. Al and Ray let out a war cry as they raised their swords and delivered a powerful blow to Gaios. Al slashed from the right shoulder to the left side, while Ray cut from the left shoulder to the right side. Gaios, who had been rampaging, stopped moving as his chest was slashed in a cross shape, cutting through even his armor. He exposed his throat, looked straight up, and slowly fell backward. With a thunderous impact that shook the ground, Gaios finally fell. Did we win? No one at the scene could utter those words. Gaios had been such an invincible monster that everyone thought he might get up and start rampaging again at any moment. But no matter how much time passed, Gaios showed no signs of getting up. We won. Just as I was about to think that, a huge shadow once again loomed over my head. Looking up, I saw an exceptionally large wyvern diving down. On its back, I could see a small demon wearing white clothes and a rider. The small demon was waving a staff, pointing at the fallen Gaios. The wyvern dove as if it was going to crash, then suddenly grabbed Gaios with its talons. Having seized Gaios, the wyvern began to ascend rapidly, attempting to leave the area. "You won't escape." It was Ekaterina who shouted. With a furious expression, she brandished her favorite staff, and a golden magic circle appeared around it, accompanied by an enormous amount of magical power. A massive bolt of lightning burst from the tip of her staff, striking the wyvern that was trying to escape with Gaios. Hit by the electric shock, the wyvern lost its balance and fell into a valley between the mountains. "We won, didn't we?" I turned towards the whispered voice to find Princess Lu suddenly by my side. Only then did the reality start to sink in. Looking at the battlefield, I saw that the 3,000 royal guards who had emerged from the forest had defeated and almost completely annihilated the Demon King's army. There were no demons fleeing due to Gaios' orders. In other words, we had won. We had actually won. I, who had been tense until now, finally let out a sigh of relief and looked again at Princess Lu, Ekaterina, and Elizabeth. Our gazes met, and we all showed bewildered eyes. Somehow, I didn't know what kind of face I should make. We all had our issues with each other. However, we had cooperated while fighting against Gaios, so we should let bygones be bygones and act normally, right? Thinking this, I cleared my throat and looked at Princess Lu and Ekaterina. "Hey, you two. Good work, it was tough, wasn't it?" I tried to act as normal as possible and spoke cheerfully. However, seeing me like this, the two of them, no, the three of them including Elizabeth, frowned and exchanged glances. "Really, this girl. She hasn't changed at all, has she?" "That's just like her." Sighs and criticisms leaked from Princess Lu, Ekaterina, and Elizabeth. "Listen, you were ostracized by us. You should be angry, you should hold a grudge. At least complain a little. I was prepared to be hit, you know." "Well, if I hit you, you'd hit back anyway." The way Princess Lu, Ekaterina, and Elizabeth were talking seemed unreasonable to me. But fighting won't mean anything, and holding grudges won't solve anything. As for me, I wasn't interested in revenge. So, we fought and then make up. Oh, I'm done with that. When you talk as if nothing happened. That's just like her. Whenever I said something, I received a barrage from the three of them. I didn't understand. "Well, it's fine. There's no point in dwelling on the past. It's been a while, Romelia. Long time no see. Have you grown a bit?" Princess Lu and Ekaterina smiled back at me, though still exasperated. Elizabeth's wry smile also turned into a genuine one. There were still some things I couldn't quite understand, but it seemed we had made up. If that was the case, I should read the atmosphere and smile too. "Yeah. It's been a while." I smiled at the three of them. I never dreamed that a day would come when the four of us would be together again. From atop a mountain, Henry looked down upon the scene where Gaios' Demon King's army was being defeated in the Semd wasteland. Henry had set out to subjugate the Demon King's army that was ravaging the southern Flam region. But suddenly, the Demon King's army disappeared, and at the same time, wyverns were spotted flying towards the northeastern territory of Count Graham. Henry's decision was swift, immediately pursuing the wyverns. However, despite the forced march, by the time they arrived, the battle had already come to an end. The 5,000 royal guards given to Elizabeth and the Romelia knights had joined forces and were sweeping away the Demon King's army led by Gaios. And on the battlefield, Elizabeth, who had defeated Gaios, along with Ekaterina, Princess Lu, and Romelia were gathered, laughing together. Henry watched from afar as former comrades joined hands, then turned on their heel. "We're going back." After giving the order, Henry returned to the royal capital without joining up with Elizabeth and the others. His profile was filled with anger. Final chapter. Song of the Hero and the Saint. Elizabeth had defeated the Demon Lord's army that had invaded the kingdom and returned triumphantly to the royal capital. Despite her busy schedule, her days were fulfilling. The kingdom was bustling with energy, and every day seemed like a festival. This was all because Elizabeth, alongside Romelia, had defeated Gaios, the Demon Lord's younger brother, in the Battle of Semd Wilderness. Romelia, who had been defeating the Demon Lord's army across the kingdom, was popular. However, there was known discord between her and the royal family, causing a split in public opinion as people hesitated to openly praise her. But the event of defeating Gaios in the Semd wilderness symbolized the reconciliation between Elizabeth and Romelia, uniting the previously divided national sentiment. The public rejoiced in this great national victory over the demon lord's brother, which they could celebrate without hesitation. Furthermore, the upcoming 70th anniversary of the founding ceremony only heightened the excitement within the kingdom. Elizabeth, busy with work in her room, shared this sense of elation. Not only had her discord with Romelia been resolved, but the kingdom's internal affairs were also moving in a positive direction. With the threat of the demon lord's army eliminated from the kingdom, security had improved. The local lords, who had leaned towards Romelia, viewed the Battle of Semd Wilderness favorably and showed their loyalty to the royal family. Elizabeth's tea parties were going smoothly, making previously difficult negotiations and groundwork easier. Though it meant being swamped with work, it was a welcome problem. The kingdom was coming together as the royal family, Romelia, and the local lords aligned. General Zarya, who held influence over the knightly orders, and Cardinal Farmaid, the de facto leader of the church, still showed disobedience to the royal family, but these issues were manageable. "Your Majesty, it's almost tea time," announced her maid, Marie, reminding Elizabeth of her next appointment. "Is it that time already? Let's go to His Majesty," Elizabeth said, taking Marie along to visit King Henry, who was working in his office. After knocking and entering the room, they found King Henry engrossed in his work with civil and military officials. "Is something the matter, Elizabeth?" King Henry, who was filling in some papers, looked up at Elizabeth, who had entered the room while he was working. His previous dislike for interruptions seemingly gone. His once volatile demeanor had mellowed, making the atmosphere more relaxed. "No, it's tea time." "Oh, is it that time already? Let's take a break. Everyone take a rest," King Henry said, accepting Elizabeth's suggestion without hesitation, a change that made the officials' work easier. Marie prepared tea for the officials, while Elizabeth served tea to King Henry herself. "Delicious as always," King Henry praised with a smile after taking a sip. Since the Battle of Semd Wilderness, King Henry had shown an unprecedented calm. Contrary to expectations of him exploding with frustration from not being able to fight the enemy, he had returned home composed. This change was beneficial for those around him. Previously, King Henry insisted on making all decisions himself, but now he delegated more to his officials, taking a supervisory role. The officials began to admire him, and government affairs started showing results. If this governance continued, he might be remembered as a good king. Everything seemed to be progressing well. It should have been. Yet, Elizabeth felt an inexplicable unease about the current King Henry. "Is something wrong?" King Henry tilted his head, noticing Elizabeth's gaze. His gentle look and words felt oddly empty. "No, it's just about the founding ceremony. Is it really okay for Romelia to attend?" Elizabeth had wanted to ask what had happened to King Henry, but ended up changing the subject. "Yes, it's fine. Since she defeated Gaios, we can't deny her recognition." King Henry's lack of reaction to Romelia's name made Elizabeth more suspicious, but she couldn't bring herself to ask why. "Ah, right. There was a report from the search party looking for Gaios' body. It seems he fell into the river with his dragon and was swept away. The dragon's carcass was found downstream, but Gaios' body hasn't been discovered." King Henry informed Elizabeth of the search party's report, causing her to tremble. She wanted to believe Gaios was dead, but without a body, she couldn't be sure. "Although his body wasn't found, he's probably dead. Don't worry," King Henry said, lightly hugging the trembling Elizabeth to reassure her. The officials watched the embracing couple with smiles, perceiving them as a harmonious pair. Yet, in that moment, Elizabeth felt a great loss. King Henry's change should have been positive. His previous roughness, which sometimes frightened even his wife, had been replaced by a gentle demeanor. But now, even when he embraced her, Elizabeth felt nothing. "Your Majesty." Elizabeth looked at King Henry, whose kind face was inscrutable. "All right, let's get back to work," King Henry said, putting down his tea and resuming his duties, leaving Elizabeth with no choice but to withdraw. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Marie asked, concerned about Elizabeth's feelings as they left the room. Elizabeth knew she needed to talk more with King Henry, but she was scared. Confirming his heart felt like it might shatter everything. "I'll talk to him later. For now, let's go to the children's room. Ekaterina and Princess Lou are visiting today. Elizabeth decided to postpone the issue, recalling her recently reunited friends. They had returned to the capital with her and were staying at the palace until the founding ceremony. She had introduced them to her sons, Alan and Aller. They're reliable, but they lack experience in childcare, so I'm a bit worried, Elizabeth said. Indeed, the princes can be quite difficult. Marie agreed. Alan, the elder brother, was a crybaby and only attached to Elizabeth. He reportedly cried every day during her absence while fighting the demon lord's army. On the other hand, Aller, the younger brother, never cried but also never smiled. When upset, he would shut his mouth tightly and eat very little. Both had troubled the maids and nurses during Elizabeth's absence. The boys were very shy and didn't warm up to strangers easily. Ekaterina and Princess Lou were likely struggling with the unfamiliar task of looking after them. As Elizabeth hurried to the children's room, she heard voices even in the hallway. However, they were not the children's cries. Look, a butterfly made of magical lightning. Watch this, I'll crush this stone with just a finger. The key is concentration. She heard crackling sounds and the noise of stones being smashed from the room. Please stop, Lady Ekaterina. Lightning indoors is dangerous. Fire, fire. Lady Lou, be careful. The stone fragments are flying. The shouts were different from what Elizabeth had expected. She exchanged a glance with Marie and rushed to the children's room, opening the door to a surprising scene. Ekaterina's conjured purple lightning crackled in the air, while splintered wood and shattered stones lay scattered on the floor. Ekaterina was waving her staff, casting spells, and beside her, Princess Lou stood in a combat stance, breaking rocks with her bare hands. The curtains and floor were scorched and wet from attempts to extinguish small fires. Broken pieces of pottery and window glass littered the room from the flying stone fragments. The maids were running around frantically, trying to extinguish the fire and protect the remaining furniture, while Ekaterina and Princess Lou, the culprits, acted as if nothing was wrong. They only had eyes for Alan and Errol, who were right in front of them. Meanwhile, the crybaby Alan was giggling and laughing at the magic being displayed before him. Errol, on the other hand, was intently watching Princess Lou's techniques, occasionally trying to mimic her moves. Welcome back, Elizabeth. Prince Alan has a talent for magic. You can trust me on that, Ekaterina said, putting down her staff and picking up Alan. Normally, Alan would cry if someone lifted him high, but he seemed to like Ekaterina and didn't cry at all. Princess Lou said, Elizabeth, Prince Errol has the makings of a warrior, as expected of His Majesty Henry's son. She caught Errol, who was less than a year old, and gave her stamp of approval. Oh, Your Majesty, please say something. The nanny in the room said, her face pale with fear. The maids, busy extinguishing the fire, also froze in shock. As a mother, Elizabeth should be angry, but seeing this scene, she couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Your Majesty. Surprised by Elizabeth's sudden laughter, the maids and nanny looked at her in astonishment, but Elizabeth couldn't stop laughing. The future she had always envisioned for Alan and Errol was to support this country as royals and eventually take the throne. However, seeing this scene made her wonder if a different future, one where they lived freely without the burden of royalty, could also be possible. Even though she knew such a future was impossible, Elizabeth allowed herself to dream. That night, after Elizabeth laughed in front of her children, a carriage headed out of the capital. It stopped in front of an abandoned house on the outskirts of the city, avoiding prying eyes. A man in a cloak with a hood pulled over his head and holding a lantern got out of the carriage. He looked around, seeing no signs of people, but there were 2 other carriages parked in front of the abandoned house. After surveying the surroundings, the hooded man entered the house. Following the lantern's light, he advanced through the abandoned house until he saw light leaking from a room at the back. Inside, 2 men were sitting in chairs, their faces hidden by cloaks and hoods. One was small and slender, while the other was large, with a massive build apparent even through the cloak. I apologize for the delay. The last man to arrive said to the 2 men. No, we just arrived as well. The smaller man replied. Good, I'm glad you could both come. Cardinal Farmaid, General Zarya. The 2 men stood and removed their hoods, revealing the wrinkled face of a cleric and the stern face of a warrior. Of course, we couldn't ignore a summons from you, King Henry. Cardinal Farmaid said, bowing deeply. When the last man removed his hood, his blonde hair and blue eyes marked him as King Henry. "Why have you called us here?" General Zarya asked in a low voice. "There is only one reason, Romelia," Henry said, mentioning a woman's name. Upon hearing it, Cardinal Farmaid and General Zarya narrowed their eyes. Romelia had become an unavoidable presence for both of them. Voices criticizing the church's greed were growing louder daily, with Romelia emerging as a leading figure against the church. The Romelia knights who had defeated Gaios were gaining a reputation as the strongest, surpassing even the Black Hawk Knights. Romelia's popularity and power are increasing. If we don't act, she will take over the kingdom. I need your help to save it, Henry said, sitting down with Cardinal Farmaid and General Zarya. Their secret meeting began in hushed tones, and their conversation faded into the night's silence. On the day of the founding ceremony, the sky above the capital was clear and blue, perfect weather for the celebration. Magic cannons fired into the sky, releasing white smoke to celebrate the kingdom's 70th anniversary. Elizabeth had to attend the ceremony as the queen, but she was still in the garden of the palace's annex. "Look, Prince Alan, this is a dragon made of fire magic," Ekaterina said, waving her staff to create a dragon out of flames. It was a high-level, intricate spell that only someone with Ekaterina's vast magical power and knowledge could perform. Alan, the crybaby, clapped his hands in delight at Ekaterina's magic. "Prince Errol, watch closely. This is the art of the invisible strike," Princess Lu said, lightly positioning her fist before thrusting it forward. Elizabeth couldn't see Princess Lu's fist move. Since Elizabeth couldn't see it, there was no way young Errol could. But Errol, sitting before Princess Lu, watched her with his mouth open. It was rare for Errol to show so much interest in someone, just as Alan did. Ekaterina and Princess Lu were taking care of the children every day. "I'm sorry, Princess Lu, Ekaterina." "It's fine, you must be busy too." "Don't worry, you can leave the children to us," Ekaterina added. "Sorry, can I ask you to look after them during the ceremony too?" Elizabeth felt guilty relying on their kindness, but she had no other choice. Currently, there were unusual movements from Cardinal Farmaid and General Zarya in the capital. They were suspected of meeting with someone in secret. Elizabeth had spies investigating, but they still hadn't uncovered any details. A rebellion might be brewing, and if so, Alan and Errol could be targets. Considering the threat, Ekaterina and Princess Lu were trustworthy and, more importantly, stronger than most soldiers or assassins. With Alan and Errol taking a liking to them, there were no better guardians for her sons. "Elizabeth, there you are. It's almost time for the ceremony," Henry called out, bringing with him Deputy Commander Sergei and 4 royal guards. Ekaterina, Princess Lu, you're with the children again, thank you," Henry said, addressing his former comrades. "Oh, don't mention it. Prince Alan seems to love magic. Prince Errol has a talent for martial arts, just like you." Henry smiled at their words. "I see, then perhaps you should become their tutors," Henry joked. He then walked over to his children and picked them up, one in each arm. The children smiled happily in their father's embrace. Watching this, Elizabeth realized it had been a long time since Henry had held the children. Henry didn't dislike the children and often came to see them, but he rarely held them. As Elizabeth observed this rare moment of family togetherness, Deputy Commander Sergei looked towards the castle where the ceremony would take place. "Your Majesty, it's time." "Ah, right," Henry said, setting the children down. Though their time was cut short, duty called. "Ekaterina, Princess Lu, I'm counting on you." "Yes, leave it to us." "Yes, we'll take care of them." Ekaterina and Princess Lu replied in unison. Leaving the children in their capable hands, Elizabeth walked towards the castle with Henry. "Your Majesty, I noticed it's been a while since you held Alan and Errol," Elizabeth remarked, recalling the scene. "Yes, it has been. To be honest, I was afraid to hold them." Afraid? The hero who defeated the demon king Zalgius, afraid of children. Elizabeth found it a little funny. "Yes, I was afraid. Not of them, but of becoming a father instead of a hero." "Is that what you were thinking about?" Elizabeth was surprised by King Henry's words. She could understand if he said he couldn't embrace the idea of being a father, but what did he mean by fearing the transition from hero to father? Is it wrong to become a father after being a hero? It's not wrong, but I felt that once I became a father, I could never be a hero again. Is that so? Elizabeth didn't quite understand. When her relationship with King Henry had grown cold, she had sought advice from many people to try to improve it. During those times, she learned that there were many types of men in the world, but she had never heard anything like this. Elizabeth, I wanted to be a hero. What are you saying? Your Majesty, you are already a hero. No one doubts that. Elizabeth answered sincerely. King Henry was indeed a hero. In a situation that could be described as a crisis for humanity, he had crossed the sea, infiltrated enemy territory, and defeated the Demon King in a duel. If this isn't called heroism, then what is? His achievements rival those of generals and mythical heroes throughout history. King Henry's name would surely be recorded in history books for millennia. I did achieve heroic deeds indeed, but it wasn't just my strength. It was because of your support. Despite King Henry's humble words, Elizabeth was filled with an inexplicable anxiety. That's because we are comrades. Helping each other is only natural. No, it's not that. You all must know it isn't. Why, Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Elizabeth tried to ask the meaning of his words, but unfortunately, they had arrived at the audience chamber where the ceremony was to be held. His Majesty King Henry, Queen Elizabeth make their entrance. The soldier standing by the door announced the arrival of King Henry and Elizabeth. Upon entering the audience chamber, a large window on the left showed a balcony. Outside, a plaza was filled with the kingdom's knights and many citizens who had gathered for the founding ceremony. To the right, a hall opened up with a throne placed opposite the windows. Nobles and dignitaries lined both sides of the hall, bowing their heads as King Henry and Elizabeth entered. Among them were Cardinal Farman and General Zarya. Elizabeth wanted to ask King Henry about his earlier words, but the situation no longer allowed for it. King Henry took his place on the throne, and Elizabeth sat in the Queen's chair placed slightly behind and to the left of the throne. She glanced at King Henry's profile, but couldn't decipher what he was thinking. Until today, they had avoided deep conversations, but this couldn't continue any longer. Elizabeth recalled the schedule for the day. After the founding ceremony, the king would give a congratulatory speech to the nobles and then go out to the balcony to address the assembled knights and citizens. After the speech, there would be a banquet, providing some opportunity to talk. At that time, she had to find out King Henry's true intentions no matter what. Section: Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gathering here. King Henry stood up and began his congratulatory address to the gathered nobles. While Elizabeth listened, she noticed a man hurrying along the wall of the hall, keeping his head down. He was one of the spies she employed. The spy stood behind Elizabeth and discreetly handed her a piece of paper. Even during the ceremony, he deemed it urgent enough to bring it to her. Elizabeth quickly checked the contents. What was written there was astonishing. The shock left her unable to breathe, and she couldn't grasp what was happening. Before she knew it, King Henry had finished his speech and was seated on the throne. Why, Your Majesty? Overcome with anxiety and astonishment, Elizabeth's voice was thin and small. Yet, it reached King Henry's ears, and he turned to her. You, what have you? Elizabeth raised the trembling hand holding the spy's report. The paper listed the names of those secretly meeting with Cardinal Farman and General Zarya. The person listed was none other than King Henry. King Henry, who could be considered their political adversary, was meeting secretly with Cardinal Farman and General Zarya. This was beyond Elizabeth's imagination. Why were the three of them meeting, and what were they discussing? She couldn't even begin to guess. But one thing was certain, something was going to happen. That much was clear. What are you planning? There was no reply to Elizabeth's trembling voice. King Henry simply smiled. In that instant, Elizabeth understood. The three of them were conspiring to do something, and that something was about to happen right now. Elizabeth looked around. The room was filled with the kingdom's important nobles and retainers. Yet there were surprisingly few guards. The royal guard, who were supposed to be the king's protectors, were nowhere to be seen. Only a few, including Vice Captain Sergei, were present. What were they doing, away from the king they were supposed to protect? As Elizabeth's thoughts turned to the missing royal guard, King Henry stood up and headed for the balcony. His steps were quick. Elizabeth quickly realized. The speech. King Henry was going to say something during the speech. Wait, please wait. Elizabeth hurriedly stood up, trying to stop King Henry. But King Henry quickened his pace and slipped out onto the balcony. Following King Henry, Elizabeth stepped onto the balcony and was greeted by thunderous cheers and applause from the tens of thousands of people gathered in the plaza. Behind Elizabeth, nobles and retainers, including Cardinal Farmain and General Zarya, also stepped out onto the balcony. King Henry was about to say something, but there was no longer any way to stop him. Whatever King Henry said in front of tens of thousands of people, it would become an official statement, even if it hadn't been approved by the retainers and nobles. It couldn't be undone. Whatever was about to be said, Elizabeth could only endure, waiting for the crowd to quiet down. King Henry began his speech. Standing on the balcony, Henry looked down at the plaza spread out below. Knights of the kingdom had gathered in the plaza, their flags arrayed in rows. The Black Hawk Knights with their black flags bearing a golden hawk, the Blue Wolf Knights with blue flags and a wolf emblem, the Red Moon Knights with red moon crests. Among these, there was also a flag with white lilies. Under this flag, Romelia and the Cashew Guard, wearing white armor, were lined up. The Cashew Guard, having distinguished themselves in the Battle of Semd Wilderness, were honored by having all 700 surviving soldiers participate in the ceremony. Henry saw Romelia standing under the flag. As he had seen on the battlefield, her white armor, though beautiful, was sparsely adorned, reflecting her practicality. Henry's gaze shifted further outward, where tens of thousands of citizens had gathered outside the knight formations. All had come to celebrate the founding ceremony and greeted Henry's appearance with cheers and applause. Henry waited for the cheers to subside, waved to the crowd, and then lightly cleared his throat before speaking. "I am pleased to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the kingdom's founding with all of you. Recently, Queen Elizabeth, along with Countess Romelia, achieved a great feat by defeating Gaios, the Demon King's younger brother. This is truly a joyous occasion." Henry was merely reading the prepared script, but the crowd cheered at the mention of Elizabeth and Romelia's achievements. With everyone's support, the Lionel Kingdom will continue to prosper. As Henry said this, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's all thanks to the hero king." Henry waved lightly in the direction of the voice. A hero? Yes, he wanted to be a hero. Henry first learned the word hero as a child from stories his mother read to him before bed. Young Henry was captivated by the tales of heroes and never doubted that he would become one someday. It was a childish dream, of course, but the appearance of the Demon King's army gave form to that fantasy. With monstrous demons and a war-torn land, it was just like the beginning of those stories. Henry thought that now was the time to become a hero, and he left the country. Looking back, it was a reckless journey, but for some reason, things went well. After teaming up with Elizabeth and the others, the journey progressed even more smoothly, and they finally defeated the Demon King Zelgius. It was truly a heroic feat. Henry thought of himself as a hero. However, "Thank you for calling me a hero, but I am not a hero." When Henry spoke to the crowd, they erupted in applause again. They likely took it as a sign of his humility, but this was Henry's genuine feeling. He was not a hero. When he saw Elizabeth and her companions defeat Gaios, Henry realized the truth. What they had accomplished was truly a heroic feat. In contrast, after the defeat of the Demon King, Henry had achieved nothing. It was not him, but Elizabeth and her companions who were beloved by the gods. He was merely basking in the hero's glory, mistakenly believing it was his own. When he realized this, Henry trembled at the depth of his sins. He had caused many sacrifices, believing they were necessary for a hero. He didn't even stop to consider them, but he was not a hero. Those sacrifices were unnecessary. The crime of pretending to be a hero when he was not, this had to be atoned for. "I must apologize to you all. I have caused too many sacrifices up to now. Particularly, the delay in defeating the Demon King's army was entirely my responsibility." Henry bowed his head to the crowd. This caused a stir among the people and the retainers and nobles listening behind him. It was unthinkable for a king to bow his head, especially for something not in the speech script. But he couldn't help it. How many sacrifices had he caused because of his desire to be a hero? No matter how much he apologized, it was an unforgivable sin. "I promise this will never happen again. As proof, I intend to form a knight order dedicated to fighting the Demon King's army. I will dismantle all existing knight orders and consolidate their power into the strongest, largest knight order, the Exorcism Knights. Henry declared forcefully. This time, there was applause mixed with confusion. The people cheered at the idea of the Exorcism Knights, but the knights present were bewildered, looking at each other. The retainers and nobles behind him were also uneasy about this unexpected announcement. Henry ignored the commotion behind him and continued his speech. And for the first captain of this Exorcism Knights, Henry cut off his speech once and looked at the orchid banner standing in the square and the woman in white armor underneath it. I appoint the Countess Romelia. Henry pointed to Romelia, who stood under the banner of the Lily of the Valley. After his declaration, the square fell silent as if water had been poured over it. But the next moment, the crowd erupted into loud cheers. The people were ecstatic, but the knights and nobles were too shocked and anxious to speak. Henry turned and smiled. "What's the matter? Is there something you don't like?" Henry looked at Elizabeth, the retainers, and the nobles. Elizabeth seemed unsure of what to be surprised about. The retainers were wide-eyed, as if they had never heard such a thing. It was the nobles who looked furious. The dismantling of their knight orders would understandably unsettle them. But the most visibly shaken were Cardinal Farmaid and General Zarya. "This is not what we agreed upon." Cardinal Farmaid couldn't hold back his voice. Indeed, the original plan was for Henry to give a completely different speech. "Ah, that's right. It was a bit different from the draft you prepared. Something about sending Romelia to Lourn to reclaim land from the Demon King's army, wasn't it? A grand and heroic vision, very much to my liking." Henry recited a part of the speech written by Cardinal Farmaid. The nobles' gazes now turned to Cardinal Farmaid. In the past, Henry would have proudly delivered that speech. But with a clear mind, he saw it as foolish. Declaring the continuation of the war before an exhausted populace could incite a riot. Perhaps that was Farmaid and Zarya's aim. "But wasn't it you who suggested this? That draft was for the sake of King Henry. Then, are you plotting rebellion for my sake too?" When Henry accused them of rebellion, Cardinal Farmaid's eyes widened in shock. After attempting to assassinate Romelia, Henry had called Cardinal Farmaid and General Zarya, but after Henry left, they began plotting a rebellion. Their plan was to incite a riot with a provocative speech and seize power amidst the chaos. This was both their plan and Henry's counterplan. What are you talking about?" Cardinal Farmaid denied the rebellion, but his voice was shaky, and his eyes wandered. General Zarya, however, remained stoic, maintaining a blank expression despite the accusation. "I know all about your rebellion. Look around. You see few of my guards here. They are currently arresting those involved in the plot." As Henry spoke, Cardinal Farmaid's face turned pale. Of course, this was a lie. Henry had no evidence of the rebellion. But by predicting where the attacks would occur, he had ordered his guards to secure the city hall, armory, and gates just before coming here. By now, Deputy Commander Kaelna, who commands the main force of the Black Hawk Knights, should also be captured. At the mention of the Black Hawk Knights, General Zarya's brow twitched. The Black Hawk Knights were participating in the ceremony, but most of them were stationed at the northern border of Guzzle. However, they should also be heading to the capital for the rebellion. But Henry lacked enough guards to capture them, making this another lie. Still, it seemed to unsettle General Zarya. "Farmaid Zarya, I cannot forgive your betrayal." Henry looked at the two standing there. Cardinal Farmaid had defiled the sanctity of the church, and General Zarya had neglected the internal threat of the Demon King's army. Henry had a part in the conflict with General Zarya, but abandoning the enemy and letting the people suffer was against the Knight's code. It was unforgivable. Removing these two from the kingdom was one of Henry's duties. "Surrender quietly and admit your rebellion. If you do, I will spare your lives." Henry pretended to show mercy, pressing them to confess. He had no proof of their rebellion. Therefore, he needed them to admit it before the nobles. But the two who had held power for so long would not confess easily. So, there was no other way. Henry quietly steeled himself. Removing Cardinal Farmaid and General Zarya from the kingdom was uncertain through arrest and trial. Their strong ties to political and military factions could help them escape. He needed definitive, irrefutable evidence. Henry looked at General Zarya's waist. Hanging there was his prized longsword. Normally, the guards would have taken it before entering the castle, but Henry had arranged for them to leave it with Zarya. "You won't admit your rebellion. Then we'll meet next at the execution ground," Henry coldly declared and turned his back to General Zarya. At that moment, a cold, murderous intent emanated from Zarya. Henry could feel it without seeing that Zarya had gripped his sword. As king, Henry also carried a sword. He could defend himself if needed, but he did nothing and simply stood tall. Even if he wasn't a hero, he didn't want to die a disgraceful death. Henry closed his eyes, ready for the blade. He heard the sound of the sword being drawn, and in the next instant, blood sprayed. After hearing King Henry's speech, Elizabeth's mind went blank. Everything was unexpected, and she didn't know how to react. Moreover, King Henry had exposed the rebellion plot of Cardinal Farmaid and General Zarya, shocking everyone, including Elizabeth. She couldn't understand anything, but when King Henry turned his back to General Zarya, she realized he intended to die. Elizabeth rushed in front of King Henry. The next moment, a flash of a blade, and Elizabeth was slashed from her right side to her left chest. Blood gushed from her chest, staining the queen's white dress a deep red. Screams echoed around as the nobles fled in panic. Elizabeth nearly collapsed from the pain and blood loss, but managed to steady herself. With trembling fingers, she pointed at General Zarya. "Someone capture this traitor." With those words, Elizabeth fell backward. King Henry, in a daze, caught her falling body. King Henry's eyes were wide open, but he couldn't utter a sound. Elizabeth tried to tell him to flee, but no words came out. King Henry, pale and unfocused, wore a face of disbelief, unable to comprehend what had happened. General Zarya swung his blood-stained sword, aiming at the king once more. But a spear struck from the side, deflecting the blade. Sergeant Sergei extended his spear, blocking the general's deadly attack. Nearby, Cardinal Farmaid's face had gone pale. The maid Marie, defying the fleeing crowd, rushed over and pressed her apron against Elizabeth's wound, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. "Oh, Elizabeth, why did you save someone like me?" King Henry shook his head and forced his voice from his throat. Run." Elizabeth tried again to urge him to flee, but her words failed. She leaned forward, letting Marie support her instead of the king. But King Henry, his hands covered in blood, couldn't move. Men in servant uniforms, daggers in hand, pushed through the crowd toward them. They were assassins planted by General Zarya. Sergeant Sergei and 4 royal guards fought the assassins, but they were outnumbered. "King Henry, fight! Are you going to be killed with the queen?" Sergei's shout snapped King Henry out of his daze. "How dare you, Elizabeth?" King Henry drew his sword and clashed with the assassins. His skill, which had defeated the Demon King, was undeniable. With each swing, he shattered their daggers and took their lives. Seeing the king as a formidable opponent, one assassin slipped past the guards and headed toward Elizabeth. Marie shielded Elizabeth with her body, trying to protect her, but the assassin tore her away and thrust his dagger at Elizabeth. "Move and the queen dies." The assassin threatened King Henry and the guards. "No, don't fight." Elizabeth managed to force out the words, but King Henry lowered his sword. Though the guards didn't lower their spears, they were at a loss, the tips wavering. "Good, well done." General Zarya smiled cruelly, pleased with the hostage situation. "Farmaid, what are you doing?" "Get to work." General Zarya's sharp eyes glared at Cardinal Farmaid, who was dithering nearby. Cardinal Farmaid's gaze flicked between Elizabeth and the general. With a look Elizabeth had never seen before, Cardinal Farmaid finally raised his right hand. A black light, like dark energy, enveloped his hand. "Henry, run." Elizabeth desperately tried to tell the king to flee. The black light from Cardinal Farmaid's hand was undoubtedly the rumored forbidden magic, a death spell. Its exact power was unknown, but such a hidden church technique couldn't be mere show. She feared King Henry would be killed, but Cardinal Farmaid's hand turned toward the assassin holding the dagger to Elizabeth. Muttering something, the cardinal sent the black light into the assassin's chest. The next moment, the assassin coughed up blood and collapsed dead. "What? Farmaid, you betrayed us." "Shut up, oh my dear Elizabeth, forgive me." Ignoring General Zarya's angry shout, Cardinal Farmaid rushed to Elizabeth, crying as he began to heal her. "Father." Elizabeth had never seen Cardinal Farmaid cry before. "Curse it, I should never have trusted a monk. If it comes to this, we have no choice. Kill King Henry at all costs. Without his death, we have no future. General Zarya commanded his assassins. They hesitated for a moment, but then they reached into their cloaks, pulled out cords, and ran towards King Henry. No, you won't. Sergei thrust his spear, impaling an assassin. The spear pierced flesh and bone, but the next instant, the assassin's body exploded. The blast threw Sergei back. Suicide attacks. How dare you treat your men like pawns? King Henry glared at General Zarya with fury. Silence, you have no right to speak after using a vanguard force to slaughter your own men. Attack. General Zarya gave a merciless order. The assassins pulled cords from their cloaks and charged. The royal guards used their bodies as shields, fighting off the assassins despite knowing they'd be caught in the blasts. The assassins outnumbered the guards. All the royal guards fell, and the assassins closed in on King Henry. I won't let you harm my wife. King Henry raised his left hand, conjuring a small magic circle. A lightning spell, taught by Ekaterina, shot from his hand, striking the assassins. Their bodies exploded, and the blast threw King Henry, Cardinal Farmaid, and Marie back. Elizabeth twisted in agony from the shockwave. Elizabeth, are you all right? King Henry was the first to get up and held Elizabeth. All the royal guards were down, and Cardinal Farmaid and Marie were unconscious. No, please escape. I can't be saved anymore. Thanks to Cardinal Farmaid's healing, she could speak, but the wound reached her internal organs. Even with the best healers, she couldn't survive. King Henry, not listening, held her tightly. This place is too dangerous. King Henry carried Elizabeth to the audience chamber. Inside, chaos reigned as courtiers and nobles fled in panic. King Henry aimed for the door, but soldiers loyal to General Zarya, armed and ready, pushed through the fleeing nobles. With no other choice, King Henry fled to the throne. King Henry, I'll have your head. General Zarya shouted as 5 suicidal assassins surrounded the king and Elizabeth. I won't let you kill her. I won't. King Henry conjured another magic circle, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the 5 assassins. The fire turned into a wall, blocking the remaining assassins. But the burning assassins exploded, causing 5 simultaneous blasts that shook the castle. Part of the floor gave way and collapsed. Archers, bring your bows, aim for the queen. The king cannot dodge. Newly arrived soldiers under General Zarya's command aimed their arrows at Elizabeth. Your Majesty, no, you must flee. Elizabeth pleaded, but King Henry didn't move. He placed Elizabeth on the throne, shielding her with his body. Now, fire. At General Zarya's command, arrows flew, piercing King Henry's back. Your Majesty. Elizabeth's scream echoed, as more arrows were notched for the final blow. Blood from the murderous blade sprayed into the air, splashing onto my cheek and the lily flag in the square. I wiped the blood off my cheek with my fingers, staring at the red stains in disbelief. It was the 70th anniversary of the founding of the kingdom. Recognized for our role in defeating Gaios, the Demon King's brother, our Cashew Defense Force was invited. But during his speech, King Henry apologized and declared the dissolution of all knightly orders to form an anti-demon knight corps. He named me the first commander. The crowd roared in approval, but I, having heard nothing beforehand, was utterly bewildered. Immediately after that, King Henry exposed the rebellion planned by General Zarya and Cardinal Farmaid. General Zarya, in a fit of rage, tried to kill King Henry, but Elizabeth jumped in and took the blow instead. The series of unbelievable events made everything feel unreal. However, the red blood that splattered on my cheek from Elizabeth was undeniably real. Lady Romelia, Ray, usually so calm and composed, was shaken and couldn't keep up with the situation. The other soldiers also showed signs of confusion. I didn't know what to do either, but then one of the knight groups started moving. They bore a black flag with an eagle emblem, the Black Hawk Knights. They were moving to secure the castle gates. Observing their military maneuvers, my mind shifted from confusion to the cold precision of a commander. First, I assessed the situation around me. The ceremonial guards were all under General Zarya's command, and they had drawn their swords and were on high alert. Additionally, the Black Hawk Knights were trying to seize the castle gates. Among the knights in the plaza, the Blue Wolf Knights and the Red Moon Knights were responding to the rebellion, but the others were not moving, simply bewildered by General Zarya's actions. The citizens were stunned by the rebellion unfolding before their eyes. Some began to panic, and if this continued, a riot would break out. If we got caught in the chaos, we wouldn't be able to move. Cashew Garrison. Form up, I commanded with a voice that cut through the chaos. Despite their confusion, the 700 survivors of the Battle of Semmed Desert Wilderness, the Cashew Garrison, immediately stood at attention due to their soldier instincts. I drew my slender sword and pointed it sharply at General Zarya standing on the balcony. We, the Cashew Garrison, side with the royal family. We will take down General Zarya. Consider anyone other than the royal guards as enemies and show no mercy to those who oppose us. Cashew Garrison, charge toward the castle gate. I pointed my sword at the massive castle, gate set below the balcony. The entire Cashew Garrison charged, and I followed. In front of the castle gate, the Black Hawk Knights were trying to take control. Otto, Kyle. I shouted while running, and the two quickened their pace as if they had been waiting for this moment. The Black Hawk Knights, noticing our approach, formed a shield line in defense. Otto, do it, shouted Kyle as he leaped, and Otto, with his war hammer ready, swung it with incredible strength, launching Kyle into the air. Kyle soared over the enemy's shield line and landed behind them. Immediately, he turned and spread his arms like wings. A moment later, 6 Black Hawk Knights fell, each with a dagger thrown by Kyle embedded in their backs or necks. Despite their surprise, 7 more Black Hawk Knights quickly moved into action, 3 attacking Kyle while 4 tried to close the gap in their lines. But Kyle, moving like a leopard, dodged their attacks, and the gap was smashed open by Otto's war hammer as he charged like a thunderclap. The Cashew Garrison surged through the gap and overpowered the Black Hawk Knights trying to secure the gate. Otto, Kyle, Ben, and Bry, leave 200 men here. Secure the gate and let no one through. Understood. They replied in unison, and I left them to continue inside with the rest of the soldiers. Inside the castle, we encountered about 10 soldiers running toward the gate. They were royal guards bearing the red lion emblem, not General Zarya's men. We faced off, but I stepped forward to halt the confrontation. Are you the royal guards? I am Romelia of the Cashew Garrison. We side with the royal family. I made our allegiance clear. While we didn't know who was friend or foe, our stance needed to be unmistakable. Thank you for siding with the royal family, the royal guard soldier said, lowering his sword in relief. In the past, they might not have trusted us, but we had shared our lives at the Battle of Semmed Desert. Surviving that ordeal together meant a lot. We've secured the gate. Are these the only royal guards? I asked, noting their small number, only 10. It was King Henry's order. To avoid detection, the guards were reassigned to other areas. He explained, narrowing his eyes. They likely spread the guards to crucial points like the city gates and armory to foil the rebellion. But if the castle fell to General Zarya? Realizing this, I understood King Henry intended to die. Killing the king in public would label Zarya a traitor without escape. No matter how strong General Zarya's influence was on the kingdom's knights, defections would be rampant. When the tide turned against him, even his loyal knights would betray him. King Henry's miscalculation was that Elizabeth shielded him and was struck down. Perhaps he thought the involvement of Cardinal Farmaid would protect Elizabeth and her children, but he hadn't considered Elizabeth's true feelings. I understand. We will secure the inside of the castle. Gran, Ziz, and Ginny take the right side. Ragan, Borel, and Gat the left. Schlo, Merrill, and Rhett secure the rear gate with 100 men each. The soldiers moved according to my instructions. We'll join you, 2 at the front gate, 2 at the rear, and 2 on each side. The Royal Guard offered. Their loyalty to the royal family would make our allegiance clear. The rest will come with me to the king. I asked 2 royal guards to lead, and with 200 soldiers, we headed up the stairs toward the audience chamber. However, as we ascended, nobles were rushing down in panic. I wanted to help them, but the king's safety was our priority. Move aside. If you're fleeing, head to the rear gate. Go to the rear gate. I directed, pushing through the crowd towards the audience chamber. Romelia. Among the screams and shouts, I heard a familiar voice. It was my father, with his small eyes despite his tall frame, caught in the fleeing crowd. He tried to stop but was swept along by the crowd. I instinctively reached out, but he didn't reach for me. Instead, he pointed upwards. Romelia, save King Henry and Queen Elizabeth. He shouted before disappearing into the crowd. Those few words were enough. Let's go, I urged, moving forward. But just as we neared the audience chamber, we clashed with about 200 soldiers. I hoped they were allies, but they bore the blue wolf and red moon emblems, drawing their swords on us. The kingdom's elite knights turned against us, confusing the Cashew garrison. But the 2 royal guards leading us stood firm. "Do you act knowing we are the royal guards?" one challenged. "Are the blue wolf and red moon knights siding with the rebel General Zarya?" the other demanded. They brandished their swords, ready for no excuses. The blue wolf and red moon knights attacked the royal guards without a word. "Traitors!" Even as kingdom knights, the royal guards shouted, "Lady Romelia, at least you get to King Henry." As they clashed with the enemy, they urged us to go ahead. "Understood, the rest stay here. Glenn, Hans, Say, and Taz. Lead 200 men." I left 200 soldiers with 4 leaders and headed to King Henry with just Al and Ray. We finally saw the doors to the audience chamber, but as we approached, the castle shook violently. I steadied myself and dashed through the open doors. The audience chamber was in chaos. Many lay on the floor, including Cardinal Farmaid. The floor had collapsed, creating a hole, and flames were rising high. Beyond the flames, I saw the throne with Elizabeth, her white dress stained red with blood, and King Henry with multiple arrows in his back. Soldiers in front of the flames had their bows aimed at King Henry. "Al! Ray!" I shouted, but they were already rushing forward. The red and blue knights raced like the wind, their swords flashing as they cut down the soldiers who had drawn their bows. You there. Who are you?" General Zarya, with a long sword in hand, demanded in a high and mighty tone. "You can tell just by looking. We are the allies of justice, you rebels." Al roared. At being called rebels, General Zarya flinched. "That red armor and hair, you must be Albion, and the one in blue must be Raven. Don't you understand our cause? Who cares about the cause of rebels? We follow the orders of Lady Romelia." Even in front of the kingdom's greatest general, Al and Ray did not take a step back. "I heard you had some promise, but in the end, you're just boys chasing after women." General Zarya pointed his long sword at Al, and 5 assassins surrounded Ray. "Elizabeth, King Henry. We're coming to help." Ignoring General Zarya, I first checked on Elizabeth and the others. But the 2 leaning against the throne were injured and covered in blood. Seeing the 2 soaked in blood filled my heart with rage. "Al, Ray. Strike them down." "Understood." At my furious command, Al and Ray nodded. "You think you can strike me down? You're just kids who have been running around the battlefield for a few years. I've been here since before you were born. Show them the power of the Black Hawk Knights." Laughing, General Zarya swung his long sword at Al, and the assassins rushed at Ray with their short swords. General Zarya was even larger than Al, and his downward slash with the long sword seemed powerful enough to split rocks. Meanwhile, the assassins fighting Ray were elite soldiers from the renowned Black Hawk Knights, moving with remarkable agility and wielding their short swords skillfully. Al caught General Zarya's descending long sword with his own sword held horizontally. Ray clashed fiercely with the 5 assassins, sparks flying from their blades. "Kneel before the general." General Zarya pressed down with his long sword. Al's body slowly lowered, his knee almost touching the ground. But Al did not yield further. Instead, he began to push back. This useless struggle. Despite putting all his strength into it, General Zarya couldn't stop Al, who gradually started pushing him back. "You've got some strength, I'll give you that, but you're nothing compared to Gaios." Recalling his recent fight with the strongest enemy he had ever faced, Al pressed his sword forward. This time, it was General Zarya who began to lower. Who do you think I am?" General Zarya gritted his teeth, foaming at the mouth and turning red-faced as he strained, but he couldn't push Al back and ended up kneeling. "You lot. Help me." Unable to bear it any longer, General Zarya called for help, but the assassins couldn't come to his aid. Ray's sword moved too fast to see, and he fought fiercely against the 5 assassins, not giving an inch. As Ray accelerated his sword's speed, one of the assassins lost a finger, screaming as blood sprayed. Once one assassin fell, the others followed quickly. Ray's sword mercilessly cut off their fingers and arms. The assassins dropped their short swords, clutching their wounded limbs. Ray didn't take their lives but wiped the blood from his sword. "No, impossible, my men." Seeing his assassins defeated, General Zarya's expression changed, but he had no time to be distracted. Al's sword pressed down on him even more. General Zarya shouldered his long sword, desperately trying to defend himself, but Al's sword cut into the long sword, threatening to slice through it. "Wait, you. Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are." Al spat, putting all his strength into his sword. His hair stood on end, his red hair flaring like flames. Al's sword cleaved through General Zarya's face, slicing the long sword in the process. General." The assassins, now missing fingers and arms from Ray's attacks, cried out at General Zarya's demise. "Stop it! General Zarya is dead, and the rebellion has failed. There's no point in Knights of the Kingdom fighting each other anymore. Surrender." I urged the surviving assassins to surrender. They exchanged glances with each other. Though they had lost the means to fight, their faces were not those of the defeated. "Al, Ray, fall back." At my command, Al and Ray jumped back. Almost simultaneously, the 5 assassins pulled strings from their pouches. In the next instant, their bodies emitted a flash, followed by a massive explosion. The shock from the explosion caused the floor of the audience chamber to collapse further, and even the ceiling began to crumble. Elizabeth, Henry. In the collapsing castle, I could only shout their names. Arrows were flying, and King Henry shielded Elizabeth with his body. Elizabeth could do nothing but watch. She tried to create a protective wall with her magic, but perhaps due to losing too much blood, she couldn't. Arrows struck King Henry's back, and blood spilled from his mouth. "Your Majesty, no, you must flee. You can still be saved if you go alone." Elizabeth cried out, but King Henry didn't flee. At that moment, when the final arrow was about to be loosed, Romelia entered the audience chamber with Albion and Raven. Romelia's knights rushed in like the wind, taking down the assassins with bows. "Your Majesty, reinforcements have arrived. We're saved, please stay strong." Elizabeth reassured King Henry, but he collapsed into her lap, arrows still in his back. "Oh no, stay with me. These wounds can be healed quickly." Elizabeth began using her healing magic on King Henry's arrow wounds, but the light in her hands was faint and the bleeding didn't stop. "Don't worry, Your Majesty, you will not die. You will definitely recover." Elizabeth was certain that King Henry wouldn't die. She had the power to save him from the brink of death. It was 6 years ago when she first met Prince Henry on his quest to defeat the Demon King. That night, Elizabeth prayed for him in the church. It was then that she received the miraculous power from the heavens. The power was called grace. It could heal the wounds of those Elizabeth loved, even saving lives from the brink of death. This power had been fully demonstrated during the journey to defeat the Demon King, saving Prince Henry many times. Even the Demon King Zelgius's deadly blow couldn't kill Prince Henry. Compared to that, these arrow wounds were nothing. But no matter how much she used her healing magic, the arrow wounds wouldn't close. Why won't they heal?" Elizabeth cried as she continued to desperately apply her healing magic, unable to stop the bleeding. Seeing Elizabeth in tears, King Henry raised himself, wiping her tears with his blood-stained hand. "It's all right, Elizabeth. Don't push yourself. No, you'll heal. You will definitely heal. Your Majesty, I've been hiding it, but I have a miraculous power." "Yes, I know you have a miraculous power." Despite blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, King Henry smiled gently at Elizabeth's confession. Elizabeth was shocked by his words. Since receiving the miraculous power, she had instinctively felt she should keep it secret and had told no one until now. How do you know?" "Well, I don't know. I just knew when I saw you defeat Gaios. You are loved by the gods. I am not. Perhaps Ekaterina and Princess Lou also have similar powers." King Henry's words struck Elizabeth like a second shock. Until now, she had thought she was the only one blessed with miraculous power, but there was no reason to think she was unique. Thinking back, Prince Henry's magic and sword skills had dramatically improved after Ekaterina and Princess Lou joined them. She had thought it was due to their guidance, but what if it wasn't? What if Ekaterina and Princess Lou also possessed miraculous powers that made Prince Henry stronger? And Romelia, she had no fighting skills and was only useful for chores during the journey to defeat the Demon King. But would practical, no-nonsense Romelia really do something that would be a hindrance, even for Prince Henry's sake? King Henry's observation had no evidence, but Elizabeth was convinced it was true. "Henry, I wait. It's all right, thanks to you, I was able to dream." King Henry gently smiled at the trembling Elizabeth, but his face was filled with sorrow. "Elizabeth, I wanted to be a hero. A single tear rolled down King Henry's cheek as he collapsed onto Elizabeth's lap. Henry, I'm sorry. We ruined your life. Elizabeth couldn't help but apologize. If Elizabeth and the others hadn't offered their help, Henry might not have become a hero, but he might have been a good king who understood the pain and weaknesses of his people. They had distorted his life, pretending to be goddesses of fortune. Henry. Elizabeth's tears fell onto King Henry's cheek. You are a hero. You always have been, and you always will be. She embraced Henry's head with open arms. An explosion rocked the castle, and the flames grew fiercer. Elizabeth, Henry. Romelia shouted from beyond the flames. General Zarya is defeated. Hurry this way. As Romelia had said, General Zarya was dead, and the assassins had been defeated. But Elizabeth shook her head. King Henry has just passed away. I will stay with him until the end. Elizabeth stroked Henry's face and wiped away his final tear. Elizabeth, even if King Henry is dead, you don't have to die too. What about your 2 children? Romelia mentioned Elizabeth's children, but Elizabeth knew she could no longer help her sons. With these deep wounds, I won't survive either, and I cannot leave King Henry alone. The hero protected the saint, and the saint stayed with the hero until the end. Not even death could separate their love. That's how it will be written in history and sung in songs. Hearing Elizabeth's words, Romelia's eyes widened in shock. The castle shook violently, signaling its imminent collapse. Elizabeth, Romelia's voice echoed. I called out Elizabeth's name with all my strength, but she wouldn't move from the throne. The castle trembled, and stones rained down from the ceiling. Lady Romelia, it's dangerous. Ray protected me from the falling debris. Hey, Sergei, are you alive? Stay with me. If you sleep here, you'll die. What about the old man and the girl? Al found the fallen deputy commander Sergei, Cardinal Farmaid, and a maid. Elizabeth, I'll save you, don't give up. I tried to get closer to them, searching for a way to save them, but Ray grabbed my shoulder and stopped me. Let go, Ray, I have to save them. I tried to shake off his hand, but Ray wouldn't let go. Lady Romelia, you can't go any further, we'll all die. If you insist I'll go, you need to escape. Ray's words made me grit my teeth. I couldn't let Ray jump into the flames. If I didn't escape, neither would the Romelia squad nor the Cashew guards. I couldn't take all 700 of them with me to death. All right, we'll retreat. Al, what about the survivors? Only these 3. Al carried Deputy Commander Sergei on his back, with Cardinal Farmaid and the maid under his arms. It must have been heavy, but Al showed no sign of struggle. Elizabeth, Henry. I tried to look back at them one last time, but they were already engulfed in flames. I'm sorry. I turned away, cutting off my feelings, and headed outside. We ran through the burning, collapsing castle and joined the Cashew guards. As we ran through the blazing castle, I suddenly heard singing. No one else seemed to notice the singing, so it might have been my imagination. But I was certain. Elizabeth is singing. It was the song Elizabeth used to sing during our travels. By the campfire, watching the sun set over the ocean, in the desert under a sky full of stars, she sang to comfort her heart. Elizabeth, Henry. We crossed many plains and mountains, traversed ice fields and seas, and overcame many hardships on our journey. Why did it come to this? Where did we go wrong? The answers lay buried in the burning castle. Under the lily-of-the-valley flag, I stood on a hill, surrounded by countless corpses. Not just in front of me, but all around, bodies lay everywhere. Soldiers moved among the dead, trampling on the fallen flags without a care. A mud-stained flag bore the emblem of a golden eagle on a black field. It was the flag of the Black Hawk Knights, renowned as the strongest in the Lionel Kingdom. Once a symbol of glory, it now lay in the dirt, forgotten. The day after King Henry and Queen Elizabeth were killed during the founding ceremony, Deputy General Kaelna of the Black Hawk Knights marched into the capital with his troops. I tried to convey the news of General Zarya's rebellion and death, urging them to surrender, but Deputy General Kaelna refused any negotiation. With their leader's betrayal, they had no way to retreat. The Black Hawk Knights' desperate actions were mirrored by our precarious situation in the capital. Most of the knights at the ceremony were under General Zarya's influence. Those who joined the rebellion surrendered upon hearing of his death, but the loyalty of the other knights was uncertain. With the castle burned down and the citizens in turmoil over the sudden rebellion and the king's death, fighting in the capital was not an option. we retreated to the kingdom's second city, Lacria, and fortified ourselves. I negotiated with Cardinal Farmaid, who had conspired with General Zarya, to pardon him in exchange for support. Evidence later confirmed Cardinal Farmaid's involvement in the conspiracy, but many witnessed his attempt to save Queen Elizabeth during the final stages. To avoid scandal, we agreed he would step down under the pretense of mourning King Henry, while the Church officially denounced General Zarya's rebellion and excommunicated those who supported it. This declaration isolated the Black Hawk Knights. To cement our position, I had myself recognized as a saint by the Church. Though it felt wrong to self-appoint, this move gained me Church approval and broad support, drawing reinforcements from nobles who had previously been hesitant. With a strong enough force, we confronted the Black Hawk Knights. In the end, they faced us head-on, seeking an honorable death in battle. We won, but the future remained uncertain. A political vacuum couldn't be allowed. A new king was needed immediately. But with King Henry, Queen Elizabeth, and their sons missing, the succession was unclear. The two princes were last seen in the Summer Palace during the rebellion, but soldiers sent by General Zarya had attacked there. Though the nursemaids and attendants were killed, the soldiers' bodies were also found, and the princes' whereabouts remain unknown. Without the direct heirs, we needed to find another royal relative to take the throne, but it was not a decision I could make alone. Of course, it's out of the question for me to take the throne in place of the late king. Being a pure and righteous saint is my current selling point. If I show any political ambition, my holiness will quickly fade, and I'll be seen as a greedy, lascivious woman. I need to discuss with the royal family and the nobles and come to an agreement in a way that minimizes criticism. However, the problems are too big for someone like me, who was just a count's daughter until yesterday. I'll have my father handle negotiations with the royal family and the nobles. I believe my father, who is quick to adapt, will manage well in times like these. I also need to hurry and reorganize the Knight Orders. Not only was the Black Hawk Order, the pillar of the country, wiped out, but the Blue Wolf Order and the Red Moon Order, which joined the rebellion, were also disbanded. As a result, the kingdom's military power has dropped to an unprecedented low. The defense of the Guzzle Gate, which supports the border against the Demon King's army, also has a gap. I don't think the Demon King's army will attack immediately after losing Gaios, but if we take too long to recover our forces, we might allow a reinvasion. Even if we cancel the demon-slaying order declared by King Henry, we will probably have to make Al and Ray independent and let them lead their own orders. This would greatly increase my and my father's authority, but given the expected chaos, we need a strong Knight Order right now. We also need to reform the Church's power. Even though Cardinal Farmaid cut ties with General Zarya and annulled the rebellion, not only Cardinal Farmaid, but other Church leaders also agreed to the rebellion. The Church's corruption is intolerable. We should take this opportunity to start internal reforms. For now, let's reinstate Priest Note and promote him to Cardinal. Then, we can pursue a reconciliation policy and review the current system. Fortunately, Cardinal Farmaid is cooperative with us. Or rather, after the rebellion, he seems to have aged drastically. He used to have a greasy face and eyes shining with gold, but now he looks like a withered radish. It seems the death of Elizabeth is the cause. It appears he didn't realize what he truly loved until he lost it. Thanks to this, we have relatively free reign with the Church, but there are still too many things to do, like rebuilding the capital, revitalizing the economy, and punishing the knights and nobles who joined the rebellion. My head felt like it was going to explode. Honestly, I didn't even know where to start. As I held my head on the hill, I heard footsteps approaching. Still making that difficult face, huh? If you keep frowning like that, you'll get wrinkles, you know. Two voices called out to me. I turned around in a hurry. Standing there were two women. Ekaterina in a black robe with a large triangular hat, and Princess Lu with a sword on her back, dressed in fresh green martial arts attire. Ekaterina, Princess Lu. Hi. I was surprised to see them. Their reunion wasn't unexpected. It wouldn't be strange for them to stay in the kingdom, and if they knew about the deaths of King Henry and Elizabeth, they would come running no matter where they were. However, the presents they held in their arms caused me great confusion. A child? Since when? Congratul, Ekaterina and Princess Lu each held a child in their arms. I didn't know if I should congratulate them and ended up saying something confusing even to myself. When did you get married? To whom? When I asked, Ekaterina and Princess Lu exchanged troubled looks and then laughed together. Seeing their smiles, I realized they weren't married yet. The children sleeping soundly in their arms. The child Ekaterina held seemed about 1.5 to 2 years old, and the one Princess Lu held seemed about 6 months old. The children didn't resemble Ekaterina or Princess Lu. Their sleeping faces somehow reminded me of the late King Henry and Elizabeth. Could it be these children are? I remembered the missing children of King Henry and Elizabeth. The two princes should be about the same age as the children Ekaterina and Princess Lu held. If Ekaterina and Princess Lu protected the princes at the founding ceremony and took them to the detached palace. Ekaterina, Princess Lu, we should place the eldest prince, Alan, on the throne. I swallowed the words that were on the tip of my tongue. If it could be proven that these two were the true princes, they would be the most legitimate claimants to the throne. But Alan and Aller, the two princes, were too young. An infant king's reign could easily become a puppet regime. Even now, too much power is concentrated in my and my father's hands. If we could also control the king, it would be as if we ruled the country. Even if we had no such intention, others wouldn't stay silent. Rebellion would surely arise. It wouldn't be good for the young princes either. The palace is a nest of vipers, full of intrigue and assassination plots. Throwing these infants into such a situation would be as good as killing them. The power struggles within the palace have nothing to do with these children. They survived against all odds. They deserve to grow up healthy. Seeing me swallow my words, Ekaterina and Princess Lu smiled. Seeing their smiles, I smiled too. There was nothing else to do but laugh. What will you two do now? When I asked, both Ekaterina and Princess Lu tilted their heads, wondering what to do. I'll probably go back to my old home and teach this child magic. Ekaterina seemed to be returning to the forest where she used to live. I'll also find a mountain or forest to teach this child martial arts. Princess Lu hadn't decided where to settle yet. However, the princes of a nation becoming a magician and a martial artist. Who could have imagined such a future? Well, Romelia, it's going to be tough, but hang in there. Do your best. Princess Lu's resolute voice and Ekaterina's drawn-out voice called out as they left. I watched the backs of the two, each holding a child. I looked forward to seeing King Henry and Elizabeth's children grow up and succeed. Thinking about the children, I thought of the first task I should tackle. As I worked under the flag on the hill, a group of armored people approached me. Hey, Captain Rome, what's that song? I've heard it somewhere before. Where was it? Al returned with the Rome squad and asked about the song I was humming. Don't you know, Al? This is the song of the hero and the saint. I told him about the song. On their journey, the saint sang it to the hero to comfort him. It's a good song. Ray listened to the melody I was humming. Isn't it? I'll teach it to you all next time. I promised the Rome squad members. This was my first task, to pass down the names and love of Hero King Henry and Saint Queen Elizabeth, so that their story would be sung even 1,000 years from now. Afterward, thank you for reading. My name is Ryo Ariyama. Nice to meet you, dear readers. This story came to be because I thought, wouldn't it be popular if I combined stories of exile and broken engagements while I was sleeping? It's deeply moving to think that an idea from a dream took shape like this. However, only the first line was conceived with a sleepy head, and the rest required some serious thought. Especially since my mentor, Labo Asai, who taught me how to write, always said, a story must have surprise and beauty. I wrote while constantly questioning, what is beautiful surprise? I hope you enjoyed it. I express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks here. Thank you very much. Well then, if we have the chance, let's meet again somewhere. Ryo Ariyama, end of Volume 2.